Mary closed her eyes tightly and opened them repeatedly. The blurred vision became brighter and Deepu's appearance became clearer little by little. Ugh! Mary looked at Deepu's condition and unconsciously covered her mouth. It felt like reality all over again as I faced my brother who had 15 fist-sized holes all over his body and his lower body was completely bent in the opposite direction. It was a reality that was hell itself. I'm finally coming to my senses. A trickle of blood flowed from Dyfus' dry eyes. He remembered how he had become corrupted and what he had done after his corruption. And I knew what to do now and what to say to Mary. You came to your senses? So don't kill your brother? How can you tell me to believe that? Mary looked back and forth between the dagger in Dyfus' hand and his eyes. Even this may be a trap of my corrupt brother. But what should I do if my brother is really back? Should I pull out that dagger and stab my brother again, or should we talk? I couldn't decide whether I should listen to what was clearly going to be his last words. Mary, listen to me. If the curse is activated now, it will all be over. And don't lose like me and keep fighting bravely. With the youngest. Deepu's eyes closed after barely speaking. Brother. Mary hurriedly put her ear to Deepu's face and chest. Mary felt the faintest breath and heartbeat and quickly came to a conclusion. First of all, you have to survive. Even if I have to kill him again, I have to keep him alive and hear the story of why he did it. If I didn't hear the reason for all these nightmares directly from Dyfus, I didn't have the confidence to live forward. I had no confidence not to despair. The Temporary Alliance's fleet was preparing to retreat. Signal flare. Hurry up and give a rescue signal. However, most of his belongings were destroyed along with the poisonous snake. When I took out the dagger, only powdered blood and sand came out. She screamed at the sky several times, but the allies did not hear her cries at all. Normally her voice would fill the battlefield with energy and resound, but now she is so exhausted that it is difficult to even hold herself together. Still, Mary, who was trying to somehow carry Deepu's on her back, reached out to him a few times and then lowered her head. Unless a mage like Valeria sealed it or a healer like the Holy King directly helped, it was impossible to move while keeping Deepu's alive. In the end, all Mary could do was wait for such an ally to come. I sincerely pray that Deepu's will not die until then. Your name is quite strong, Prophet. Jean said. The battle between Jean and the Prophet was now approaching its end on the resistance side of the battlefield. Wow! The Prophet's true form, which was large enough to fill the entire Rick-Alton castle, was filled with only blue flames everywhere. For the last time, Jean was supporting Eternal Flower in his remaining soul like sparse mold. There were only about 5 remaining soul clumps. Each time Jean cut them off one by one with his blue blade, the Prophet let out a loud scream. But now the end is truly in sight. For more lumps of soul energy disappeared. Stop it! I've been waiting for a day like today since I first found out about your existence. Eternal flowers were swirling like a typhoon everywhere, as if representing Jin's anger. All that eternalization was the soul spirit that was the true nature of the Prophet until now. 3-2 last. Jean crushed his remaining spirit and opened his eyes wide. It's awesome. Sigh. The blue shimmering blade struck down the last spirit. Then the mass of soul energy broke like glass and sharp fragments flew out, but the fragments were made of a force other than soul energy. Aura. Aura. In the past, Docs saw the Prophet's aura in Rick-Alton and mistakenly thought he was a person related to Jean. Jean was momentarily taken aback like Docs back then, but only for a moment. I had already recognized that there was some kind of relationship between spirit energy and chaos. Aren't you curious about how I can control Reiki? 12 riders. Let's make a deal. If you let me go now, it will be for you in the future. Prophet. Jean interrupted the Prophet's words and turned the blade in his spirit. There is also a human being in the world who never falls. Those people will never do business with you, and I am one of them. Why can you handle Reiki? That's obvious. Sodaret may have blessed Hilurum in the past. Or Hilurum usurped his power. Ugh, you will definitely regret rejecting me. You may make me suffer, but you cannot destroy me. That means it's impossible. In fact, the prophet's final soul energy did not disappear even though it was shattered and burned. However, Jean silently amplified eternalization. I don't know what the standard for annihilation the prophet spoke of was, but a clear sensation was clearly coming from the blade. The feeling that eternalization is eating away at the prophet's vitality. There was only one thing Jean was worried about. If Deepoo's dies before the Eternal completes his life force. Otherwise the situation would not have turned around. Boo! Jean! The white portal opened and Cirrus and Valeria appeared once again. The two men came to Jean in a hurry while searching for the remaining allies on the battlefield. It was because of the beads. In the past, Valeria had brought the bead Hiluram's recording device that Jean had obtained from Joshua's villa to the battlefield. Before going to the Caldron snowfields, Valeria discovered that the prophet came from the orb. So during this operation I was trying to find out more about the beads and had just finished analyzing them. When Valeria took out the bead from her bosom and held it out to Jean, the prophet's energy, which had been resisting eternalization, rapidly became unstable. The bead that Valeria gave to Jean was stained purple, unlike when she first got it at the villa. Oh mother, how could you guys do that? As a prophet, I couldn't even imagine the beads popping out right now. In the first place, she did not know that Joshua had a spirit bead or that it had been stolen by Jean in the past. This is why Joshua did not tell the prophet about the bead even after he fell. It's obvious how you'll be treated if you tell the truth that something like that happened. Destroy this with the true sword. The identity of the bead discovered by Valeria was a link between the sealed Hiluram and royalties. As long as this link remains, even if the prophet's body disappears, his soul will return to the bead. This was the reason why the prophet said to Jin, "You cannot destroy me." Jean took the bead. "Give it to me. This is something you must not dare destroy. We have to go find Deepoo's right away. Now he is barely holding on to his life to stop the curse." Jin's eyes widened. "You're holding on, brother? To prevent the curse. I think I've come to my senses. It can't be just a whim. Okay." The white portal opened again and Jean grabbed the purple aura bead as if he was going to crush it. "No, please. Mother, can you hear my voice?" Soon Jean threw the marble into the air and performed the first type of soul slash with the spiritual sword. "Ah, mother! Pakak!" The bead shattered into pieces with a single blow. Purple fragments spattered like blood drops and Jin's eyes finally began to see the prophet disappearing. Oh dash! The soul energy consumed by Eternal Flower was scattering in all directions and disappearing. The prophet's voice could no longer be heard, and at that moment Ji-noon. I was overcome by a strong intuition that I couldn't explain. The intuition that Deepoo's, who was resisting death somewhere on the battlefield just now, had breathed his last breath, pierced my heart like a knife. In the end, the power of the evil spirit that Deepoo's had was not returned to Rosa. However, as soon as Deepoo's died, the power of the evil spirit that remained in him was running rampant. A huge black sphere was hovering above Dyphus' body. The soul energy that formed that sphere did not strengthen Dyphus or infect nearby people with chaos as before. It just caused a huge explosion. Spiritual energy was continuously erupting from the sphere, as if hundreds of volcanoes had erupted at once. Jean ran straight to the outer castle following the sphere. If left alone, the retreating allies would die in droves. The first thing that came into Jin's sight as he reached the outer castle was Mary. She knelt in front of Deepoo's body and gasped, "I have to bring my brother back alive," like a dandelion seed that someone blows on. Deepoo's body was dispersing into particles. Mary carelessly reached out for the scattered particles and fell forward fainting. In front of it, a white portal and a steel door opened and Valeria and her group and Orgel appeared. Orgel looked clearly exhausted. As Jean expected, he had been interfering with the evil spirit all along. "Jean, now if only you and I are left to prevent the explosion and escape, the operation will be successful." Jean threw a lump of soul energy that came out of the sphere into the opposite sky. Each one had the power to cause fatal damage to the fleet. Meanwhile, Valeria looked at the records left behind by Deepu's when he disappeared. I was concerned that there might be records left that could be shared with Jean and Mary in the future. Mort swallowed Mary. Cirrus and Valeria stood in silence in front of the white portal leading near the fleet. Jean nodded as if telling them to go ahead. Tell Valeria Baradin. After rescuing allies, fire Kojak's main gun at the top of the sphere instead of using the signal flare. I don't think you can see the flare because of the explosion. Okay, come back safely. As soon as Mort disappeared, Jean and Orgel threw themselves towards the power of the evil god that had become a sphere. It was about 10 minutes later that Kojak's main gun passed over the sphere. Before going through the steel gate, Jean looked back at the land where Dyphus disappeared. If he didn't come back until the end, if he couldn't resist death until the prophet disappeared, this operation would never have succeeded. Tychon Palace, Garden Terrace. Brother, since when did we become friends? Mary said, stirring the flower pot in front of her. The ice that touched the spoon clattered and made a pleasant sound. Why are you suddenly asking that? Deepu's took out a cigarette pack from his pocket. I just suddenly got curious, but I can't remember. When I put my finger in the cigarette pack was empty. I ran out. It's a hassle to go get it. Don't you have any cigarettes? Doesn't exist. Would you care more about my questions than that? Well, we'll naturally become friends someday. No, such an insincere answer cannot relieve this frustrating feeling. I haven't slept a wink for days because of this. Why are you doing that again? You know, I always do this when something starts to get on my nerves. All my attention is focused on that until it is resolved. Do you see it once or twice? Change that personality, you bastard. Sometimes you just have to let it go. Oh Lord, Hito. Hito, who was passing by the table where the two were sitting, handed Deepu's a cigarette. I'll pay you back in 2 next time. Of course, I will give you the finest quality from Malaysian. Dyphus, happily smoking a cigarette, rummaged through his pockets and sighed again. There was no fire. Chike dash. If you're ever in trouble, you can look for Jet at the entrance, Sir Dyphus. But this time Jet, who was passing by, quickly put a match to Deepu's mouth. Jet, that's very appropriate. From what I have felt while staying here, you have always been such an appropriate person. Our Lord did not recruit this Jet for nothing. Is there anything else you two need? Would you like me to bring you some special cookies from Latry's store? Go get a hammer. If possible, it's the one made by Pecan. Oh, Sir Mary. Hammer? Why is the hammer? My brother who keeps chewing on my questions, please break his head. Haha, have a good time. Then I'll leave. Phew. Deepu soon spat out a puff of smoke and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Mary, whose temper was aggravated, glared harshly at Dyphus. Oh really? I got it. You just have to think about it. Yeah, think about it right now. Let's see. Gilly Nanny here. Wait for a sec. Dyphus called out to Gilly, who was about to pass by. Yes, Master Defuse. Please speak. When the nanny first came to the family, was I close to this guy? I'm honestly not sure. I guess I was at Storm Castle most of the time taking care of Master Jean. I asked you to think about it. Why don't you ask Nanny Gilly? But when you and I started living at home, our friendship seemed to be very deep. Well, we were both jockeys at the time, so I guess it had to be because of the timing. Thank you for your answer. What are the internal injuries like? Thanks to the concern of all my colleagues, I am continuing to improve. And Master Deepu's, you can stop feeling sorry now. Thank you for saying that. Then it would be better to go and get some rest instead of making the youngest guy angry while working for no reason. As Gilly nodded and went on his way, Mary crumpled her spoon. I think we first became friends when you graduated from beginner class. I helped you choose a sword back then. I chose it very roughly. It's been a while since I remember that unlucky brother's line. Hey, you used that. It's a chain sword and its name is Viper. It's perfect for people like you who read aloud and have dirty eyes. But how long have you been using that roughly chosen weapon? Until it was broken at Rick Alton. Anyway, it's wrong. The reason I chose the poisonous snake at that time was to give my brother a punch. After beating you one-on-one, I can beat you even with the sword you half-heartedly chose. I just wanted to say this. Unfortunately, I never got to hear that line. From then on you often attacked me, but you never defeated me. My brother was already a jockey at that time, so it would be difficult to proudly say something so obvious. Don't you remember the time when you let your guard down and got cut by a poisonous snake and suffered for a few days? They attacked me while I was doing some business in the bathroom during a friendly duel event, right? Breaking all the unwritten rules. The scar is still here. Anyway, you should thank me. If I had made an issue of that, I would have been in real trouble. Oh, then we became friends because I was just keeping my mouth shut. No. After that day, you looked at me like I was a bug for a while. Mary, so you're saying it was something a person did? It was a bit like that. You did that and still lost. I think it misses the point a bit. Anyway, that was either it or the day I felt a sense of kinship while glaring at him at the brothers' dinner prepared by Joshua. It's that day. It is true that I felt a sense of kinship that day, but that was all. It was the same during those long years when I felt a barrier to Luna. That's the story for all brothers. Probably not the youngest. The day I accidentally found you and subdued you, who said you were going to get a bundle of magic shells from somewhere and blow up Zhuangzi's room? The day I stopped you from waiting for your father to go to the bathroom saying you wanted to challenge him? Dang. You discovered it by accident, right? I think they were watching me because they thought I was a problem child. When I think about it, there have been no coincidences since some time ago. It was all a result of my brother spying on me. It's not the first time you've done something crazy like that, so I guess it was that day. From then on, Deepu's continued to tell numerous anecdotes about his past experiences with Mary. No, he was talking about precious memories in a pleasant way. It's been a long time since I had a leisurely afternoon like this. Deepu's was so happy and relaxed that he didn't even notice that the cigarette he had just taken a puff of had burned out and was now stuck between his fingers. Mary was smiling too. Sometimes when Deepu's brought up an overly embarrassing story from the past, he would burst into laughter, but most of the time he would burst out laughing and even shed tears. KKKKKKKKKKKKKKK. I'm going crazy. Yes, something like that happened. It's a surprise. Jonah, how long have you been there? Ever since Sir Hito gave Deepu's Appa cigarettes. Oh my God. Sister Mary and brother Deepu's are both so stupid. Why don't you two know what I know? Are you saying you know when we became friends? Jonah. Jonah smiled shyly and pointed to the outside of the terrace. Mary's puberty and the Cosmos fleet were floating on the endless blue sea. Ah! Mary and Deepu's seemed to finally realize it and simultaneously let out an exclamation. That's right. It was that day. The day my brother gave my boat a name. Yes, it was around the time when you became a prospective jockey and left the family. But Jonah, how did you do that? When I turned around, Jonah had already disappeared somewhere. And the two looked around for a moment and remembered the same moment. If you become a reserve jockey, you will be the only one who will save the boat first. We've fought a lot on land so far, so I'm going to try to beat up the sailors as well. If I'm looking for a boat, my preference would be during puberty. Please get on that ship, experience various things, and come back as an adult. Yes, please try to be an adult. Still, if it's difficult to become an adult, in the end come back alive and safe. Because I doubt whether you can really survive leaving your family and with that damn personality. It is entirely thanks to me that you have survived so far. It looks like the proud fourth horseman wants to provoke me. So shall we make a bet? I bet I come back stronger than you. You bet on me being the invoice. What will you give me if I win? For your information, if I lose, you don't get anything. Because he would have died. Looking back, it was that day. Although Mary reacted harshly to Deepu's sincere concerns, that day was the day when the bond the two had built up knowingly or unknowingly was communicated directly to each other verbally. As long as you come back, I will protect you from then on. It means that I will look after you when you get into trouble and stop you if you don't think about it, just like I did up to now. That's what my brother said to me that day. You sarcastically said that it seems like cleaning up after you has become my hobby now. Well, he did show his cuteness for the first time by leaving a note telling him to keep his promise. I think it was the first and the last time. It could be because I was young, but why on earth did your brother do that? Why did you say such strange things to me who was so ungrateful? It's not just words. In fact, even until now Deepu's has always cared for Mary more than himself. And Mary actually still didn't know why. Why has Deepu's always cared for him since those days? Is there a grand reason? I just felt bad at first, but then hanging out with you became really fun. After you became a jockey, you became somewhat of a human being. I feel great satisfaction as my brother. The reason didn't even matter. The two people burst into laughter like children. Are you feeling refreshed now? Will you be able to sleep well from today? Mary nodded in response to Deepu's next question, but then lost herself in thought for a moment. No, there's still one more thing I want to ask you. The smile disappeared from Mary's face. Why did you do that? Why did you betray me and my youngest family and the world and receive the power of the evil god? Deepu's removed the burned-out cigarette from between his fingers. Gilly says you don't have to feel more sorry, but other colleagues are like that too. My brother eventually came to his senses in the end. I still don't understand. So tell me now, is there a reason why it had to be like that? Mary, let's go for a walk. Don't try to avoid answering again. I definitely have to listen to it today. If I don't get an answer from you, I will. Follow me and I'll talk to you as we walk. Suddenly Deepu's stood up and started walking. Mary looked at Deepu's back blankly, then got up and followed him. As they left the Titan Palace, the eyes of people on the street naturally focused on the two people. Mary was conscious of the hostility in the people's eyes toward Deepu's. It was natural. Even though he came to his senses in the end, it doesn't change the fact that he massacred hundreds of thousands of innocent people. That bothered Mary. My brother's hands were already stained with blood that could never be washed off. Can I forgive my brother? In fact, that question was the real reason Mary had been unable to sleep for the past few days. Even if she heard some excuse from Deepu's today, Mary had no confidence in understanding his corruption. We walked in silence for a while as if we had made a promise. Before we knew it, Deepu's and Mary had left the city and were reaching the beach. The footprints of the two people stretched across the white sand beach, dyed red by the sunset. I think I've already walked for 3 hours. In the end, Mary spoke first. Is it that bad? I thought about 30 minutes had passed. Dyphus turns around and answers. In his eyes, he saw Mary and the Titan Palace rising in the distance. Why are you taking such a long time? Are you sure you don't want to talk about it? Mary's eyes were filled with resentment as she glared at Dyphus. That's not it. Then why are you delaying the answer using the excuse of going for a walk? You know. Mary paused and shook her head. No, I don't know, so just tell me. I already heard it from my youngest. It is said that receiving the power of an evil spirit is only possible if one is willing. If that's true, then your brother wasn't forced to betray us. It's true. Chin. Mary grabbed Deepu's shoulder fiercely. Dyphus did not remove her grip. Does this mean that you surrendered to the evil spirit because you couldn't withstand the torture? That's not wrong either. Lie. The brother I know is not a person who will be broken by torture or anything like that. No, I was truly despairing of the endless torture. Both physically and mentally. What kind of torture did you go through? Words can never explain it. At some point myself disappeared and came back again and again like a light blinking. Each time the memories disappeared little by little. By the end I couldn't even remember my own name. It's all back now though. So your brother's mind was completely destroyed, so he had no choice but to receive the power of the evil spirit. I guess that's all he can do. I asked the obvious for no reason. Mary. Huh. Is this really enough? What does that mean? I was so driven by the torture that there was nothing I could do. What I mean is, did you ask me such a difficult question just to hear this excuse? If only this were enough, if I were confident that I would never again suffer from my corruption. Let's go back now. Mary didn't answer for a while and just stared at Deepu's. No, it's not enough. As Mary's grip loosened, Dyphus turned around and started walking again. Mary followed him, watching his footprints get erased with each wave. One day, while the torture continued, the human who was once my mother. No, the monster taught me one thing. What? He said that my despair is the greatest help in perfecting his godhood. The more I suffer and despair, the stronger my power becomes. Ah! I didn't believe it at first, but I became more and more anxious. If that were true, the evil spirit would continue to grow stronger every time I lived and breathed, but I couldn't die the way I wanted to. The special despair of a special being. Like Joshua, Deepu's despair was also the biggest help in completing the evil deity. As time passed, I became more confident. Every time the evil spirit came to visit me, I could clearly see that his power was growing greater. Naturally, I couldn't help but despair more each time. If things continued like this, even if my father came back, I didn't think I would be able to kill that monster. As Deepus continued his explanation calmly, Mary closed her eyes tightly. But one day the evil spirit made me an offer. To receive power? Okay. Will he continue to be tortured and add to his despair, or will he receive his powers and fight with his youngest brother? No matter which side I chose, it was a cliff. Just a little bit. I should have held on just a little longer. If my brother hadn't received the evil spirit's power in the end, we would have definitely gone to save him. If that were the case, the evil spirit would have become something that could never be fought against by now. Are you saying that we succeeded in this operation because the evil god shared his power with you? Okay. That's just a dirty rationalization. Deepus did not look at Mary, who was scolding him. Okay, then why did the evil spirit give his power to his brother? According to what you said, if the evil spirit had just watched your brother despair, he would have won the war in the end, right? The evil spirit is obsessed with the youngest. As soon as I fell into fragments, I was able to look into the inside of the evil spirit. The evil spirit doesn't want to just win. I want to bring the youngest down to the bottom and then win. He wants his youngest child to be just like him. So you did those things because you received power? Lord Mary. Just as Deepus was about to answer, someone ran to the beach and called out to Mary. King? It was Kashmir. Lord Mary, the meeting will begin soon. Let's go now. Why did the king come to deliver that in person? Without sending anyone? Casimir did not answer. Mary suddenly felt her heart pounding in her chest as she looked back and forth between him and Dyphus. Dyphus did not stop walking. Now please ask me to wait a moment. I still have something left to tell you. Mary ran after Deepus again. I had only exchanged a few words with Casimir, but Deepus had already gone far. Brother, are you going to run away? Take your time. Is that really the reason you accepted the evil spirit's offer? Mary. Why? When you were tricked by a prophet in the inner city and were driven to the brink of death, what did you think? Why is that story coming up all of a sudden? It's a strange thing. For some reason, I don't think the youngest child will continue to fall for this trick. What Mary said to the prophet in Rickalton Castle. At that time, when it felt like I couldn't defeat the enemy and I felt no hope, Mary was suddenly overcome by a strange feeling. Some gigantic being. The youngest will soon resolve this situation. I don't know why, but I feel like the youngest will ultimately lead this fight to victory. I felt the same way. It seems that if I receive the fragments of the evil spirit, the youngest will come right away and destroy it. Lord Mary, it's late. You have to attend the meeting. This time it was Enya. When I looked back at Enya for a moment, I saw the dark night sky and the lights of Tychon Palace far away. Now it seemed like I wouldn't be able to return to Tychon Palace even if I ran all night. It's already that far away. Dyphus had gone far away again. Mary shook her head and chased Deepus again with all her might. Oni I-chan, stop. I barely caught up with Deepus, but Deepus just kept moving forward. For me, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't choose a better move. I decided that if I received the fragments and the youngest member killed me, the evil spirit's power would inevitably be weakened. I understand. The meeting starts now. Let's go back and talk next time. Ha! Sister Mary. Everyone is waiting for you. Brother Tana's voice was heard from behind. Why are you all looking for me? Can't you see Brother Deepu's here? You're next to me. Mary shouted without looking back at them. I felt like if I took my eyes off Dyphus one more time I would never be able to catch up with him again. Brother, let's go back quickly. I'm sorry. Even though I survived because of my brother's sacrifice that day, I kept giving him a hard time by saying unnecessary things. So just stop for a second. Please. Soon Deepu stopped walking and turned around to look at Mary. Mary smiled without realizing it. Deepu's face was blurred from tears. Mary, whatever the reason for my choice, I can never be forgiven. I did unforgivable things. Too many people have been killed. Ha, but your brother came back in the end. In the first place, I received the power to reduce the power of the evil spirit, and it ended up being that way thanks to my brother. And when Gleek came to an end, the number of people who survived thanks to my brother is countless. One way or another, I just lost to the evil spirit. We lost because we were weak, the youngest and you. And I irresponsibly left the work to other people. People can lose. As Runkendal, there is a fight that we must never lose. So Mary, don't lose like me and keep fighting. With the youngest. With people. Why do you keep talking like I'm going to disappear now? Don't do that. Deepu smiled faintly. I said it before, but you know it. Stop going back with those people. Mary held on to Deepu's hand and looked back. Along with Brother Casimir Enyatana, who called him earlier. All of Tychon's colleagues were looking at him. He was beckoning me to come back quickly. It's just a meeting. Why is everyone like this? Mary. I'll say I'll be leaving soon with my brother. Mary. You have to go alone. The moment Deepu said that, Mary felt Deepu's hand slipping out of her grasp. No matter how hard I tried not to let go, I just couldn't hold on. Felt like I was in a dream and I had no strength. Soon Deepu gently pushed Mary's shoulder. Although I only experienced it through your dreams after spending time there, Tychon is a really nice place. Brother. But we have to get our house back. Because Runkendal's house is a garden of swords. Brother Deepu, don't go. It was nice to be able to walk together after a long time. You have to be brave even without me, my little brother. Brother. Mary collapsed. The moment she got up to chase after Deepu again, what caught Mary's eyes was not his back. These were brothers and colleagues guarding the hospital bed with worried faces. Lord Mary. Lord Mary is awake. Hey sister, wake up. Sister. Jean hugged Mary. Mary stared blankly at the ceiling for a while and then hugged Jean. Brothers Jonah and Tana also hugged the two. And Valeria, who was in front of them, opened the recording window to show Mary. Dyphus Runkendal places his hopes on Mary Runkendal and Jean Runkendal and shares the power of the evil spirit. On May 22, 1803, Deepu's Runkendal passed away with a piece of the evil spirit's power. The chest becomes weak. Mary couldn't take her eyes off the record for a long time. The first day of June 1803. After the operation was over, the Temporary Alliance disclosed to the public all the information it had gained while dealing with the evil spirit Runkendal. The relationship between evil spirits and despair, the identity of the dead prophet, and the reason why Dyphus became corrupted. And people around the world wore black ribbons on their chests to mourn those who have been sacrificed by evil spirits. It was also to show the Temporary Alliance that they, ordinary people, were also fighting together. It was an expression of the will not to sit still and add to the despair of the evil spirit. Those who wore black ribbons did not prepare for evacuation or fall into despair. I tried to somehow resist the fear of being an evil spirit and continue my daily life. That was the way ordinary people fought against evil spirits. The entire continent was gaining strength like that. Of course, there were quite a few who did not do that. Some people shouted that the Temporary Alliance was lying to cover up their incompetence, and some people mentioned Joshua Deepu's Mu and Lon and Vigo, and said that Tychon's Runkendals were actually already joining forces with the evil spirits. But even those people had only one wish from their deepest core. Come on, let this hell end. Anyone can help return the world to the way it was. Now only the final notice remains, Orgel said. Currently the Temporary Alliance was holding a final meeting at Tychon Palace for a decisive battle with the evil god. The spread of despair confirmed by Baradin's map has also clearly slowed down. The harvest from the success of the last operation is quite large, Cadden said. Zippel sent him not Baradin as its representative to this meeting. From an extremely cold perspective, the Temporary Alliance did not lose much in this battle. Although it was only about 30% of the total number of prisoners, approximately 30,000 people were rescued and no fatal losses occurred in the main force in the process. On the other hand, the Garden of Swords suffered a severe blow. First of all, the Prophet disappeared, with the land called Reincarnation. At the end of the battle, the explosion that started from the orb did not stop until it erased Reincarnation from the map. Mu and also met a complete death due to the disappearance of the Prophet. No one has seen their end. The fact remained only as a meaningless record. No one really cares and no one is sad. It was an extremely shabby death. Even the Tana brothers who had been bullied by Mu and N for the longest time had already forgotten about them. That was because it was not worth remembering. Above all, the biggest thing was that some of the evil spirit's powers disappeared along with Dyphus. The chest becomes weak. Even Valeria's recording magic cannot tell exactly how much the evil body has become weakened. However, it was clear that the formation of the ship ram was completely stopped after Operation Reincarnation. That meant that not only did the chest become weaker, but its growth also stopped. Therefore, the most important factors in the final battle were now two. Can Jean win a one-on-one fight with Rosa? Can the Temporary Alliance's military power handle the firepower of the shipram that has been completed to date? I heard that fortunately at Reincarnation Castle, there was no sign of the Temporary Alliance losing out to the Army of Chaos. Beyond that, if it weren't for the Prophet and the Four Horsemen, they probably would have been overwhelmed from start to finish. Excluding the evil spirit and the shipram, we are clearly superior in terms of the rest of the forces. Therefore Cadden suggested that a few of the highest-ranking members, including himself and Orgel, be in charge of RAM, while the rest should be assigned to deal with the Army of Chaos. It's like everyone is acting as a bridesmaid. For the showdown between you and Rosa, like the last operation, other factors should not interfere with your fight. You eventually captured the Four Horsemen and the Prophet, but the evil spirit will be different. Jean had arsenic in his words. Can you handle the ship Ram? During the first general attack, your fleet was unable to respond at all to Ram's main guns. Especially Cadden, you almost died. You suffered a series of injuries after that day, so you couldn't participate in the last operation. Cadden couldn't yell at Jean, who was openly angry. I mean, I don't know why you came to the meeting instead of Baradin. Now that Kiliak is away, I am the head of the family. I never thought I would hear such a gentle answer from the fire dragon Cadden, who is famous for his strong pride. It looks like you received an order from Baradin not to cause any trouble at the meeting, right? Now there's only one big fight left, so I don't think there's any need to waste unnecessary emotions on each other. Although it is temporary, it is an alliance that will never be repeated in the world, so why not put in a little more effort and reap the final result? As Orgel spoke, Cadden stopped glaring at Jean. Anyway, unlike the first all-out attack, I regained some of my strength and the Prophet disappeared. Therefore, the evil spirit will not be able to properly control the ship Ram while fighting with you. Originally, the Prophet would have used Ram instead of the evil spirit. Jean didn't answer but looked at Orgel and Cadden alternately, thinking about the meaning of the word temporary alliance. In the end, even at this point when Rosa is clearly weakened, Kingelo and Zippel have no intention of using their secret move. The restoration of Orgel and the manipulation of history. There was no reason for Kingelo and JP to take out the paddle now. It will have to be used when the power war begins again after the fight with the evil god is over. Or maybe it's something that really can't be taken out. The restoration of Orgel requires the veil-like remnants of the sun god, and Valeria's abilities are needed to manipulate history. Either way, it won't work out the way you want. After we finish off the evil spirit, it's your turn. Although they crossed the line of fire together a few times as temporary allies, Zippel and Kingelo were still just another evil spirit to Jean. There is no change in the fact that one side is trying to control the world as it wants through the sun god and the other side is manipulating history. Well, if you're confident it's okay. In that case, I need to make you a promise now. A promise? What suddenly? Cadden and Orgel expressed their doubts at the same time. Once the final battle with the evil god ends successfully, the temporary alliance will naturally be disbanded. I think we should then agree not to attack each other for at least a year. It is necessary content. You don't think that signing a document and announcing it to the public makes an agreement enforceable, do you? It's a meaningless story. Once the war against the evil spirit is over, everyone can do their own thing no matter what the damage is. I have to accept even if it is just a verbal agreement. In the war against evil spirits, it is most likely that I will be the one who gets hurt the most in the end. Even if we were allies for a short time, a war that lasted for 1,000 years cannot end like this. Just don't expect them to put a stamp on the document. We will refuse verification through Asmil's contractors. Why do you have to bring up Yuria? Anyway, you probably know that the child is not in a good condition right now and cannot use his abilities. I like the fact that you keep speaking honestly, but what if I end up holding a grudge against you? Ha ha ha. Cadden burst into laughter at Jin's words. You mean you can do that? When you die you are dead. You are not a human being who will be eaten by evil spirits. It's been a while since I heard a funny joke. I'm glad it was fun. Seeing you suddenly say this before the final battle, it seems like you are confident in your fight against the evil spirit. Jin answered with a smile. As Cadden said, documents cannot be enforced, so how about giving each other hostage? We don't mind, but I think the 12 horsemen won't like it. Isn't the reason we brought up the treaty anyway just so that the world will point the finger at the side that attacks first after the alliance is broken? Jin nodded. That's right. The world should know which one will break their promise first. Judging by the current atmosphere, it must be Jeep. Well, first of all, I don't think this is something you should listen to from a writer who steals other people's power and uses other people's secrets. We'll see. It was a story about Hito and the Holy Land. Cadden was rather confident that Jin would be the first to make his move immediately after the final battle with the evil god. If the 12 horsemen subdue the evil spirit more easily than we expected, they may attack us right after. There is a high possibility that an agreement was reached in advance with Kinjalo. Therefore, the battle of evil spirits must be fought while preserving all other forces other than the fleet as much as possible. Cadden stood up. Let's call it a day. I hope Baradin comes to tomorrow's meeting instead of you. Orgel also shrugged and stood up. Everyone seems to be already thinking about what happens after the alliance is broken, so I hope this doesn't happen at tomorrow's meeting. The evil spirit is still holding on in Huffister. The two people left the conference hall with their entourage. Jean watched their ship disappear into the distance of Tychon for a while, and in the meantime Casimir came to the conference hall. Lord Casimir, how is Yuria? Anyway, Yuria's current condition is not good, so she can't use her abilities. When Jean said that, Khadun had no doubts. It was a known fact to the entire alliance that Yuria suffered a great deal of mental shock while looking into the future before Operation Reincarnation Castle began. However, there was a real reason why Yuria could not use her abilities now. It has improved a lot, but I think I need to take it easy for a while. It must have already been painful to see the future of Reincarnation Castle, so I made that child carry the burden again. My daughter is very proud, and the marriage energy she obtained during the verification process is being purified well, so don't worry too much. Yesternight, Yuria was exposed to a bit of spirit while verifying the words of Lynn Milano, who suddenly visited Tychon. The chairman of the Law Society? Minus 12 horsemen, I came here because I have something to tell you. Lynn Milano, president of the Defense Association. She was still on Runkendel's side. Jean headed to the Tychon Palace dungeon with Casimir. Several colleagues, including brothers Mary and Tana, were watching Lin in the dungeon. Although he was in prison, instead of being tied up, Lin was sitting at a desk drinking tea. You are here, 12 riders. Lin stood up and greeted Jean. Chairman Protector. No, I should call him Black Sword Chairman. I heard that Rosa appointed you as the Black Sword Chairman. As a member of the Protectorate I was unable to uphold the family law, and as a black swordsman I was unable to punish traitors, so I am not qualified to hold any position. Just call me by my name. Jean didn't answer but sat in front of Lin and looked at her eyes that were dark with confusion. Although Rin was clearly completely consumed by chaos, he had not lost his senses at all. I felt a certain determination. Jean was reading from Rin the atmosphere that only those who are willing to endure pain and sacrifice can have. The investigation into the truth of the information you shared with us yesterday has been completed. The information Lin gave to Tychon was about Rosa and the ship ram. According to her, Rosa has now lost some of her control over Huffister, and there was a secret on board the ship ram that Rosa did not know about. Thank goodness. Honestly, it was hard to believe it until Uria's judgment came out. Could it be that Jiang's visit itself was Rosa's plan, or is it that the evil spirit situation is not going well, so he is trying to join our side again? I mean, I had that suspicion. I understand. It has to be that way. Why did you make a deal with the Prophet instead of joining the resistance from the beginning? If I had chosen the resistance from the beginning, you would not have heard any information about the evil spirit's weaknesses. I also couldn't express how much I wanted to fight together. But I thought there was no hope. So you decided to become an insider in the Garden of Corrupted Swords? Mary asked, and Lin nodded. I thought I would have an opportunity somehow if I became an insider. I clearly remember that you saved my life the day Brother Deepu's was captured. But the number of knights of the family I have killed with my own hands is countless. Rin said, putting down the teacup. Jean recognized that she was feeling guilty. For Rin, an individual, it would certainly have been a better choice to fight alongside the resistance and die honorably. But Rin had been obeying Rosa's orders just for moments like these. This was because he was willing to endure personal suffering and guilt for the sake of his family. Even if he was recorded in history as a terrible traitor, it was the same. Furthermore, like the deceased four horsemen, I eventually succumbed to the Prophet's chaos and forgot my original will. If you hadn't killed the Prophet this time, I would have truly become a traitor. There was silence for a moment. Has the day of the decisive battle been decided? Not yet. It will probably be decided at tomorrow's meeting. I said this last night, but it would be better to move within at least a month. There isn't much time left for me and the remaining knights. Because of the death of the Prophet, our lives are also fading away. Is it because of the covenant with the Prophet? Exactly. Anyway, we can't help anything if we hit Huppister after we're dead. Jean nodded. Then I guess I'll have to go back now. If you leave your seat any longer, you will arouse the suspicion of evil spirits. Lin stood up. This will probably be our last meeting, 12 horsemen. When you and your temporary alliance begin to attack Huffister from then on, we will focus our efforts on stopping the ship ram. How to temporarily stop the operation of the ship ram. That was the information Lin gained by becoming an insider. Also, the terrible ship will not attack the Bammer Alliance even before Ram comes to a complete halt. Rosa knew that only she had control over the ship ram. However, the dead Prophet was prepared to take control from Ram in case the day came when he had to deal with Rosa. All of this was reported to Lin, who had decided that the brainwashing was over. Lin extended his hand to Jean and shook his hand. Jean looked at her hands and eyes alternately for a few seconds. Please break Rosa's evil spirit, 12 horsemen. Please prevent my Runkendel from being destroyed so horribly. Jean held Lin's hand. I felt the hard, rough palm of an old elder who had devoted himself only to the Runkendel family for decades. I will definitely do that. Jean personally saw Rin off. As they exited the secret passageway leading from the dungeon to the sea, the youngest division was waiting for them. Among them, Mesa stood in front of Lin and bowed her head. Great Aunt. Mesa. Lin made eye contact with Mesa and smiled. The head of the family, Lord Soren, was the supreme king of this world, but he is still wandering the Black Sea to this day, and Rosa has become an evil spirit pushing the family and the world into destruction. So you serve a better monarch than my generation. I will become a worthy knight to my lord and my family. Yes. Once the 12 horsemen restore the family, you will have a lot of work to do. Can I leave the work behind and leave in peace? Yes, great aunt. That's great. The remaining Runkendels did not leave until Lynn disappeared beyond the sea. Jupiter. The army of chaos was gathering in the Garden of Swords. Cloudy eyes filled with confusion looked up at Rosa, who was sitting on the throne. For the first time since becoming an evil spirit, she was showing signs of fatigue. The eyes are dark, the lips are dry, and the hair is limp. This is because the chaos that should have been obtained from the Battle of Rickalton was not properly absorbed, and a piece of the power given to Deepoo's was completely destroyed. Jazz. Rosa stroked her beloved sword, which she had used since she was a human. Occasionally the blade would cut my finger and black blood would flow down. Rosa didn't care. He just absent-mindedly touched the blade as if he didn't feel any pain. The commander-level knights watching Rosa felt somewhat uneasy. Unlike the middle and lower-level knights who are completely immersed in demonic spirit, they have some human will and reason left. They never expected a crushing defeat against Lee Carlton. Rather, they were planning to achieve a great victory and start a new invasion before the temporary alliance finished reorganizing itself. However, Dyphus and the Prophet are dead, and Rosa does not hide her fatigue even with her army in front of her. The entire army has gathered matriarch. Eventually Lionel stepped in front of Rosa and opened his mouth. Rosa did not respond and continued to frenzy. The chilly wind occasionally ruffled her hair. House owner. Lionel called Rosa once more. It seemed as if the anxiety of the remaining high-ranking knights was being transmitted to his back. Only the paddler had arsenic in it, and it didn't matter what happened. It was only after 30 minutes had passed that Rosa opened her mouth for the first time. The previous head of the family, Sir Lionel. Please state your name. Have you ever loved your children? Lionel had no idea what Rosa's intentions were. Why is that suddenly? Is it because of the death of the 4 horsemen? That child was incomparably superior to that bug over there, but it wasn't enough for me to have any special affection for him. At those words, Joshua, who was standing under the throne, appeared to flinch for a moment. After the prophet's death, Joshua could no longer create special despair. This was because the hope of prophecy disappeared. Please answer the question. Yes. Then what did the Lord do for such a child? A series of difficult questions to answer. In my case, I passed down the family name. Right here in the Garden of Swords. Then Rosa nodded with satisfaction. Life was spreading around the once dark eyes. I also wanted to pass this place on to that child. But I couldn't do that before settling down with my youngest. As a mother, I feel like I should give her a proper gift. Something like a playground. Did you say playground? Rosa stood up. I will build a castle from now on. What is that, matriarch? This is the last stage for the youngest. It must be elaborate and beautiful, and there must be characters suitable for the death of the child who will surely become a myth. Lionel wondered how to express his concerns, and there was a stir in the military. But the next moment they couldn't help but let out an exclamation as they saw Rosa raising her outstretched hand in the air. Whoa! Following Rosa's touch, black pillars suddenly rose to the left and right of the doyle. Like a drawing on drawing paper, the framework of a castle was being created every time she gestured. This cannot be done except by the Creator God. In addition, a pale energy began to rise like a huge tidal wave from behind the throne. It was like new souls coming out of the mausoleum. Lionel could not help but be overcome with shivers as he felt the power coming from them. What you guys have to do while I'm building the castle is just to fill in the space so it doesn't look empty. Prepare to face the decisive battle at your respective positions. Prepare to welcome my son. When Rosa took the lead, sword Lionel and the army all fell to their knees. The old heroes of Runkendel, whose bodies had begun to form after leaving the mausoleum, also bowed and bowed to Rosa. And Rosa briefly focused her gaze on Lynn among the black swordsmen standing in the center of the sword. He smiled as if he knew what you were thinking. Lynn had her head down so she couldn't feel Rosa's gaze. Tomb of the Sword. Jupiter named the newly built castle in the Sword Garden that way. The Hufestival newsletters were constantly praising Rosa's power to build castles and the forces of chaos. The Temporary Alliance held operational meetings every day and collected information about the Tomb of the Sword. Orgel scouted the area around the Sword Garden through the Steel Gate every day. From the outside it looks like it's already been completed? A castle that big? The first report came only 2 days ago. Are you saying that you can wield that level of power even without recovering the power you gave to the 4 horsemen? Surely God is God. Octavia and Baradin said. Other people in the room also clearly looked shocked. It was only natural that the castle, which was much larger than Vyman's old imperial palace, was completed in just a few days. It was also something completely unexpected. The only problem left for the Temporary Alliance was the out-of-formation ship Ram and the wounded Rosa. A huge fortress on a scale that had never existed in human history was a problem that did not even need to be thought about. There was talk about sex for a while. Why on earth did Rosa build the castle? What was she trying to achieve through it, and would the Temporary Alliance's strength be able to break through that castle made of spirit? Of course, no clear conclusion could be drawn. However, there was a general public opinion about Rosa's purpose for building the castle. It seems to me like a way to recover from the damage caused by the death of the 4th horseman. It is a kind of show-off. He still has this much power. Ronald nodded at Cadden's words. That's my opinion too. The fortress was completed so quickly, but the construction of Ram, the ship that truly symbolizes the power of the evil god, is still halted. Show off. Soon when Jean opened his mouth, people's eyes gathered. Unlike at the first meeting, Jean looked very haggard. The area under the eyes is black, the hair is dull, and the face is gaunt. It was because of a nightmare. Ever since Rosa started building the castle, Jean has been suffering from extreme nightmares every day. This is the nightmare where Rosa appears. It was not a nightmare caused by psychological pressure or anxiety. Rosa's power and will are directly penetrating into Jin's inner self, just as Gleek in the White Stone devastated Dante's inner self. Therefore, every time Jean fell asleep, he was fighting against Rosa's will. No, even when I was awake, I felt her influence every single moment. Allies and colleagues also knew this. The decisive battle had not yet begun, but so to speak, the inner skirmish had already begun between Jean and Rosa. Rosa doesn't need that. It was a heavy word. After the first general attack, the only person in the Temporary Alliance who had felt Rosa's power directly was Jean. So in Jin's eyes, Cadden's boastful talk seemed ridiculous. So what do you think? 12 horsemen. It looks like they just built a grand tomb, as the name of the castle suggests. The grave where I will be buried. There was silence for about 10 seconds. Jean looked around at his allies and colleagues. There was anxiety in their eyes as they looked at Jean. Jean is Rosa's only opponent. It was no exaggeration to say that everything in the Battle of the Beasts depended on the one-on-one match between him and Rosa. I couldn't help but be concerned that Jean was getting haggard day by day, weighed down by Rosa's energy even before he could fight. Considering the obsession the evil spirit has shown you so far, it could be so. When Orgel opened his mouth, Jean nodded. Anyway, there is no opportunity to analyze the castle's structure or check its internal power. One battle, one result. That will determine the existence of the world. Jean stood up. After 15 days. 15 days. Then we hit the Garden of Swords. Until then, I will be ready to overcome Rosa's nightmare and fight at my best. I think the Temporary Allies can finish preparing for battle in the meantime. What if you haven't gotten over Rosa's nightmare by then? In that case, the date will have to be postponed. If you go and fight in this state, you will never win. You're asking the obvious, Baradin. On the contrary, if I push away Rosa's energy before that and regain its original state, the invasion begins immediately. If you're being picky, it means we can sortie as soon as tomorrow. Okay, get ready. Does Kingelo agree? I agree. From now on, before the final battle, can I only participate in these meetings if there is something I need to hear directly? The story was that he would focus on improving his physical condition. It was much more important for Jean to get over the nightmare as quickly as possible than to participate in the meeting directly. As you wish. The details of the operation will continue to be communicated anyway, so if you have any opinions feel free to share them. After that day Jean spent time at the secret palace. There was no more appropriate place than the big palace to end the inner war against Rose's energy without caring about anything. The only companions who came to the secret palace with me were Gilly and Valeria Quall. In the quiet cold space Jean spent a lot of time sitting on a throne and meditating. Although it was invisible to others, a fierce battle was unfolding inside Jean at every moment. When I opened my eyes Rose's voice rushed through my mind, and when I closed my eyes Rose's sword rushed into my mind. As he fell asleep he dreamed that Rosa was murdering Jean and his loved ones, and Jean could only watch helplessly, while desperately trying to discern whether this is reality or a dream. So the method Jean chose was to minimize sleep and meditate. Other than that, there was no way to resist Rose's mental attacks. You probably don't know that there's nothing you can do about me with pranks like this. You look pretty gaunt for something like that, son. I admit it's effective. But if I win this fight, I don't think you'll lose anything either. Well, if I have anything left to lose, it's you. You are my last remaining joy. No one else could hear the conversation going on inside Jean. Instead, Jean passed on the information to his colleagues who might be frustrated. Skip. A group of small beast men stuck their heads into the entrance of the training hall and looked at Jean. They were members of the Gumtop and members of the Watertail tribe. It looks difficult. I can't die. Why should I die? There is no color on his face at all, as if he is sick. It looks like there is no moisture in the body, so why are you sweating like that? I keep making noises and I'm upset. Dark Flame and Top spoke with concern. Shouldn't I take at least one tonic for a month? There we have Eel. Shall I give it to you? Jean. Eating gives you strength. Do you think I can have that? Hey, I heard there's an elixir all over the secret palace. So Gongju, why don't you bring something like that up right away? Are you really saving yourself in this situation? No, it's because elixirs are of no use. Top covered his mouth at the sudden voice of Cirrus. Before I knew it, Cirrus was sticking his head out in Jin's direction like a small beast. Oh, I'm surprised. It doesn't look like I'm talking behind your back, does it? Sagungju. I just said that because I was worried about Jin. Haha. That's right, Top was talking behind my back. Anyway, he only speaks straight in situations like this. Cirrus ruffled the little beastman's hair and put his index finger to his lips. It meant to be quiet as it would disturb Jin's meditation. Every day was like that. Jin meditates and his colleagues watch him from afar. It was like the whole family being careful about what to do when someone is about to take a big test. One day Cirrus asked Jin a question first. I could give away Jin's mother's closed training center. Why do you insist on an open training ground? Because it's better to feel the presence of people close to you. Cirrus was startled by the completely unexpected answer and made eye contact with Jin. To resist the evil spirit's mental attacks? That's right. Having colleagues nearby can sometimes be a guidepost. My ego was buried in response to Rose's mental attacks, but when I suddenly heard a colleague's voice, footsteps, or coughing, I came to my senses. So what I'm saying is that we need a moderate level of friendly noise. That's correct, Cirrus. If it's too noisy, you won't be able to concentrate on your mental attack. It's hard to believe, even when I see it with my own eyes, that just a mental attack can make someone as strong as you this thin. I guess I can just explain it as feeling like I'm in the deep sea with my hands and feet tied, and the deeper I go the more I see the corpses of the people I care about. That fear lasts 24 hours a day on the border between reality and mental attack. This is seriously hopeless. Is it getting better little by little? Cirrus asked one more careful question. Jin's face looked much worse than the day he first came to the palace. Honestly, I don't know. And when the time comes to completely end mental attacks, then we will need a closed training center. In the end, you need a moment where you have to fight alone. Yes, it's a gut feeling, but I'm sure it's true. Cirrus and other colleagues could not help but feel frustrated. Even before the temporary alliance begins, an all-out attack, Jin is fighting a difficult and lonely fight. Therefore, his colleagues could only vaguely imagine the fight Jin was going through and cheer them on. However, it has been 4 days since Jin came to the secret palace. Rose's mental attacks began to spread to her colleagues and key figures in the temporary alliance. The first person to have the same type of nightmare as Jean was Cirrus. Aya! Lord Little Palace. : When Cirrus' scream was heard, the 7 swordsmen of the Queen Palace and the guards quickly entered the Queen's bedroom. They saw Cirrus shaking, her whole body drenched in sweat. It was the first time for any of them to see Cirrus so terrified. As a child, Cirrus was the one who would calmly catch her breath and close her eyes again even when she woke up from a nightmare, and even when undergoing rigorous training as a small archer, Cirrus never showed signs of pain. "Are you okay, Captain?" He. Jean-un. Lord Little Palace? You mean, you endured this every day? Cirrus couldn't help but be entranced for a while as she said that. While the fear of Rosa was paralyzing my limbs, I felt unbearably pitiful. Qian of the 7th Sword of the Secret Palace wiped the cold sweat from Cirrus' forehead. "Captain, did you really receive a mental attack like Lord Jean?" "Okay. It is highly likely that Rose's mental attack has begun on the Bamul Coalition and Temporary Alliance just like me. Lars, you go to Taiken and check the situation. I will give you Mott." "All right." Cirrus immediately got up and went to the training ground. I could see Jean still seated and meditating. Jean broke into a cold sweat as if he was in pain but seemed to be coping well. However, screams were heard from Gilly and Valeria Qual's bedroom. Among them, the one who suffered Rose's mental attack was Valeria. She was convulsing as if she had been hit even harder than Cirrus. Blood was almost flowing out from between my clenched mouth as I tried to hold on to my senses. Gilly was holding on to Valeria, who was having a seizure with his whole body. Regardless of Valeria's will, the runaway magic left residual scars on Gilly's body. "Oh my, our Valeria. How can I do this?" "You're crazy, so don't make a fuss, Qual. It's Rose's mental attack." "A mental attack?" "Hold on just a little longer, Gilly." Cirrus cooled Valeria's body by generating cold energy, and it took a few minutes for Valeria to come to her senses. "Ha ha ha ha." Valeria let out a heavy breath. In the illusion created by Rose's mental attack, she suffered the annihilation of not only her current colleagues but also the Grey Owl mercenary group, her only family in the past. "Are you okay?" In response to Cirrus' question, Valeria nodded with a blank expression. And like Cirrus, she also felt sorry for Jean. From that point on, the same thing happened in Tychendracker and Kinzelo's new headquarters and empire. 1 or 2 people from each faction began to receive Rose's mental attacks. Casimir was attacked in Tychenbaradin, and Kinzel were attacked in Dracamargila, was attacked in new headquarters, and Dante was attacked in the empire. Surprisingly, Kinzelo was the one who suffered the most damage from the entire group. "Grand Duke, are you here? Margila goes on a rampage again. Please do something to our Miss Margila." Anas and Buvar shouted urgently. Quayang empty. The basement of the new headquarters was being destroyed by the purple energy that Margila was spreading as she ran wild. In front of them, Barak, Joe, Bianca, Ranka, and Vishkal were struggling to block the energy. Except for Margila, the remaining members did not appear to go crazy like this even when receiving mental attacks. Zephyrin, who had just arrived, immediately joined them. "Lord Vishkal, please leave now," Zephyrin said, running and standing next to Vishkal. Vishkal was seriously injured. "This is my younger brother." Originally, Vishkal was one of the calmest in Kinjalo, but he always lost his composure when it came to matters related to Margila. "I know the guilt and debt you feel towards Ms. Margila. But when Miss Margila returns, will she be happy to see Sir injured?" "It's still okay." "Ugh." Zephyrin hit Vishkal on the back of the neck. She cheered up the unconscious Vishkal by throwing him to Buvar. "Why such a rampage at this time? It's unlikely that the evil spirit recognized the existence attributed to Miss Margila." Even after Zephyrin joined, Margila's rampage was not suppressed for a while. Although Orgel regained some of his strength and Zephyrin also became stronger, it was not easy to subdue Margila and the new headquarters without being seriously damaged. It was 3 hours later that Margila's rampage stopped. At that time, Orgel, who had finished the meeting at Taiken, returned to the new headquarters. After examining the situation, Orgel touched his forehead as if he was troubled. "Everyone worked hard. The vice captain must have suffered a lot especially. Did the owners' meeting come up with any countermeasures against mental attacks? If Ms. Margila continues to run rampant like this, her temporary allies may find out about her identity. Above all, it is burdensome to have such anxiety factors ahead of the final battle with the evil god. The existence of a countermeasure has been confirmed. But it wasn't something we could do. Sure. Gene Runkendall. Again, he is the key. Orgel's explanation was as follows. The mental attacks that are currently being carried out randomly on all forces will disappear only when Gene wins the war against Rosa that is taking place inside him. It seems that the reason why the mental attack that was initially applied only to Gene has spread to other personnel is because he is currently losing the fight against Rosa. That was the story that Orgel heard directly from Gene when he stopped by the secret palace. Even though Gene himself said it was an estimate, it was almost certain. This phenomenon started when I started to lose out to Rosa. When I was holding on well, there were no problems. As you can see, I'm not feeling well right now. I see. If you dress shabbily, you will definitely look like a person suffering from a fatal disease. Only 4 days had passed since Gene began living in the secret palace. Orgel, who saw that emaciated figure, almost wondered whether Gene would be able to return to his peak physical condition within the remaining 11 days, even if the mental attack ended immediately. Master. Then what if that devil is even more outnumbered than he is now? Mental attacks will spread to more people. As we just confirmed at the meeting, the number of people exposed to the evil spirit's mental attacks in real time is already increasing. It's absurd. It can't be helped since the opponent is God. In the worst case, not only will we have to move the date of the decisive battle, we may also have to find a means other than Gene Runkendall. Phew. In the end, the story goes that it's best to just sit back and pray that Gene wins, while blocking Miss Margila. At least the rest of Kinslow won't go crazy like that, even if they get a mental attack. For a while, Orgel and Zephyrin were silent as they looked at Margila on the hospital bed. Baradin and Dante were flying over Draka on the back of the water dragon Tuyen. Both of them had dark, devastated faces. Now mental attacks are spreading to the general public. Sword Emperor Songju. The situation in the Empire will be the same. Exactly a week has passed since the mental attack began. Now even in the civilian world, people were going crazy hearing Rosa's voice one after another. Therefore, the Temporary Alliance has also disclosed information about mental attacks to the public. The fact that this situation will only end if Gene overcomes Rosa's mental attack. Okay. I saw people kneeling below Tuyen, who was circling over the square. All ordinary people with black ribbons on their chests could do was gather in one place and make a wish. At first I didn't understand what the meaning was of people coming out to the square. No, it's exactly the same even now. It's just amazing that this kind of action is reducing the scale of despair spreading around the world even just a little. Naturally, the despair under Baradin's leadership had been growing since the mental attacks began, but as people gathered to cheer or pray for Gene, the growth was slowed down just a little. That is the power of solidarity, Lord Baradin. You could look at it that way. But fundamentally, the ending of the evil spirit's mental attack depends not on the solidarity of the criminals but on the victory or defeat of one special individual Gene. They only slow down the growth of despair a little. Actually, it's not even that significant. It's closer to being useless. Puck. Suddenly Dante planted his fist in Baradin's face. Of course the aura was not loaded, but Baradin lowered his head for a moment due to the shock of the entire goal shaking. Why are you hitting me? You know very well that it is a great disrespect. Oh my, I guess I've become more sensitive these days too. I'm sorry. I was so bad at saying it that my fist went out without me realizing it. I understand. But I don't think I'll be able to forgive you the second time, so be careful. But Lord Baradin, can you? What? Are you able to slow down the spread of despair even for a moment like the people gathered here? I can't. Then don't say that they are doing something meaningless. No, even if you could do it on your own, you cannot insult those who have come out to do something. I don't understand, but I'll consider it. I think that would be more effective in strengthening our temporary alliance. You never know. In fact, the people gathering together may be of some help to Jean. Thanks to that, Jean may ultimately win the inner war he is fighting alone. Dante believed so. Their power to slightly slow down the growth of despair may be helping Jean. So it would be best to hurry up and encourage them and move to the Empire. People are also gathered in the Imperial Square. You may also ask what we mean by encouragement, but this is a very important question. It is also a leader's duty. Baradin nodded without saying anything. I didn't really agree with Dante's opinion, but I didn't want to cause trouble by getting hit again. Above all, as Dante said, if this act would help Jean in the slightest, it was right to do it unconditionally. 10 days have passed since the mental attack began. Jean was reaching his limit. Even sitting still and meditating was so difficult that I trembled and couldn't even drink water or food. Rosa's mental attacks spreading across the world were growing bigger every day. The number of civilians exposed to psychological attacks has increased exponentially. What used to be around 100 cases reported per day in each region was now reaching over 1,000. There are only 5 days left until the final battle. It was very difficult to believe that all this chaos would be resolved and Jean would be able to fight Rosa in his best condition. Sometimes it's painful just to watch. The colleagues who were currently looking at Jean in the secret palace were like that. My colleagues felt like they were walking on thin ice because they thought Jean might suddenly die. I think we'll have to postpone the day of the final battle. I think it will be difficult for you to compete in 5 days like this, Gilly said, looking at Jean from a distance in the training ground. I've already received a call from King Tychon Gilly. At the meeting there was talk of postponing the decisive battle indefinitely until the mental attack was over. Yes, Lord Sogong, please get some rest too. My complexion is so bad. Anyway, this mental attack won't get better just because you rest. The moment Cirrus answered, Jean suddenly stood up. His trembling legs felt like he might collapse at any moment, so Gilly and Cirrus quickly helped him up. Master! Jean! No acting has no meaning. Then? Cirrus, we will now have to use the closed training center. I said I would do that last time, Jean. It would be impossible to enter the closed training center alone. If something suddenly happens to you in there, we won't be able to help you. I don't have the strength to explain in detail. Please just open the closed training center. In today's reality, even speaking is difficult. The fact that Jean was getting thinner in reality meant that the war going on inside him was becoming more intense. Now Jean was preparing to end the fight alone, without the friendly noise of his companions as guideposts. Cirrus gritted her teeth, made eye contact with Jean, and nodded. Okay, I'll open it right now. There were a total of 2 closed training centers exclusively for Bigungju. One place was the Big Palace within the Big Palace, that could only be reached through the power of Manbing and Moat, and the other was the top floor of the Big Palace. The space that Cirrus wanted to open was the latter. In the former, opening is limited because Cirrus is not yet able to properly handle full ice and Alona Zippel is currently sealed inside. If you irritated Misha and Alona by clumsily opening the secret palace within the secret palace, problems could arise, and above all, if a problem occurred with Jean, there was no way to respond quickly from the outside. Boom! Cirrus placed Jin on top of Mort. The pulse I could feel from the wrist I was holding to lift him up was very weak. The mental attacks that Jean experiences are definitely on a different level than mine or other people. As Cirrus thought, the mental attacks experienced by everyone except Jean were several levels lower. Cirrus felt deep respect for Jean, who had endured all this resolutely and was now going to fight alone. Mott went outside and slowly climbed up the wall of the secret palace. He tried to teleport, but even the natural fluctuations that come with running through an alien snowfield seemed like it would be a blow to Jean now. Jean was weaker than ever. Meanwhile, Valeria Quall and other colleagues and members of the Big Palace first went up to the top floor of the Big Palace and waited for Jean. Eventually Mort reached the top floor. Whoa! Jean got off Mort's back and took a deep breath of air. The air was cold enough to make his lungs tingle, but Jean barely felt it. This is because the senses of the real world have become extremely dull. My eyes were blurred, my ears were hard to hear, and my limbs had no strength at all. The colleagues who were watching couldn't help but worry as they watched Jean walking while being supported by Gilly, wondering if it would be okay to send someone like this to a closed training center alone. Jean looked at his colleagues who were blurring into his vision. "Master!" Gilly's watery voice was trembling. It was difficult to see Jean exhausted to the limit. "I guess everyone has been waiting." Jean wanted to say this in his usual confident voice. "Everyone, don't worry too much and just wait." But now I wanted to share my feelings a little more honestly. If I don't leave the training center even after 5 days, I lost then, and that means my death. At that point Gilly couldn't hold back her tears. Valeria bit her lower lip and patted her back. People couldn't say anything for a while. "Honestly, I'm not sure I can win. However, I will not leave a separate will. I don't want to say a sad goodbye as if it will be my last. After this fight, the real resolution remains." Jean gave Cirrus a glance. The meaning was to open the door to the closed training facility. When Cirrus took out the manbing and inserted it into the door like a key, white energy flowed out like a wave from inside the training hall. When the door opened, a wide, cold white land was revealed. "So it can't end here." Jean slowly walked past it, pressing the ground with the bradamanti like a cane. A luggage containing minimal food could not have seemed so heavy. My sense of reality was becoming dull by the second. Even though I had barely taken a few steps, my colleagues behind me already felt like they were far away. "Jean, come back safely. I can withstand mental attacks well, so I'm sure you can win. When I get back I'll hand out eel wrap." Surprisingly, the one who shouted first and with very accurate pronunciation was none other than Dark Flame. Dark Flame was the only one among the small beastmen in the big palace to experience mental attacks. What? Why is that guy talking so well all of a sudden?" Top shouted in shock. Even the solemn colleagues were startled by the sudden, precise, and fast voice of the Dark Flame. "I'll give you some eel wrap." "Eel wrap? Hey Dark Flame, are you okay?" "Huh? No, I guess I wasn't able to speak clearly in the first place." "It's not even okay. I'll give you some eel wrap." Top, who was holding on to Dark Flame's shoulder, noticed that he was closing his eyes tightly from the pain of the mental attack. In the midst of my confusion, I just screamed for Jean, but it just happened to be pronounced clearly and quickly. Dark Flame is clearly the weakest person in this secret palace. He too was showing off his strength like that. The Dark Flame's cry to hand out eel shells continued like a round-trip ticket. Although his colleagues could not see it, Jean himself was also unaware of it. Jean smiled faintly at that sound. Soon as Jean entered the closed training hall, Cirrus closed the door with a heavy face. Now there is only one thing his colleagues can do for Jean. It was hoped that he would win, like so many ordinary people in the world. The inside of the training center was pure white, but to Jin's eyes it looked like a night sea without a single light. I couldn't tell if I was standing, sitting, or lying down. But what is important to Jean now is not reality. What was more important was the intense internal battle that had been going on without a moment's rest. Therefore I had to dive deeper within myself, to the point where any sense of reality is completely erased, leaving nothing behind. This was the reason why I chose a closed training center. I needed a space where I could completely focus on my inner battlefield without even the slightest external stimulation. Jean was quietly quiet, toward one's inner world. It is walking on the border between life and death. One step out of line and oblivion and death will overtake you. Do you think that's right? Do you think that method is right? So can you reach me? Can you save so many people from me? As I was heading towards the inner world, I heard Rose's voice from time to time. Every time that dark voice stirred my ego, I shuddered with anxiety. I also had regrets. I felt like I wanted to turn around and leave right away. The closer I got to the inner world, the more fear grew. A huge fear that he had never felt in his past life or in the present was crushing Jin's ego. This is the first time I've seen you trembling with fear. It's only the first time you see it. It's happened often. Is that so? You must have been like that when you were human. I have never given in to fear, so show me that you can do the same as me. At first Jean also thought about fighting alone to do that. However, the deeper Jean went into the inner world, the faster he realized. In order to overcome fear in this desolate and lonely world, one must eventually become a monster just like Rosa. Unless you become a monster the size of an evil spirit, you have no choice but to be suffocated by the fear of loneliness in the inner world. A white line appeared in Jin's field of vision. Jin intuitively recognized that it was some kind of door leading to the deepest part of the inner world. Beyond that, Rosa's self would be waiting for her. Also, that white line was also a crossroads for choice. The results change depending on how you pull. If you pull with the intention of becoming a monster, you will become one, and if you want to remain human, it will simply open. But if you remain human, you can't beat me. Rosa was now seeing through Jin's thoughts like lingering in the past. This was because the ego that was in contact with the inner world was getting closer. Now you can read my thoughts, son. This inner battle is a gift I have prepared for you. This mother wanted to make you a more perfect being before settling down. A being who can fight on equal footing with me. Open the door with the intention of becoming a monster. That's your only hope of defeating me. Rosa was saying that. Jin grabbed the white line. When I looked back, I saw that the path to the inner world that I had come down until now was shattered and flying like dust. The moment he tried to pull it with the thought that he would have to turn into a monster, Jin flinched and stopped moving. This was because suddenly there was a rustling sound in my ear. It was not Rosa's gloomy voice, but the wishes of the people outside that tickled Jin's ears like a whisper. Jin couldn't hear it at all. It just felt like a cool breeze blowing in his ears, but it was enough to make Jin think again. I almost gave up the one thing that made me better than you in order to become like you and fight against you. People protect themselves from danger because they have a feeling of fear. Only when you are afraid can you run away, and only when you are afraid can you deal with it properly. It was the human way to fight back even while struggling with fear. Even if I become a monster and defeat you, it will only result in another evil spirit appearing in the world. Because his ego had been devastated by the long mental assault, Jin had missed that obvious fact. Jin came to a conclusion and carefully pulled the white line. And when the door opened, what was seen was not Rosa's self. It was not an empty space or vague darkness. It was the back of a man sitting. Father? Soren Runkendal was Jin's father. The reason he was standing where Rosa's ego should have been was because Jin did not become a monster. Jin. I have never missed my father so desperately as I do these days. My flaccid limbs regained the same strength as before, and it felt like hot blood was filling my dazed mind. Without realizing it, Jin was running towards Shiren. However, it was impossible to reach Soren. A huge cliff as deep as the ocean separated Jin and Soren. When Jin stopped in front of the cliff, Shiren looked back. It was indeed the face of my father, whom I had not seen in a long time. The father and son looked into each other's eyes for a while. It held up well. Soon Jin suddenly realized something from a word that Shiren said. In this lonely and painful inner world, Soren was actually watching him from beginning to end. There will be a day when we will meet again. With those words, Soren turned around and started walking. Now it's as if we're going to go back to our respective battlefields. Jin watched his father for a long time as he walked towards somewhere deeper and darker. It didn't seem appropriate at this moment to say anything more to my father. When Soren's back disappeared and Jin looked back again, he saw that the previously broken paths of the inner world were being formed again. Like Soren, Jin walked up the road silently. When Jin escaped the inner world and regained his sense of reality. For days had passed outside, and Rosa's mental attacks that had caused the world to suffer had completely disappeared. Jin opened the door to the closed training center with all his strength, full of energy more than ever. Uncharted territory of the Black Sea. Soren opened his eyes and slowly stood up. I could feel the sound of my eldest daughter's breathing as she endured the pain in a space filled with nothing but poison and darkness. Father, this time he woke up after 4 days. Luna, sensing Soren's popularity, opened her mouth. Recently Soren has lost consciousness many times, and each time it takes longer for him to wake up again. Over the past few decades, Soren Runkendal reigned supreme and became a symbol of a wall that could never be crossed or broken. However, in this dark land, even such mythical beings have become human beings who can die at any time. Before dealing with the kings of the Black Sea, Luna had never even imagined that Soren could die during battle. For example, the theory was shaking, just like countless other ordinary people. Elderly, you're awake. This Ozdak was waiting, carefully selecting the remnants of chaos that could be used as food. Excellent, Ozdak. Wow, this kind of praise as soon as you wake up. Ozdak will continue to serve the elderly and knights with more sincerity in the future. Bring the remnants. Ozdak seemed genuinely moved, wiping his eyes and going to collect the remnants of chaos. Soren had to quickly refine the remnants and feed them to the knights so that they could gain some energy. Luna looked at her father with bitter eyes for a while, then a faint smile appeared on her lips. You look like you're in a good mood as soon as you wake up today, Dad. He usually doesn't say anything for a while. Then Chiron smiled. At times like this, Luna felt sad that her father was smiling more in this hell than when he was in the family. I saw the youngest. The youngest? Jean? Yes, he was walking in his own inner world. I was quite exhausted. Mother? No, it must be because of the traitor who ruined the family. Soren nodded. Since Rosa became an evil spirit, Soren has often appeared in Rosa's dreams, or the inner world, to check on his situation, and currently he and Luna are the only ones in the expedition team who are aware of Rosa's treason. I deliberately did not inform the other knights of the expedition. Of course, it's not because I don't trust the knights. It's just that the knights of the expedition were already in a hopeless situation. Due to the massive exposure to chaos, the superhumans were emaciated both physically and mentally, and some of the more severely depraved people even lost their language. There was no need to add to their pain and confusion. Therefore, Soren only told the story about Rosa to Luna, who had relatively little exposure to radiation. Is the youngest okay? It wouldn't have been okay if she had met Rosa instead of me. Well then, meeting his father in the inner world could mean that the child has reached prowess. That's not it. Ozdak politely placed the remnants of chaos in front of Soren. Look at this. I really worked hard to save it. Changxiang's energy and magic began to purify the black lumps. Ozdak watched the scene happily, then took a step back after receiving Luna's glance. You don't have to worry too much. Yes, father. Ozdak has been giving me a lot of trouble so far, but it seems like I just treated him a little badly. Ozdak is now entitled to hear things like important family news. He has the most sound mind among us. The youngest. It meant that you didn't have to worry too much about the child. Jean is ready to take on his destiny. That is much more important than reaching the level of a non-human like Changxiang. Luna's eyes widened. That is why the meaning contained in poetry's words was so surprising. Father, now, do you know that this is the first time this has happened? What do you mean? A father speaks as if he trusts his child. And you've never had an issue like this where your family's fate was at stake. But now, Jean says he's ready. It wasn't just that I had no choice but to trust Jean because there was no other alternative. Nor were the words uttered out of weakness from the endless, hopeless battle. Luna realized that Soren truly believed that the youngest was filling his empty spot. Soren's gaze landed on Barasada. When I go back, I thought it would be okay to pass this sword on to my youngest. If only I could go back. Distribute refined food to the knights, Luna. We should also prepare to do our job. We will depart again as soon as the meal is over. I need to cover as much distance as possible while I'm awake. Yes, father. There is now only one day left until the scheduled day of battle. Jean, who returned to Taiken, did not look as thin as before. His eyes shined as if nothing could taint them, and his straight back seemed as if it would not break no matter what enemy he encountered. Jean took a final look around his colleagues and allies gathered in the conference room. It's the last meeting. But actually our temporary alliance doesn't have much to talk about today. The operation for the decisive battle had already been coordinated and agreed upon down to the details of all variables. Nevertheless, the reason we gathered here in the Taiken conference room was probably because everyone wanted to check my condition with their own eyes. Are you satisfied? It was more than satisfying, it was even scary. The members of the Temporary Alliance were clearly feeling both anticipation and fear as they looked incredibly strong for a person who had been dying from a mental attack just a few days ago. If what the evil spirit showed to the world through his mental attack this time was absolute fear, what Jean was now proving was a will that never goes out even in the midst of it. The will is now directed towards the evil spirit, but after the decisive battle is over it will again put pressure on the temporary allies. In fact, I have become stronger than before the evil spirit's mental attack. Jean nodded at Baradin's words. It seems Jeep is satisfied. What about Kingelo? Do you still think we should delay the final battle? No, it would be okay to start right away. Okay then. Jean stood up. Let's go outside for a moment and meet some people. Suddenly? I have something I want to tell people before tomorrow. Are you going to give a speech? That's right. It was unplanned, so you don't have to follow along if you don't want to. As you know, I was a bit busy, so I didn't have time to let you know in advance. However, if possible, I hope that the leaders will do the same. Wouldn't the picture be better if they were together to show the solidarity of their temporary alliance? If you have anything you want to say, feel free to add it. Jean walked straight outside the Titan Palace. Everyone in the conference room followed suit without exception. Naturally, the crowd gathered and formed a procession. Every time Jean took a step, cheers erupted from everywhere. Jean kept waving to them or saying thank you as he moved on. Once in a while I chewed and swallowed the eel wrap that Dark Flame gave me. The place where Jean stopped was the central plaza on the first floor of Titan. The crowd stopped cheering. Jean didn't say anything yet, but tens of thousands of people all held their breath as they looked at his mood. The skirmish with the evil spirit of mental attacks is over. Jean skipped the greeting and continued his speech slowly. As I headed into the inner battlefield to fight off the evil spirit's mental attacks, I told my comrades that I might not return. Anyone who has experienced a mental attack knows this. All I can think about is how on earth I can overcome this and whether I have no choice but to give up. People continued to listen, and the members of the Temporary Alliance waited, trying to gauge how the speech would go. Fortunately, the skirmish ended in our victory, and I survived safely and was given the opportunity to address you. Thanks to you all for fighting together. If I had fought alone, I would never have won. Jean bowed his head once. Jean truly thought that the hard work of ordinary people had a huge impact on the reason he was able to survive. As I was walking through the inner world, I would have definitely lost my way if their wishes had not been heard as the wind in my ears. Now tomorrow the members of the Temporary Alliance, including me, will finally go to make an agreement with the evil spirit. We march to the evil god's castle to put an end to the long and terrible fight. I will definitely come back victorious. The allies expected that to continue, but Jean continued with a slightly different story. Just like the day I headed into the battlefield, inside, to you all, I'd like to say that maybe we won't come back. Humanity's greatest powers formed an unprecedented alliance and won several battles. The evil spirit is still too strong and gigantic to handle. Before the final battle, this is the real story Jean wants to leave to the countless ordinary people in the world. Nevertheless, we are going to fight. So even if we are defeated by the evil spirit and cannot return, please don't give up and keep fighting. Please resist the evil spirit in any way possible, just like we've all been doing over the last few days. Jean takes a breath. Then I think we can all go back. From the land of evil spirits back to our land, from a life filled with fear and pain back to a peaceful daily life beyond fate, and to a destiny we have carved out for ourselves. There was silence for a while, and soon the crowd started placing their hands on their hearts as if they had made a promise. As if I were swearing that I would definitely do that. Jean looked at them and raised his sword. It is an honor to fight alongside you. Then I'll be back. June 20th, 1803. The decisive battle has begun. About 500 ships and more than 600 dragons were crossing the black sky of Jupiter. The night that depended on the survival of humanity passed by like slow, painful years. Occasionally the knights, wizards, demons, and beastmen aboard the ship were struck by the illusion that a chilling wind was blowing inside the ship. This is how deep fear can be transformed into sensation. The elites of each camp, who had crossed the numerous lines of fire so far, were desperately concentrating on their fighting intentions. If I missed it even for a moment, fear would stab me like a knife. I felt like I couldn't fight. It's not because they are lacking. As the night deepened, the influence of the evil spirit grew as the sword tomb got closer. There could be a maze in the sky. The route must be accurate, but why can't the evil spirit's castle be observed yet? Baradin said. The fleet was unable to speed up due to the thick fog from earlier blocking the view. The same was true for the scouting party led by Orgel. The real spirit spread by the evil spirit made it impossible to open or close even his steel door carelessly. But soon Baradin realized. It was already nearby. Suddenly, as if a door was opening, the fog cleared, and an absurdly large castle wall was unfolding before my eyes. The fog continued to cover the castle. The fortress that Hyunsin completed in just 2 days revealed that the reports from the fortress wall onwards were not exaggerated at all. Hundreds of ships and dragons seemed as small as a mayfly in front of the castle. The end of the world. Everyone who checked out the evil god's fortress could not help but think of similar thoughts. This is the end of the world. Sagaju, the heavens are opening. The cumulonimbus cloud spreading over the castle was splitting in half. What is falling, heavily distorting nature, is a huge ship symbolizing the power of the evil god. The shadow of Ram was casting a dark shadow over the entire sky and earth. As if it had an enormous mass in itself, the dragons felt that flight was becoming difficult, and the wizards who maintained the power of the fleet began to sweat. In fact, the altitude was decreasing. It seemed like an invisible hand was gently pressing down on the fleet of the temporary alliance. No matter how hard the dragons and wizards tried, the altitude could not be maintained. The heavy pressure stopped when the fleet stopped about halfway up the castle wall. You don't dare fly over God's abode? The proper ritual when dealing with a god is that you cannot start the fight from a higher place than that. This is how Baradin understood this phenomenon. They say that if you can't break through from the front, you can't enter the castle. I expected that descending into the castle would be impossible. Instead of trying to increase altitude, stay calm and prepare to deploy the shield. The welcome ceremony will begin soon. In addition, Cadden and Orgel Vale took up positions in each center of the fleet formation. It was a preparation to block Nightmare Ram's main gun, which had been experienced during the first general offensive. However, what was suddenly heard was not gunfire but the gloomy roar of chaos dragons. They were showing a force that was incomparable to that of the first general offensive or the Rick Alton game. The power of the evil god is amplifying the power of the chaos dragons. The chaos dragons that poured out from the lower part of Ram quickly numbered over 1,000. Ram was seen spewing out chaos dragons and black ships without resting even for a moment. This was not the welcome ceremony Baradin expected. Instead of firing the main gun, send out chaos dragons and black ships? The first match showed a flow that was difficult to understand from the beginning. If that number of chaos dragons and black ships appeared, the air would naturally become a melee. No matter how evil he may be, he would not fire Ram's main gun into a sky full of allies. Is it to save the power used in the main gun? Or does it mean that we can eliminate that number of troops together after inducing a melee? Just as Baradin was thinking about that, an urgent report came in from the watchtower. Lord Soga, there is a report that the ship Ram is believed to have lost power. What? It is said that the central part of the Ram opened and the movement of the protruding main gun suddenly stopped. The spirits that had gathered at the main gun were also scattered. Ram's driving force is the power of the evil spirit itself. If the power is cut off, it must mean that there is a problem with the evil spirit, and the chaos dragon and black ships must also not have been strengthened. The power of the evil spirit is alive and well, but only the link connecting it to the ship Ram has been broken. Lynn Milano. The temporary alliance, except the Bamul alliance, was unaware of her betrayal. So I couldn't figure out why Ram suddenly stopped. I don't know the cause of Sagaju, but it's an opportunity. We need to break through as much as possible before Ram starts operating again. Batavia said. Baradin also thought so. There is no reason to disagree. However, an unknown sense of discomfort was disturbing his mind. But soon Baradin decided to give the order to break through. because I couldn't think of any basis for overcoming the feeling of discomfort on my own. The entire fleet changed to a breakthrough formation. Of the 3 people who decided to be the center of the main gun defense, tell the Fire Dragon Cadden and the Night Veil to take the lead and tell Orgel to continue preparing for defense. As the fleet began to change its formation, the enemy's aerial power also began to block its path. To the catcher's positions. From now on we will authorize autonomous bombardment until the breakthrough is completed. As soon as the command was given, the entire fleet opened fire at once. From the castle side, the Chaos Dragon's breath and the black ship's bombardment flew in. A constant heavy noise spread in my ears, and a dizzying light spread as the bombardment collided with me was engraved on my retina. "I'll just go out now, Sagaju. Good luck, Captain Wraith." Octavia came out onto the deck. Superhumans were appearing above her and the flagships of each fleet. Hito's sword, Dante's intangible sword, Cirrus's ice, Bacchus's black king's fist, Amila's war weapon, Julian's thunderbow, Harmilla Barakt and Bianca's great sword, Ranka's runaway, Octavia's light magic, and the Rage's link magic, etc. All those seasons were slaughtering the incoming enemies. What stood out the most was Bale, who took the lead. Each time his golden wings flapped, hundreds of chaos dragons and black ships disintegrated into particles and disappeared somewhere. A Veil in an air battle is truly a disaster. Its speed made interception impossible, and it was responsible for the attack range of a fleet level alone. Ram's main gun was still stopped opening. The chaos dragons and black ships that continued to be recruited from the lower part did not pose a significant threat. In the first place, the volume war has no meaning for the current temporary alliance. Unless there was enough power to disperse the power of the superhumans, it was only a matter of time before they could break through to the castle gate. But 10 minutes later, the temporary alliance once again had to face an unforeseen situation. There is a purple force field occurring in front. The force field draws the fleet. There were about 5 Ri left before reaching the evil spirit's castle. The fleet's flight speed began to accelerate faster than set due to the attraction of the purple force field formed in all directions of the fortress. The evil spirit's aerial power was not affected by the force field at all. While the fleet hesitated for a moment to slow down, the enemy's counterattack continued. Those most affected by the force field were the personnel on deck. Most of them were unable to fight properly as they were each putting up shields, holding on to something and resisting manpower. The dragons in the lead group appeared to be sucked into the force field. Vale used his golden power to pull some of them out of the force field, but he could not help that some of them ended up in the force field. Kahake! Sigh! The dragons caught in the force field let out a single scream. As soon as they touched the force field, they were crushed like sheets of paper. The situation continued with the fleet behind being unable to easily escape to the other side of the force field. Fortunately, the force field is not completely immune to physical attacks. Every time the fleet's gunfire hit the force field, cracks were forming little by little. But the speed at which the cracks are repaired is too fast. It would take too much time to break through with artillery fire alone. One by one ships were sinking due to chaos dragons and black ships, and Baradin watched the situation closely. It was confirmed that cracks caused by attacks from people with special powers such as Bale were repaired significantly later than regular artillery attacks. Therefore Orgel and Vale had to become the key players to destroy the force field, but the army of chaos was also aware of the fact. They persistently pressured the two. Change the locations of Orgel and Cadden. It takes some time. The chaos dragons have taken over the rear. Orgel, who had been preparing for defense the whole time, took care of them and held on to the ships being dragged by the force field. As Vale at the front was in the same situation, it was inevitable that it would take time to change the formation to destroy the force field centered around those two. At that time, a person from Kojak's training room appeared for the first time. Baradin. I was already going to call you. Jean is a magic swordsman with the most special power. Did you finish meditation well? While the fleet advanced towards the evil god's castle, Jean meditated alone in the training room for the last time. It was a meditation to picture the sword that had to exchange one-on-one time with Rosa alone with the evil spirit. Jean stared at the castle of the evil spirit, which was vaguely visible through the purple force field. In the deepest part of the castle, Rosa would also be imagining a confrontation with herself. Jean nodded slowly. Then a spark formed on Baradin's staff. It was the seal of fire, used by Kiliak in the past during the Sword Emperor Holy War. As Baradin began swinging his staff in the air, a huge red glowing letter was engraved in the dark night sky. Jean Runkendal goes down. Kojak's windshield opened like a gun door was opened. Jean raised Bradamanti, who was imbued with spiritual energy, and threw himself towards the battlefield. Jean Runkendal goes down. All allies on the battlefield were looking at the red glowing letters. Even the Chaos Dragon and Black Ship seemed to have stopped moving for a moment. In this battlefield, the name Jean Runkendal had such a heavy meaning. To both allies and enemies. The army of chaos is a creature of evil, and Rosa is like a mother to them. However, the mother's attention and affection are directed to only one person, Jean Runkendal. The evil creatures were aware of the fact that they could not even be compared to Jean. This is because they can read Rosa's inner self. Where her heart and will are heading, what is the one thing she desires, and what lies at the end of all that priceless love and hatred. The evil creatures had a twisted sense of inferiority towards Jean. As Rosa was completed, the creatures read her inner thoughts more clearly, and now was the moment when their enormous hostility toward Jean exploded. Jean, Rune, Condell. A chaos dragon rushed at Jean, screaming in a slurred voice full of malice. The group that followed him was also attacking the descending camp. You speak human language, Jean said in a dry tone. Jin's appearance was momentarily obscured by the chaos dragons. Swak dash. Bradamanti drew a semicircle. The chaos dragons that attacked Jean were scattered in the air, with their bodies pierced or torn into pieces even before the half-circle afterimage disappeared. In a split second, about 20 chaos dragons died. Jean was not affected by the force field. It was not because Jean was born from Rosa like the creatures of chaos. The spiritual energy curtain surrounding it like a cloak was offsetting the force of the force field. Do not fit in. Without stopping his descent, Jean sprayed ice magic into the air to form a path. Ice crystals shining like the Milky Way were scattered beneath Jin's feet as he ran toward the force field. Spiritual sword type 1, Soul Slash. A human swung a sword at a huge force field. No matter how sharp his sword was, considering the size of the force field, it would only create a small crack. However, Jin's sword fell vertically and showed no sign of stopping. The force field was splitting in half at the speed with which gravity was pulling him. Cover Jean. Cover the 12 horsemen. There was no need for cover. The Chaos Dragon's breath and the Black Ship's main guns attacked the camp like a swarm of bees, but they were unable to penetrate the vast curtain of spiritual energy. Jean didn't seem to care about any of those things and was completely focused on cutting down the force field. Soon, when Jean landed on the ground, everyone who watched him and the station manager could not help but think of one word. Both sides of the work. Even the superhumans were momentarily speechless at the huge sword mark that cut straight through the center of the field. It was the force field that had so many fleets and dragons, the best elites of each force, and all the heroes of the royal family embarrassed just a moment ago. It was torn in half with a single sword. Of course, the force field has not yet disappeared. Perhaps because it was torn, the ruthless manpower was somewhat weakened, but the crack was narrow enough for the fleet and dragons to enter. Therefore, colleagues and allies also had work to do. Lord Hedobale. At Jin's call that echoed throughout the battlefield, the two immediately landed on the ground and took their seats next to Jean. You two please open the rift. In the meantime, I will take charge of the sky for a while. If it were other people, they wouldn't have understood Jin's words. Because Jean was saying to open the crack in the force field like a door. But Hedo and Vale immediately stood on either side of the crack and grabbed it with both hands. It was something that you couldn't even think of doing unless you had the same level of strength as them. Ka. Damn it. Squeak. As Hedo and Vale began to pull on the crack with all their might, the gap in the force field began to widen little by little. Jean changed his sword. As the sword Sigmund came out of the scabbard, a blue light appeared in the heart of light. At the same time, hundreds of lightning bolts rained down on the battlefield. The thunderbolt was not hitting the Chaos Army but the friendly fleet and dragons. This was because it was a sword made for protection, not annihilation. Brother Guardian Wang's sword Death Battle King Season. However, no matter how Jean was, it was impossible to properly protect this many troops. There was nothing we could do because the brain energy was spread too widely. If the two-shined union can be carried out perfectly, that will also be possible. But for now, this is enough. The Brother Guardian's brain energy shield is merely a device to make it easier to identify enemies. The real protection was still Orgel's role. Gah! Another god in the shape of a blazing bird was roaring, revealing his blue divine body. Tess, the just-summoned phoenix of Jean, watched the enemies with wide eyes. Chaos dragons rushed to bite his body, but Tess did not allow their snouts to touch her body. The Chaos dragons just burned up like moths touched by fire. Even among them, only the strongest ones burned near Tess. Weak entities could not even attempt to attack Tess. The film on its wings melted before it could approach, so it had no choice but to fall. Our allies also have some leeway. The fleet's power, which had been used to escape the force field, was refocused on the main guns, and the superhumans took up an attack stance again. It was only a few minutes ago that a seal of fire appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, Jean was completely turning the tide of the war. The power of one person is pushing away the anxiety that has sprouted inside the allies. The number of chaos dragons and black ships that were endlessly flocking has decreased significantly. The fleet was now moving forward little by little, using the force of the stationmaster like the wind. Qua! Ugh! The results of Hito and Bale's incredible power were accelerating. The straight crack that Jean first created has now opened up like an oval. The force field was no longer flat. It was ugly and distorted here and there, with an oval-shaped crack at the center, and each part was filled with spiritual energy. Thank you for your hard work. Lord Hito, please move out of the way now, Jean said, switching swords again. And when he swung Bradamanti diagonally toward the center of the crack, twice the spiritual energy in the force field exploded like a blood vessel bursting. Cough! One side of the force field was collapsing like glass. The allies on board cheered without realizing it. Although it is a temporary alliance. As of today, everyone is truly relying on and believing in Jean. We do all the hard work and you take the form. If that's unfair, you should make a contract with Solderet Vale. Give that sword back to me. Just touch my shockhand. Although there were still 3 sides left, Baradin had already gathered the fleet on that side to the center from the moment Jean disembarked. Advance! The fleet began to advance beyond the force field. Chaos dragons and black ships no longer appeared in the lower part of the ship ram. The closer the evil spirit's castle got, the more intimidating it became. Because the altitude was lowered, even our allies in the fleet could not clearly see the sky behind the castle. The war has only just passed its starting point. The role of Chaos Dragon and Black Ship in the evil god's army was not that big. It was enough to massacre people below 7 stars, but it had clear limitations against people like Jean or armies with superhumans. If it weren't for the evil spirit's incredible force field in the first place, the battle wouldn't have been able to take place properly. In reality, they are sword demons steeped in chaos. They were the old heroes of the mausoleum who commanded them the numerous variables that would exist within the castle and the evil spirit itself. The element of anxiety called Ram continued to exist. For now, it appears that Lin has stopped Ram as promised, but it could start up again at any time. There is no way Rosa would remain unaware of Sir Lin's betrayal. We must infiltrate as much power as possible into the castle before the situation normalizes. Sir Lin's sacrifice must not be in vain. Just as Jean was thinking about it, the battlefield began to tremble. A sound was shaking the ground as if a huge monster had awakened from deep underground. The gates of the evil spirit began to open. The door, as huge as the deep sea, contained such deep darkness. Load the entire fleet's main guns at full output and fire immediately. Baradin immediately ordered artillery fire. Don't let the allies be overwhelmed even for a moment by the darkness seen through the open door. Jean thought Baradin had made the right decision. The darkness of the castle gate clearly had the magic power to make people afraid. Also, there was no reason to wait for the enemy to appear. Quaya. Hundreds of artillery shells were being fired into the empty darkness. If it were a human castle, it would have enough firepower to make not just the door but the entire castle disappear without a trace. However, the bombardment was no different from a stone falling into a well. Although the bombardment continued, not even a distant explosion could be heard within the castle. I was just being sucked into it in vain. Stop! There is no reason to spend magical energy for a useless attack. Baradin immediately stopped the bombardment, but it could not be denied that it backfired. The full-scale artillery fire of the entire fleet was no different from a stone falling into a well. As in any other war, the morale of the army is very important in this fight. This was even more so because just by standing on the battlefield, the power of the evil spirit was oppressing everyone's inner self. Baradin had no choice but to think about command, and there was silence for a few seconds. Then Jean took a deep breath and fired his sword energy wildly. Rather than the open gate, the sword was fired randomly at the castle wall. Fortunately, unlike the artillery fire that simply disappeared through the open castle gate, the castle walls appeared to be damaged by physical shock. The castle wall was cracking, and a loud sound like stones exploding and a metallic bursting sound were spreading. There is no castle in the world that can never be destroyed. Today that castle will disappear without a trace. So allies calmly attack the walls and prepare for battle. The enemies will soon come out of the castle. Jean said that and grabbed his sword. I felt a gloomy energy stirring from inside the gate as if it was about to explode. And they too will all die by our hands today. As if he was shouting in response to Jin's determination. Again the fleet burst into flames and the dragons exhaled. The Chaos Dragon's body and the remains of the black ship were being oxidized by the shock wave. Jean continued to watch the inside of the castle gate amid the dizzying fire. I felt that the gloomy energy emanating from it was rapidly amplifying. He must be a knight, so he has some weight. The sharp anger spreading from within the castle pierced my skin. Anyway, I didn't expect to be able to fight Rosa right away upon arriving at the castle. Because he didn't come alone either. Vale. Why? The guy coming out from inside is very restless. Go and see what they're doing. That's a good opinion. When Hito responded to Jin's words, Bale's expression wrinkled. Enter the castle gate alone? Okay. There is no one better suited to look into that dark place than you. It seems like it will take a long time to let go of the unknown. Also, if a situation arises inside that requires special power, such as a force field, you will be able to escape more easily. Ha! Vale sighed and spread his wings. The irritation towards Jean and Hito was ignited into a burning power from Shakan's blade. How did my damn situation end up like this? Pong dash. The Vale rushed through the gate, kicking up dust. The allies remained tense and watched him disappear into the gate. Even though the veil was put in, there was no sign of anything special inside the castle. However, after 30 seconds had passed, most of the allies had to sigh and sigh. This was because a slim knight came out of the castle. He grabbed Bale's head with his left hand and dragged it on the ground. In his right hand he was holding a long sword that was twice as long. It was similar to when Shakan was a long sword Vale. Because the head of the family cares so much about him, I wanted to see how good his guts were. Heel Pudiakug. The knight threw his veil at his feet and spat. Like Lionel, he had a subtle indigo color all over his body, unlike other knights of chaos. Only the knights who escaped from the mausoleum had that form. The excitement is broken. Of course, I thought he was the kind of guy who could come in alone and sweep this place. But to send a doll like this first, I am very disappointed. While he was talking, Jean shook his head. I let my guard down. Jean and Hito spoke at the same time. The fact that the entire alliance was watching Bale's ugly appearance sent a chill down my spine. Anyway, the problem is with super recovery, Lord Hito. Yes, there is a perception that you can't die, so that's why you end up like that. That idiot is now trying to undermine the morale of our troops that you raised so well. It was my fault for believing in Vale, so I have nothing to say. Hey, when people talk you have to listen, right? That guy is letting his guard down too. I'm sure there have been a lot of reports about Vale to the evil spirits, but I don't know where such arrogance comes from. Probably skill, Chiang dash. Suddenly a sharp flash of light spread from the knight's long sword. Runkendall's fifth secret technique, the speed of light, passed between Jean and Hito. This guy has no guts, much less a cheap guy. Although you are currently committing treason, I heard that you were Runkendall's most promising rider not long ago. When fighting, wouldn't it be right to show courtesy to me first? I'm sure he doesn't know what it means to be buried in a mausoleum. Jean was so dumbfounded that he let out a laugh. A person who devoted himself to Runkendall both in life and in death. A person who sacrificed his body and soul for the survival and prosperity of his family. A person who protected his family until the end, no matter what disaster came. I know very well. Underneath. Why is someone like that standing there? What? You probably met almost all the conditions I just mentioned during your lifetime. That's why he could have been buried in a mausoleum. But where is your soul heading now? What are you standing there to support now that the evil spirit is pushing your family to the brink of destruction? The knight did not answer but glared at Jean. This guy who has never been the head of a family is trying so well to teach me. It doesn't matter whether you were the head of a family or a knight. Now that you have woken up in the mausoleum, the only thing that matters is whether you are keeping your post-death duties. I will give you the opportunity to fulfill that obligation for the first and last time. Join me right now and prove that Runkendall's struggle will not be broken by the power of the evil god. It's getting bigger and bigger. Will you obey me? The man spat once more. Is there an answer? I am Senga Runkendall. He is the 11th head of the sword family, and is the one who came back from the dead for Runkendall once again. I will deprive you, Senga, of your right to be re-enshrined in the mausoleum and the castle of Runkendall. Just as Senga was about to reply, Jean took a deep breath and looked at Vale, who was still lying down in front of the castle gate. Vale, stop it now, get up and deal with him again. TCH. Vale slowly got up. As Jean and Hito said, the reason why Vale was dragged out by Senga with his hair in an ugly manner was because he was careless. As soon as he entered the castle, Senga's long sword pierced his chest, and then his aura exploded inside his body, causing his entire body to explode. It didn't really hit Vale much. In order to destroy the trace of life, called the Veil, it must be supported by creation or an equivalent power. However, Bale decided to just lie down for a while and suppress his embarrassed feelings. Oh, I'm embarrassed. Could it be that there was a paddler somewhere watching this? Fortunately, even though I looked around, I didn't seem to feel Paddler's energy. I don't know about anyone else, but I didn't want to show this kind of disgrace to Paddler. A sneer appeared on Senga's lips as he watched the veil. I was also wondering when I would wake up and go out doll. This bastard just told Jean to rule over Xianzhou, so why are you trying to match me? Is it because I let my guard down and stuck a knife in my body so it feels like something happened? I was upset, so I stayed quiet, and it felt like crushing carp. Perhaps because he spent every day with Sandra and was in a very uncomfortable situation. Bale spoke somewhat thickly. There may also be an influence of Enya's imitation of Murakan's vocal cords from time to time. It is indeed a low-class doll, just as Lord Paddler said. But I'm not interested in your life since I've already taken it once. I'll make friends for you and the others, so hang out and wait until the battle between me and the traitor Jean Runkendall is over. Senga raises his arms. Knights and monsters stained with chaos began pouring out from the open castle gate. A great army that cannot even be estimated and counted. They had been waiting at the border of the castle gate ever since Senga took one step out of the castle. Vale imbued the entire front line with golden power even before the army took position. And as the shining ring floating above Vale's head began to resonate with the wide-spreading power, a scene ensued where the evil god's troops on the ground were blown up all at once. You just said you would compete with Jean. What about you? By what means? Even if all of your subordinates who are exploding in real time right now attack at once, all you'll do is barely scratch that guy. In the first place, the guy called the evil god probably didn't even expect you to deal with Jean, right? Senga did not lose his composure even after seeing the futile deaths of his troops, but after the golden power that covered Shaken became even stronger, he felt a chill go down his spine. Bale became a teenage knight during Runkindle's heyday with his overwhelming strength alone. On the other hand, Senga was the head of the family during Runkindle's most difficult times. The fact that Jean described him as having a sense of weight and the fact that Hito acknowledged that Senga was a person of considerable skill. It was just an evaluation that he was a gatekeeper of evil spirits. Until we finally reached this place. There were so many difficult battles. Now for Jean and his colleagues, a person like Senga could not be even a small crisis. As Bale said, he was not qualified to mix jin and sword. Senga was a man who became the head of a family without having ever lived in a time as dire as the present. Suik dash. As Shaken fell on Senga's head, the two began fighting. Even after the duel began, Bale showed his composure by continuing to burn the troops coming out of the door. Senga thought, no matter how great the power of Vale is, it will not be able to handle all the troops in the end. Naturally, the fleet's bombardment would continue, and if a melee began, it seemed like we would have to catch our breath and fight again. This was because the unguarded Bale was clearly several steps ahead of him. As time passed, Senga had to reduce his calculations on the overall battle situation outside of the duel and focus entirely on Bale. In fact, Vale focused more on annihilating the forces of chaos alone than on Senga. The battle between the two ended after Senga's long sword shattered into pieces, and the two arms holding it disappeared somewhere. He. Senga knelt down on one knee and looked around with a mesmerized look on his face. During the fight, the fleet never fired a single bombardment on the battlefield, and not a single chaos force was seen alive. Jean was walking among the mountains of black corpses. Knight Senga, from now on you are no longer Runkindle. Also, even if the war ends, no one in the world will collect your body. TSK. Are you really saying that you can decide that? Even though there is a matriarch alive and breathing inside. Your rebellion cannot succeed. Jean slowly turned Senga's head. Let Senga's gaze reach beyond the darkness of the castle he had just escaped from. Those who entered the darkness today and aimed their sword at Rosa will have a name that shines forever, but the names of those who forgot the struggle and were unable to escape the embrace of the evil spirit will be buried in contempt and forgotten. Senga's face distorted. Jean looked down indifferently at his eyes, which were trying hard to suppress their trembling. He felt death approaching. The knights in the mausoleum were originally able to be resurrected through the power of the evil spirit, but Rosa had no plans to revive him from the beginning. Jean thought that was natural. Even when Rosa was human, she never cared for someone like Senga. Slurp. Senga fell to the floor. Jean passed him and slowly walked into the darkness of the castle. Hito Vale and his colleagues who had descended and waited for Jean were already following him. Unknown. Valeria opened the record window, but no information about the castle appeared. If it were a normal war, they would have already received intelligence from a scouting party like the Unknown, or would have figured out the approximate size of the troops from the sky through fleets and dragons. But in this war, all such actions had no meaning. No matter what danger lurks beyond the darkness, we have no choice but to move forward. The fleet began firing again at the walls stretching out on both sides of the open gate. It was known that the castle wall was effective against physical attack, so if the fleet wanted to enter the castle, it had to be broken down to secure a passage. Because it is impossible to increase altitude and go over. However, Jean was feeling more and more uncomfortable as he took a step closer to the castle gate. The gates keep opening. It was as if he was welcoming Jean. As he got closer, the darkness of the gate grew. It's as if they want to allow allies, not enemies, to enter. Lord Jean, Ronald said. In addition, Octavia and part of the Revenant Tower had also come down to the ground. Please speak. Wouldn't it be better to destroy the wall to some extent before entering? We are continuing to open the gates to show off. Just as Jean was about to answer, an uneasy and heavy noise was heard in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Well? A low, gloomy noise like the moaning of a monster in a cave. Jean and the others had no choice but to look up at the sky without realizing it. Ram's main gun? Has Sir Lin failed? It was moving. A huge lump of soul energy had already formed on the hideous gun barrel. The fleet immediately converted the magic power used for bombardment to deploying a shield. Signal flares announcing an unexpected situation went off in various places, and a blue protective shield was formed. The personnel on the ground also took up a defensive stance centered on the camp, and Ram's main gun let out a huge amount of soulful energy. Pa! Ram's artillery fire struck in a straight line between Jean and the fleet. The 5 ships that were there disappeared without a trace, but the black pillar that eliminated them did not disappear. The 4th flagship Pistro disappears. The change to the 4th fleet flagship needs to be confirmed. About 10 or more aircraft have disappeared. Estimated strike point for enemy aircraft reloading Kinslow 1st Fleet. The spread speed cannot keep up with Ram's reload. The fleet's wizards were screaming like crazy. The fleet's shield was nothing more than a piece of paper in front of Ram's main guns. The terrible bombardment experienced during the first general offensive is starting again. The wizards were filled with fear as they recalled the nightmare of that day. Ram fired the second gun. Although Grenell was also Kinjalow's best flagship, the ship's own capabilities could never handle Ram's main guns. TCH. Fortunately, before the bombardment reached Zephyrin, he sat on top of Grenell and exhaled. Unlike during the first general offensive, Zephyrin was not pierced even after being hit directly by the main gun. There is a reason why Zephyrin became stronger, but it was also the result of Ram's main gun being weaker than the first hit. However, the weakening of the main gun did not mean that the total amount of power was reduced. Change the main gun shape to radial. The damage range is the entire fleet. A black meteor shower spread like a spider's web was striking the entire sky. As each second passed, the ship broke apart and the dragons let out their deathly screams. Vale flew into the sky and spread his golden power, and Orgel deployed a protective shield covering the entire sky. Once Orgel's shield was perfectly formed, the damage was significantly reduced, but Ram did not seem to allow that. The reloading speed was getting faster and faster. Since the altitude of the entire Air Force had already been lowered from the beginning, the return fire was at a disadvantage from the beginning, and there was no room for it. If this continues, the airborne forces will soon suffer damage that is close to annihilation or annihilation. A quick decision was needed. Baradin gritted his teeth and looked back and forth at Ram's gun barrel sticking out from under the clouds and at the battlefield. It's difficult to retreat. The force field that Jean pierced earlier has been formed again. If you try too hard to break through the force field and retreat, there is a high possibility that you will not avoid annihilation. Baradin's eyes landed on the castle gate. To the castle gate that is still open, widening the darkness. Before we knew it, the castle gate was wide enough for a fleet to enter. And although the castle wall lost its perfectly right-angled shape due to the impact of Ram's main gun, it stood strong and was incomparable to the fleet. Fleet forward. The entire fleet enters the castle grounds. Let it be known on Earth too. The commanders were momentarily shocked by Baradin's order, but immediately prepared to accelerate. Jean and the heroes on the ground were reading the fleet's signals and intercepting Ram's main guns that continued to fire. Kozek, who was in the lead, reached the darkness of the gate first. The ships continued to fall into the darkness. Indeed, Baradin's judgment was effective. The evil god's castle becomes an umbrella and protects the ships that come inside. When the fleet, dragons, and ground forces all completed entering the castle, the number of remaining fleets and dragons was approximately 70%. Less than 10 minutes were needed for 30% of the total airspace power to disappear. The Allies looked outside the castle gate with dazed eyes for a moment. There was only the same darkness as when we entered. Because of this, people felt as if they had just crossed a certain boundary. It is the border that connects from the royal world to the world of evil spirits. However, the merciless noise and vibrations from Ram's main gun turning the ground upside down were still being transmitted inside. So to speak, the temporary alliance escaped from that bombardment to the evil god's castle. The Allies could not help but feel as great humiliation as if they had asked for mercy from the enemy. Inside the castle, it was possible to confirm the structure with the naked eye, unlike when observing through the castle gate. An enormous cavity where you can feel the scale of the castle. The entire remaining fleet came inside, but the ceiling didn't feel stuffy at all. It wouldn't be strange to say that it wasn't a castle but the middle of a plain at night. It seems much bigger than it looks from the outside. Why did you create such a large space? You've been fooled from the beginning. If you stay outside you will be killed by artillery fire, and if you want to escape you have no choice but to enter the enemy's castle. The moment the allies each said a word and looked around, the sound of rams' gunfire and vibrations coming from outside suddenly stopped. The castle gate is closed. Aya! Kuhuhu! And as soon as the door closed, the knights and wizards, the least active among the allies, began to scream. Mental attack. This was because the mental attack of the evil spirit which had pressured all of the royalties just before the expedition penetrated into the inner minds of the allies. There were people inside the ship who couldn't handle the shock and flinched, and even the dragons appeared to be twisting their bodies and falling to the floor. The absurdity of dealing with God continued like that. The good news was that there were no problems at all for those who had a certain level of will. It was also evidence that Rosa had suffered a blow in the last internal battle fought by Jean. At that time Rosa randomly unleashed mental attacks regardless of will or inaction. If you had come here without winning the last skirmish with Rick Alton you would have been wiped out by now. Orgel said, looking at Jean. In his eyes he could see a light faintly surrounding Jin's body in this darkness. It was a light that could not be identified by beings of a lower rank. It's closer to kidnapping, but there was an invitation and a welcome ceremony anyway, so I guess I should accept it. Those who faint are quickly recovered and move forward. Everyone may feel this, but if this fight continues there is no chance for us to win. That was correct. There are so many people suffering mental damage just by staying still, so even stopping for a moment was a waste. But where should I go? It wasn't easy to get my bearings. The inside is so vast that it feels empty and is literally like a plain with openings on all sides. This means that you can be attacked from any side. In the worst case, enemies could come from all directions at once. Everyone's eyes fell on Jean. Just as when you are trapped in the dark you naturally look at the light. Jean was reading the spirit with his eyes closed. All directions were filled with a terrible spirit, but a particularly strong energy came from the center. Soon Jean started walking and the allies followed behind him. An additional number of people fainted from mental attacks every time they took about 100 steps. Just enduring it and moving forward was like each person waging their own struggle. It went on like that for about 30 minutes. Until then the army of chaos had not attacked the allied forces. Instead Jean and his allies stopped moving and looked down at the cliff that suddenly appeared ahead. Just like when they first attacked the castle wall, they could not get over it by flying. Vale and Zephyrin tried to fly, but as soon as they tried to pass over the cliff, their altitude suddenly dropped as if something was pulling them. The two almost fell off the cliff without warning. There was nothing beyond the cliff. A new path is formed only when you go down the cliff. The interior of the castle was completely underground. Jean looked down the cliff. Are you trying to drag me deeper and deeper? It's like a swamp. As Jean thought, Rosa was dragging the allies to the lowest point of the world. As if he had to get there before he could face himself head-on. I will go down first and check, Jean said as he drew his sword. I don't know if it will be possible to send a signal from below, so if there is no news 10 minutes after I go down, the remaining highest-ranking forces will move in one by one. If it's normal and if it's not, Jean. Allies may have expressed the opinion that it was dangerous and that we should think more carefully. However, Jin's judgment in this war was absolute, and the path that he could not open was the path that no one could open. As Jean began his descent down the cliff, his colleagues looked behind him. For some reason, the image of Jean falling into a trap didn't come to mind. No matter what awaits him below, it's deep. Even the tunnel in the Imperial Castle was shallow compared to this cliff. Jean had been descending for almost several minutes, and as he got closer to the ground he felt two sensations at the same time. The first was the soul energy piercing his body like a knife, and the second was the sensation of his aura-generating organs being blocked. It was as if he had been exposed to the aura jammer, created by Qual and Valeria. Just before landing, Jean offset the shock with his sword and stepped gently on the ground. I was also struck by an intuition. This place will only be Basement 1. I don't know what floor Rosa is on, but she's definitely on the lowest floor. As I looked around, I saw indigo lights in the distance. Jean immediately recognized that the light which was close to 20 was Ongwang. The ferocious murderous spirit radiating from those eyes was so vivid that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Please this time. Jin's low voice spread through the cavity like the wind. This time the energy was completely different from the knights who had come out of the mausoleum so far. I wish I were someone worthy of being called an ancestor. The eye light was gradually getting closer. Jean also walked forward towards them. 11 people? The fact that all 22 eyes were indigo meant that they were all knights who had returned from the mausoleum. As the distance got closer, the outlines of the knights were revealed. After examining the costumes, Jean recognized that they were a family head and 10 black knights. However, unlike the black knights, the knight presumed to be the head of the family showed a slightly different appearance from the previous head of the family. Your face is covered in chains? A black chain wrapped around his face. The sword he was holding was also an ordinary long sword, the one used most often by past generations of family heads, so his identity could not be recognized by the weapon. This is 12th Horseman Jean Runkendal. Knights, please reveal your names. At those words, not the head of the family but a black knight spoke instead. You came down alone. You are the commander of the Black Knights, so you can't say anything? The chains that bound the matriarch's face seemed to be shaking slightly. Then let's hold off on taking the matriarch's life for a while. Everyone come in. Jean aims his sword diagonally towards the knights. He was feeling more and more frustrated, as if his aura-generating organs and blood vessels were blocked. On the other hand, the knights in the mausoleum were not affected at all. The knights were well aware of that fact. However, despite this, they laid out their formation carefully. Even if the aura-generation organ was tied up, they did not lose the perception that Jean was not an opponent to be underestimated. If it's burdensome, I'll go first. Pong dash. The ground Jean was standing on exploded, and there was a sharp sound. The first thing his sword aimed at was the head of the family. He was trying to cut off the chains covering his face. However, the matriarch raised her sword and struck a blow, and the swords of the Black Knights flew towards Jean from all directions. Jean, who spun and pushed the 2 blades away, escaped through the gap and thrust the blade into the matriarch's face again. Tick dash. A strand of chain caught on the tip of the knife and splinters flew out. Then, as the head of the family retreated behind the Black Knights, a light-speed stab grazed Jin's ears. A trickle of hot blood flowed from his ear, but Jean was filled with doubt rather than a sense of crisis. The matriarch's sword is sharp, but I can't feel the killing intent. All the killing that pierced the skin was the responsibility of the Black Knights. In other words, the head of the family did not harbor the will to kill Jean. Nevertheless, each attack is clearly fatal. The head of the household is being manipulated. Jean assumed such a situation. Someone is moving Gaju's body like a doll. Of course it had to be Rosa. This time the Black Knight's sword grazed Jin's shoulder. Although small wounds were forming one by one, Jean did not lose his composure. The disruption of aura creation was clearly being accomplished through Rosa's soul energy. Although he couldn't immediately find and destroy the device or link that made it happen, it wasn't a problem for Jean. It's a good thing I came down alone. The reason Rosa bothers to use the disruption of aura creation is to make it easier to kill other people, not me. Unless it fundamentally completely destroys the aura organ, all this interference does is make Jean uncomfortable for a moment. Kadash. As Jean shouted his spirit, a shock wave spread along with a flash of light. In the aftermath, the 3 Black Knights who were charging were thrown back, and the head of the family at the center of them took a step back. The blood vessels that had been blocked the whole time were opening. The reason why Jean did not remove the aura interference from the beginning was due to his doubts about the actions of the head of the family and Rosa. Building a castle, digging underground, blocking the mouth of the old family head, using aura interference and other tricks. The evil spirit keeps doing things that don't suit him. Bradamanti's blade turned towards the sky and was filled with pure white light. Runkendal, 3rd decisive battle meteor shower. The sword energy formed in the air continued to rain down underground like a tsunami. The Black Knights lowered their posture and spread sword energy to intercept the meteor shower, and in that moment Jean penetrated their formation once again. Squeak dash. One Black Knight's right arm fell and a full-scale melee began. 1 and 11 swords were mixed together, leaving an endlessly complex afterimage in the darkness. Meanwhile, the meteor shower did not stop and continued to strike the battlefield. Every time a piece of sword energy fell, the terrain changed, and the Black Knights always walked one step behind Jean. Only the matriarch was able to read the situation of the hectic battlefield at almost the same speed as Jean. I still can't read the murderous intent in his indigo eyes. Rather, it seemed to contain something like a desperate cry. Clearly, he didn't want this fight. This sword technique is not yours. Runkendal's sword has no special shape except for the decisive battle and secret techniques. However, Jean was able to read a familiar trend from the sword used by the head of the family. The flow of a person who wielded a sword more fiercely than anyone else, even though he did not have Runkendal's body. Are you feeling nostalgic for your human days? Heavy body. The matriarch's sword exactly matched Rosa's swordsmanship. Rosa is controlling him. There is only one reason why Rosa is manipulating him. The old family head is fighting against the evil spirit. In his appearance, Jean felt bitter, but at the same time saw a ray of hope for the family called Runkendal. Not all the knights who came out of the mausoleum are completely obedient to Rosa. There are people like this family head who are going against the will of the evil spirit. The head of the family did not say a single word, and so far she has swung her sword to kill Jean without fail once. Jean was reading Runkendal's mindset, which he never let go of. Unbreakable even in the face of the will of the fighting god. In Runkendal's long thousand-year history, there is no way there is only one person like this left. If there were people like Lionel or Senga who surrendered to great evil, there had to be someone who would not collapse in the end. Like the old head of the family whose will is burning more desperately now than when he was alive. It was only then that Jean recognized Rosa's intentions. Even the ancestors who fight against me to the end show that there is nothing they can do about it, and they probably want me to kill them all. Not only Rosa but also the head of the family who mixes Jean and the sword also wishes for her own death. Because the only way out of being made into such a humiliating doll is through death. Even if his soul could not be liberated even after death, and he would suffer eternal torture, it was better than becoming a doll fighting for an evil spirit. Even if in the end he cannot overcome the torture, his spirit breaks down, and he completely disappears from this world. It was better than fighting for someone who would tarnish the family. Jean had no intention of going along with Rosa's ugly intentions. I will release you soon, King Sionjo. Jin's attitude towards the head of the family changed. The sword reaching towards him became even fiercer, but that was only to break the chains that bound him as quickly as possible. However, the Black Knights were persistently biting at Jean. The matriarch's body could not be preserved to fight while wielding the Myingwang rain sword or its equivalent secret techniques. Of course, even if the matriarch is unshackled, there is no guarantee that Rosa will not take his soul or life from him. But Jean wanted to break free of his chains and talk to him whole, even just for a moment. I wanted to tell you that our ancestors fought honorably until the end. And if possible, I wanted to save him and go through this hell together. Pop! A chain wrapped around the matriarch's face was cut off. His eyes appeared a little more clearly. At the same time, blood spurted out from Jin's shoulder. It was the blade of the Black Knight captain. It wasn't dug deep, but if the bleeding continued to accumulate like this, even Jean would have no choice but to slow down a bit. However, there were colleagues who jumped from the upper floors to the basement. Jean! Hito's voice was heard. At the same time, Bianca and Octavia were descending towards the battlefield. 10 minutes have passed. Even in their absence, the war was going in Jin's favor, so the Knights of the Mausoleum had no choice but to fall into an even more difficult battle. Hito's sword and Octavia's light magic attacked the Black Knights. They were in the same camp not long ago and showed signs of working well together. While the Black Knights flinched, Bianca took her place behind Jean. Therefore, the Black Knight captain had to block Bianca's great sword with the sword he was trying to stab Jean with. For a moment, Jean had time to focus solely on the matriarch. Jean expected the fight to be somewhat prolonged since Rosa was directly controlling him. However, the moment Jean swung his sword at the chain, Gaju instantly released Rosa's control. The sword that was moving to strike down Bradamanti stopped for a moment. Thank goodness I broke a few chains. That was the best and greatest result the head of the family could achieve by refusing to be manipulated, and Jean did not miss the opportunity. Soak. Finally, Jean was able to cut off the chains covering the matriarch's face with a single blow. The matriarch whose face was revealed was a person Jean had heard of several times while studying the history of Runkendal in his past life. Alpen Runkendal. He was the 20th generation head of Runkendal and was once called the Knight of Light. Hood. Pieces of chain were falling to the floor. Alpen, whose face was revealed, widened his eyes as if in a daze. He looked much younger than Jean expected. Jean intuitively recognized that Rosa, who was controlling Alpen, had lost her energy. Nice to meet you, ancestor. I am Jean Runkendal, the 12th rider of the 59th head of Runkendal, Soren Runkendal. Jean got down on one knee and formally bowed. Alpen looked at the battle going on behind Jin's back and at him for a moment, then nodded as if satisfied. Even in this generation there are those who shine. First of all, the situation is urgent, so let's slaughter the weightlifters first. I will. Alpen's long sword, which had been murky until just now tinged with soul, was glowing pure white. Befitting the title of Knight of Light, his auras clearly had a stronger and brighter light than those of ordinary warriors. Weightlifters, you are not worthy of wearing the Black Knight's helmet. Alpen rushed to the center of the battlefield and lashed out with his long sword. The sword struck the Black Knight captain, who was fighting with Bianca, and Jean took advantage of the gap to drop the sword on his head. The helmet exploded, revealing the monster's face stained black with chaos. Senga and the Black Knights here. They were once people who devoted themselves to their families and enjoyed the honor of being enshrined in mausoleums, but now they looked like rotten monsters. The faces of Alpen and the Black Knight captain contrasted. Just as the Black Knight captain was about to leap and escape the crisis, Jean and Bianca's swords once again tied his movements. An Alpen's stab went straight into the Black Knight captain's face. Toom dash. With a heavy sound like a gun being fired, the Black Knight captain's head disappeared. Now let go of your burden. When the Black Knight captain died, the remaining Black Knights lost their focus. They had not been able to gain the upper hand even before Jean joined in the first place, and now that their allies and Alpen had joined, there was no way to do anything anymore. Even escape was impossible. There was no way for them to escape in this desolate space. Although they were tainted by chaos, they were still the Black Knights, so they showed that they were able to endure well for a while. But that was it. Even throughout human history, it is infinitely inadequate to deal with the warriors who would rank at the top. Crunch. The battle that lasted for a while ended after Hito crushed the body of the last remaining Black Knight. Now I'd like you to explain what happened, Rider 12. Why did the Knight of Chaos suddenly become an ally? Why do you think I had an affair with the evil spirit? That's not the case, but it's a good situation to misunderstand. I misunderstood. I didn't. Friend, it would be good if it increased. Because he's so strong. As you can see, my ancestor has just been freed from the control of the evil spirit Octavia Zippel. As Bianca said, it is a good thing to have more allies like this. There will be others like our ancestors. Isn't it? My ancestors. Because I died in battle at a young age, it feels strange to keep calling me my ancestor. Just call me Lord Alpen, the 12th horseman. All right. Alpen Runkendal? The Battle of the Guardians of the Holy Kingdom? Octavia said in surprise. Yes, perhaps you called Octavia, our descendants of Hainel Ziffel, who fought the Battle of the Holy Kingdom with me. Hainel, although he was the head of an evil family, he was a very dignified person. That's why I didn't doubt it like you do now when he saved the surrendered demon. Sir Alphen, I didn't have any doubts, When he was bound by the evil spirit's control, he had a rough idea of the situation through his inner thoughts. 12 horsemen, only you can defeat him and stop this situation. From now on, I, Alpen Runkendal, will devote myself to following you and reclaiming my family. Alpen interrupted Octavia. Jean felt his heart heating up once more. Clearly there was hope left in the family called Runkendal. Jean wasn't the only one holding on to hope with difficulty. Thank you, Lord Alpin. Now I had to call my allies above, inform them of the situation, and start moving again. However, Alpin brought up a story that the Alliance was not expecting at all. This ugly castle is structured so that once you come down you cannot go up again. Did you say it is a structure that cannot be climbed again? Okay. Each floor of the castle is formed as a completely separate subspace. To be exact, I would say it is not subspace but the inner world of the evil spirit. Inner world. Not long ago Jean had a decisive battle with Rosa in his inner world. And on the contrary, the castle of the evil spirit itself was Rosa's inner world realized in reality. That was the reason why the lower-ranking forces were suddenly exposed to mental attacks from upstairs. The weaker I became, the more difficult it became to advance through this inner world. Therefore, it is impossible to send a signal to the remaining allies upstairs. In an ordinary subspace, Jean could have solved the problem by cutting it with a spiritual sword, but this did not apply to the inner world of the evil spirit. Then we will have no choice but to wait until our troops come here. There is a high possibility that it will not work out as planned. The Wizard of Zippel, that slow-talking demon, must be the Princess of Calagoga. Anyway, it was lucky that the Wizard Princess and Knight joined us, because the structure of the inner world is constantly changing. Above all, the inner world was more like a maze than it seemed. Even if you go back the same way you came, you will not end up in the same space. As Alpin said, the reason Hito and Octavia Bianca were able to join was because the structure of the inner world had not changed until just now. If Sir Alpin's story is true, it would be a disaster. Hito said, "If we don't hear from our troops, even after 10 minutes, we will move to the next floor." Jean concluded that there was no reason to wait long. If no additional allies join, our paths have already diverged. While waiting, Alpin relayed information about the evil spirit's power to the party. 12 horsemen, as far as I know 13 family heads, have been resurrected in the current mausoleum. The number included Alpin and Lionel. The party had a strange feeling that there were the same number of revived matriarchs as the second-generation purebloods. The heads of the households placed on each floor are a kind of gatekeeper. However, I don't know how many of them, like me, did not submit to the will of the evil spirit. I don't know exactly about their strength except for the head of the family, but the former Black Knights who just died are only a small number. In that case, the general battle would have been fought between the heroes of each faction of the temporary alliance, the resurrected heads of the family, and the Knights of Chaos with forces below the fleet. Factors that hinder mental attacks and the creation of aura magic power will also become more severe as you go down. It won't be a big problem for the people here, but for those of a lower class it can't help but be fatal. I brought the entire fleet because I was expecting an aerial battle with the ship ram, but it may have been the wrong choice. Just as Jean was wondering whether the decisive battle should have been fought with minimal troops in the first place, Alpin shook his head. During the battle of the Guardians of the Songuk, I had the same problem as you. Unlike those who represented the era, the elite below them literally died like flies. But without them we would have lost in the end. The evil spirit will definitely use everything he has, and before that he will want to reduce the strength of the temporary allies here as much as possible. 10 minutes have passed. There were no allies who went further underground. In the meantime, the group checked several times to see if it was really impossible to return upstairs, but to no avail. In the end, the destination that Jean and his temporary alliance had to reach was the abyss of this inner world where the evil spirit was. We have no choice but to keep going, hoping to safely join our allies there. Movement began again. After a while, the group was able to come across an absurdly deep and huge cliff, just like what they had seen from the upper floor. Let's go down. Jean, Alpin, Hito, Bianca, Octavia. The 5 people started descending down the cliff at the same time. Meanwhile, the remaining allies on the upper floor were all aboard the fleet and descending the cliff where Jean had gone down. However, what they encountered when they reached the ground were not Jean and his group, but the 3 former head of the family, who had been resurrected from the mausoleum, and countless chaos troops. At the center, Lionel, the Lion King, stood tall. Hit! When Lionel let out a dry voice, the army of chaos rushed in like a tidal wave. There were chaos dragons in the sky and black ships and unidentified monsters and knights similar to giant beasts on the ground. There is no trace of the battle between Jean and those who went before. I don't know why, but it looks like the losing side is divided. Is the structure of the castle inconsistent? Baradin was not embarrassed and made a quick decision. The battle begins. Fire Dragon, Cadden Knight Dante and Vale take charge of the enemy commanders. Orgel and Zephyrin should focus on protecting the fleet. Baradin also immediately issued orders and began to respond. The problem was that the power of the fleet's main guns, including Kojak, was significantly lowered. This was because the energy of the evil spirit was blocking the creation of auras and magical power. Moreover, as the inner world became deeper, the mental attacks became more intense. The mid to low-ranking forces within the fleet were screaming and falling down. A ship cannot be operated alone. As more wizards lost consciousness, the fleet's operations inevitably slowed down. Conduct Ronal. I'm going down too. Yes, Sagaju. Return all dragons except Cadden and Tuyanpinia to the ship and inform them that the demon stone is open. Kojak was emitting an ominous resonance from the power unit. As the demon stone began to open, Baradin's descending body was aging rapidly. Soon he became a white-haired old man like Kiliak Ziffel and stretched out the head of the family's staff Rhodey. You are not the only ones who can use absurd powers like monsters. From Hrothai Kiliak's transformed annihilation, fire jade was unfolding. As the demon stone was opened, a huge flame spread throughout the battlefield along with an ominous resonating sound. The knights who rushed in like a swarm of bees were swept away by the flames, forming a river of burning corpses. Baradin burned his enemies with a dull expression as if he were burning trash. In the end, I get to see my friend directly use that ominous power. And doesn't that look just like Kiliak Ziffel? Dante suppressed something bitter rising in his heart and broke through the enemy lines. I couldn't accept Baradin's changed appearance. Demon stone chaos and other terrible forces beyond guidance and common sense were destroying his family, land, and friends. They were driving him to death. Jean, are you okay? Dante swung his sword roughly as if venting his anger. The sight of the Knights of Chaos forming in groups of 6 and scattering in all directions continued continuously. Among the 3 men in charge of the vanguard, Kadun and Bale were somewhat slow in breaking through as they flew while avoiding the allies' main guns and magic, while Dante was literally crossing the enemy lines without a hitch. The pure white brilliance on Rashid almost looks like a ghost. The first thing that made Dante hesitate was Lionel's sword. Tisk dash. Quad duk. When Dante blocked the straight line blow, a huge semicircle was created in the ground. Dante's eyes widened as he felt his lower body and back becoming stiff. You look like your anger is welling up, young Sword Emperor. Lionel's aura, who had reached the level of Kendo, was leaving an afterimage and causing shallow wounds all over Dante's body. Aren't you angry? For the family you once led to become so corrupt. Lionel smiled and looked at Rashid. Falling to become stronger is just another name for struggle. Which of the choices of the head of the family and the 12 horsemen is right will be completely proven once this war is over. Fit. This time a ray of intangible sword energy passed Lionel's cheek. It's an invisible sword. It's fun. This is the sword your grandfather first reached, right? I don't know what happened to this era. If it had been my time, how many people would have been absolute figures? Isn't this a truly brilliant era? Lionel seemed genuinely happy and laughed like a madman. The two people's swords intertwined, scattering the laughter. However, Dante could hardly concentrate fully on the battle. The reason why Jean and the allies are at odds with each other is the ruined Baradin. Thousands of people must have already died, but instead the chaotic army has increased from the beginning. Among them, he has difficulty controlling his emotions at this moment. All of those elements were mixed together, creating an unpleasant feeling that was difficult to explain. Is it because you're worried about Jean? Or maybe there are too many enemies? I need to concentrate, but why on earth all of a sudden? Just a moment ago he was frantically breaking through the enemy lines with hatred, and now he is distracted even though he has a strong enemy right in front of him. After reaching that level, no. Even before he became as strong as he is now, Dante had never been in such a slack state of mind. Especially if you are in combat. Lionel did not miss that fact. This is the first time anyone thinks differently about me. Are you okay? Unlike me, the young Sword Emperor, your life will only be one. Sigh. Dante, who blocked Lionel's crosscut, was pushed several dozen steps to the left and rolled on the floor. Because I reacted one beat late, my posture collapsed. And it wasn't just Dante who fell nearby. Another squadron matriarch who had started the battle with Vale a little while ago was pinned down next to Dante. He immediately got up and swung his dual swords at Bale, who charged again, and Dante also adjusted his stance to avoid Lionel's sword energy, which followed up with a follow-up blow. Hey Dante, are you being pushed around by that guy? Aren't you fighting straight? Why are your eyes so blank? Even Bale, who said that, seemed to have no time to help Dante right now. Dante was once again distracted by the head of the squadron fighting Vale. What are those chains on your face? The head of the family also had chains wrapped around his face like Alpin. This was proof that he was resisting Rosa, but it was a fact that our allies could not yet know. In the first place, the reason why Bale was not able to easily push his opponent was because Rosa was controlling him. Bale was used to fighting by subduing his opponent with pure destructive power rather than the ingenuity of swordsmanship, so the match was particularly bad. However, Dante shouted at Bale without realizing it. Lord Vale removed the chains on his face first before killing him. The reason was unknown. Somehow I just have a strong intuition that if Vale breaks the chain of the family head, the pressure that is weighing me down like an old jam will disappear. What? Why the chain? Rather, are you in a position to give orders to me? Please do so. It's not an order, it's a request. It's so noisy, I'll just kill you. Dante then looked at the previous head of the family, played by Cadden. There were no chains for him. Once again Vale went to the left side of the battlefield with the chained matriarch. Dante parried Lionel's sword and headed toward the center of the battlefield. Have you been unable to concentrate because you know the effects of the Hu chain? I wonder how they figured it out. Instead of answering, Dante scattered intangible sword energy. Since my senses were duller than usual, I planned to gain time by leading a melee and then gather my wits. The intention is obvious. Besides, something like this doesn't suit your overly upright sword. Lionel immediately exploded his soul energy and erased the intangible sword energy that filled the air. Dante was forced to follow his own flow. Moreover, because Lionel had just mentioned the term chain effect, my attention was even more focused on that. Dante was getting to the point where he kept glancing towards the Vale even though he was on the defensive. I felt like I had to watch that chain break as it broke my heart, and I felt like I could fight properly. Sword Emperor Songju, I was wondering why he kept doing this from a while ago. He seems to have fallen into a state of despair. As Lionel said, Dante's current state was no different from falling into a state of despair. I can't keep my balance in a situation where my life could be lost if I let my guard down for even a moment. The residual scars accumulating on Dante's body became deeper and deeper. Nevertheless, Dante was more conscious of the chains of the former head of the family that were still fighting with Vale than Lionel's sword. Even Baradin, who was firing magic spells across the entire battlefield from above, was looking down at Dante and thinking that he couldn't understand. What on earth is Dante Huron, Lord of the Sword Emperor, doing now? With the enemy commander in front of you. Please cut it off quickly. Slam. At the moment when Dante's earnest heart reached its peak, Vale broke the chains of the previous matriarch. Like Alpin, a strong and clear face untainted by chaos is revealed. As soon as the chain broke, he withdrew his sword aimed at Bale. The descendants who sinned through weakness will greet you, Sir Bale, the teenage knight. This is Tasha Runkendall, the 21st head of the family. Thanks to my ancestors loosening my bonds, I was finally able to hold the sword with my own will rather than with my evil spirit. Tasha Runkendall. She was the daughter of Runkendall's 20th head of the family, Alphin, and the 21st head of the family. Like her father, she did not succumb to the power of the evil spirit. Vale looked at Tasha with a puzzled expression. She had a face very similar to Sarah. That's right. Was that chain some kind of restraint? Yes, ancestor. Please forgive me for daring to commit rudeness under the manipulation of the evil spirit just now. Also from now on will you allow me to follow the current 12 horsemen of Runkendal and fight alongside them? While Tasha was also bound by the evil spirit's power, she was able to understand the current situation through her inner self. I don't have the authority to do that, but I'm sure he would welcome me with open arms. I understand with honor. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce murderous intent and fighting spirit appeared in Tasha's eyes. Of course, where those eyes were directed was not the temporary alliance but the army of chaos. Ah! At that moment Dante was finally able to realize, what has been putting you in a state of despair all this time? You can come back. The road to Baradin. That's how you can come back. Just as Tasha Runkendal is now free from her bondage and Runkendal's will is shining again. He feels that his friend Baradin, who has become such a monster that he has no hesitation in using the demon stone, can also come back. As soon as that thought occurred, my mind, which had been endlessly distracted, suddenly calmed down. The pressure of Jin's safety and the endless chaos of an army that kills and kills and the pressure of realizing what must be shown as the best sword of the Empire in this war. That wasn't any problem. Dante's firm belief that Jin would eventually win and that the army of evil spirits would disappear from this world forever has never wavered from the beginning. I was just afraid that after the decisive battle Baradin would never return to his original state and become another evil spirit. That was the only thing that disturbed Dante's inner self while he was fighting Lionel. The sight of Tasha escaping from chaos and extending her sword toward it could not help but come across as a powerful prophecy to Dante. Lionel's sword was flying towards Dante's head. Dante formed an intangible sword wind without even turning in that direction. Unlike before where he was helplessly erased, Lionel was unable to break through the sword storm. You are right, Lion King. I was in a state of despair for a moment. It looks like he's finally coming to his senses. But from the day you were resurrected until now you have been falling further and further into the abyss. So even though he was once the king of the sword family, he was unable to cut me who was fierce until now. Also, you probably didn't even know that death was approaching you. What are you talking about? Sigh. Suddenly Lionel sighed and looked down at his side. The sword symbolizing death Jonah was piercing his side. Hee. Jonah dodged Lionel's rough, outstretched hand and instantly disappeared into the chaos of the battlefield. I warned you that my life, unlike yours, is one, Lion King. Your sword has become dull due to your continued belief in resurrection and evil spirits. How many deaths is this since you woke up in the mausoleum? Dante closes the distance in an instant. I hope this time is truly the last time. I will pray for you to escape from the swamp of evil spirits, even if it means dying. Swak. Rashid passed Lionel's throat. A fleeting noise rose from the top of my head. As Dante turned his head to find the remaining head of the squadron, Tasha and Baradin were caught. Even though we have diverged, if we continue to advance through the evil spirit's castle, we will soon meet again, Jean. I believe that this image will give you strength too. Second basement floor. As soon as the 5 people, including Jean, finished descending, they felt the air becoming stuffy. On the second basement floor, the energy that interferes with the creation of auras and magical power was greatly amplified. It's worse than what Alpin said earlier. Bianca said, repeatedly forming and disarming the aura on the great sword. The energy on the great sword was only at 70% of the normal level. The rest of the people were in a similar situation. The same was true for Alpin, who was completely unaffected until the chain broke. I feel like my senses have become somewhat dulled. It's not just a feeling, it's actually dull, Captain Wraith. It's a little bit though. Octavia sighed inwardly at Hito's answer. Not only was it not enough to be separated from our allies, but personal inaction was also causing problems, so I couldn't help but feel burdened. It's definitely gotten worse than I realized. I think the reason the aura interference has become more severe is because Sir Alphin has been freed from the evil spirit's control. Instead of losing the energy used to control me, I guess I would have more free time, so I strengthened the aura interference even more. Yes. That makes sense. There was no way for the party to check for themselves, but Jin's guess was accurate. However, if there was one aspect that was overlooked, it was the presence of Tasha. Not only Alpin but also Tasha from the Allies' side was released from bondage, so it was natural that the interference became so severe. No matter what happens, we have no choice but to move forward. Jean reminded his companions of that fact again. This time it was just an infinitely black and vast space. The group walked in silence for a while as if they were in a desert. It was when the group slowly stopped counting their steps that something began to appear. An outline of what appeared to be a person was emerging in the distance. Is it 5 this time? As the distance got closer, the exact number was revealed. The group felt a moment of discomfort at the fact that the number of people was the same, as if they had been chosen on purpose. Please come quickly. The knight standing in the middle opened his mouth. Jean saw the dual swords hanging on the knight's waist and immediately recognized him. This is the 16th head of the family Leon Runkendal. The great sword is the 29th head of the family Tucker Runkendal, and the chain sword is the 35th family head Neff Runkendal. On the other hand, unlike those three, the other two possessed ordinary long swords and were unrecognizable. If their faces were exposed, they would be recognizable by comparing the portraits they had seen in the past with their memories, but both had chains covering their faces. In other words, there were only 2 of them that Jean would respect. My descendants meet their 2 ancestors. Please hold on just a little longer. I will soon untie you. Like the 20-year-old standing there, do you think you can save these 2 people? It will be so, Leon. Deep. Suddenly Leon's sword cut off the left arm of the matriarch next to him. The head of the family was chained. The matriarch whose arm fell off was as unresponsive as a doll. Jean narrowed his eyes and glared at Leon. The head of the household is absolute. That's a law that hasn't changed since the day the family started. The family doesn't need people like you and me who break the rules. No matter how excellent it is, it only muddies the waters. You are undermining the authority of the current head of the family, Rosa Runkendal. Let's stop now. Cheeing. A flash of light flew into Leon's chest. It was a sword shot by Alpin. Leon swatted away the sword energy with his hand and looked at Alpin. When I was young, my heart raced as I listened to stories about my great-great-grandfather's exploits from my family's long-standing family members. Today I see it was all a lie. Authority? What authority does the monster who brought the family to this point have? In your 20s you were called the Knight of Light and led an unprecedentedly large war to victory. It would have been great to see if he had followed the matriarch's wishes while preserving that achievement. Shut up, I will pay for my memories of today being tainted. All those without chains will disappear. Jean confirmed that Ryan did not attack the head of the household further after cutting his arm. The right arm that uses the sword was left behind. The reason they cut off the left arm was just to provoke us, and they really have no intention of causing a serious loss of power by killing the matriarch. If so, it meant that both the chained matriarchs could be saved. Odo. It is natural to fight one person at a time. Jean had chosen his opponent from the moment Ryan cut off the left arm of the matriarch next to him. I will deal with the head of the family whose arms were not cut off and rescue them as intact as possible, while Sir Alphin will take charge of Leon. While Jean was thinking, Bianca kept her eyes on Tucker's great sword. Jean, I want to face the great swordsman. Then Lord Hito, please deal with the 35th head of the family who uses a chainsword. Octavia, take charge of our ancestor who lost his left arm. Jean thought that of the 5, Octavia was currently the weakest. It may be that she has ghost squad members or has been strengthened by demon stones, but for now she has to take on the weakest opponent. But never kill your ancestors. If you just take off the chains, you will become an ally. Let's try. It's not about trying, it's about doing it. Otherwise I will kill you. Jean didn't say those words out loud, but Octavia gritted her teeth as she felt a chill go down her back for an instant. The composition arrangement has been completed. There was no need for long words. Since there was no need for anyone to get caught up and get hurt, all they had to do was stick together until one side was finished. It was Jin's meteor shower during the 3rd decisive battle of Runkendal that announced the start of the battle. Pure white swords were falling, tearing through the dark air. The former head of the family scattered left and right to avoid the meteor shower. Every time the meteor shower's sword energy hit the ground, an earthquake occurred and a heavy shock wave spread. Even before the meteor shower reached its halfway point, there were scenes of decisive battles between families everywhere. It was a natural situation since there were 6 people, including Jean, who was the head of the Runkendal family. If this was a normal castle, before a minute had passed since the battle began, most of the buildings would have been completely destroyed. From a distance, their fight was no different from a natural disaster. In terms of power, it seemed that the former patriarchs had the upper hand. Jean and his group had limitations in generating energy, so it was unavoidable. The previous head of the family was freely using not only Horus but also marriage energy. A black storm struck those who fought ceaselessly. Only Jean and his party were hit by the spirit. If each person wanted to completely bind their partner to themselves, they could not properly avoid the spirit of marriage. The party was exerting its full force without any search warfare. We had to lead the battle by defeating our respective opponents as quickly as possible and supporting the other side. The reason the 12 horsemen made me pay interest was because they judged that my strength would inevitably decline as I lost my left arm, but I guess I was mistaken. Octavia thought as she received the sword of the previous matriarch. Even if you are right-handed, not being able to use both hands is clearly a fatal limitation. However, Octavia's opponent was fiercer and used a sharper sword than the other family heads. There is a level difference so clear that even the magician Octavia can see it. Soon Octavia was able to realize the reason. He is not fighting with his own skills right now. The master's swordsmanship must have reached that level. Even if you don't have an arm, it's no problem. I don't know if that's possible. At every moment, a thrillingly sharp blow penetrated my body. Perhaps because her inner circle had deepened, Rosa was manipulating the previous generation's matriarch more delicately than during Alpin. Jean was also looking into that fact. He too is experiencing it as he mixes swords with his opponent. You should have put Sir Hito there, not Octavia. If things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before Octavia suffers. I have no choice but to defeat and help my ancestors as quickly as possible. Just as Jean was thinking about that, Hito's voice was heard. Jean, don't worry about the ghost captain, I will support you. I too will help as much as I can. Fortunately, there was a gap between Hito and the 35s and Bianca and the 29s. Alpin and Leon were so close that even Jean couldn't guess. Soon Jean fixed his gaze on his opponent. It seemed as if Runkendal's shining eyes, which had never been broken, could be seen beneath the chains of the evil body. Why do you keep insulting our ancestors like this? Even if you chain them and forcefully control them, they will eventually point their swords at you again, like Sir Alphin. You can take away the body, but you cannot corrupt the soul. Swak! Blood burst out from the backs of Jean and the opponent's hands at the same time. The swords that stabbed each other passed by. The two people turned their bodies to their right sides and fired sword energy. If not the soul, then the body. Do you really want to have Runkendels? Grumbling. A slight magical power swirled around Bradamanti, creating a blue flame. Eternalization, a fire that cannot be extinguished by anything. Your Runkendel is not legitimate. That's why you can't move the deficit without binding them with chains. In my view, the 4 chains that control our ancestors are the result of such lack and self-destruction. You are pretending to be God, but in reality you are still just a weak and ugly human being. Even if he takes over a family with dirty power, oppresses people through fear, builds a huge castle, and shows off his power as if he is ready to destroy the whole world at any time. No matter how much you try to hide your true face, the essence is not hidden. Every time Jean continued speaking, loopholes were appearing in the opponent's swordsmanship. His swordsmanship, which was flawless even without an arm, was slowly breaking down. On the contrary, Jin's sword contained increasingly deeper and more transparent fire. Step by step, Eternal Flower was getting closer to the chain. A flawed sword cannot stop the fire from getting closer. I can only hold on and hold on, slowing down the sword from reaching the chain. The battle between Jean and his opponent continued until the roar that filled the battlefield subsided. Jean was so absorbed in his fight that he didn't even notice how much time had passed. What we can know for sure, however, is that Bradamanti, immersed in eternal flame, has finally reached the chain that entangles her opponent. Clap! With the noise of a chain breaking, Jean looked into the other person's eyes. I thought I should pay my respects again to my ancestors who had finally regained their bodies. However, the face of the person revealed when the chain broke was not that of the former head of Runkendal. Rosa? Badass Rosa. What the chain was covering was her in human form. Jin's face distorted as he swallowed a sigh of relief. The sight of a piece of chain falling from Rosa's face passed slowly as if frozen. Why on earth? Rosa. The person the chain should have been covering had to be the former head of the family who deserved respect. Jean deliberately fought at a disadvantage with the sole thought of saving his ancestors. Even though he was able to cut off the opponent's life several times, he threw away the opportunity and persevered even when he could have inflicted fatal wounds. That was the reason why I couldn't finish it quickly and help my colleagues who were struggling behind my back and in front of me. All of this was an effort to save the ancestor who should have been in chains in as intact a state as possible. But the person who had such a hard time finding it was the evil spirit Rosa. And it looked so fine. After being freed from her bonds, Rosa did not glow with a soft indigo color like the others who came out of the mausoleum, nor was she grotesquely deformed like a chaotic monster. Rosa is just not human. It had an appearance that could be said to be Runkendal itself. Long black hair that looks like it's about to be sucked in, eyes with a radiance of will, a gaze that calmly and heavily presses the person facing it, and two hands that are tightly gripped as if they will never let go of the sword. A knight who was the mistress of the family that led Runkendal on behalf of Soren for a long time and was a giant of her time. Rosa Runkendal was making eye contact with Jean. Damn it! Jean cursed without realizing it. For a moment my breathing became heavier as if Sima had come to visit me. Barely suppressing the cold dizziness and nausea that came with it, Jean reflexively widened the distance. If the battle continued like this again, I felt like I would make a mistake. I was hit. That thought was the first thing that came to mind. If the evil spirit staged a play to give himself a psychological shock, it couldn't have been more successful. Our soldiers were also shocked. For a moment they almost looked at Rosa instead of their partner. You must remain calm. This is just a scheme of the evil god. That human-looking Rosa must be some kind of fragment created by the evil god's power. Jean holds his sword tightly. Your taste for bad things has increased. You evil spirit. I didn't know you would do something like this to confuse me. However, Rosa gave a completely unexpected answer to Jin's words. Aren't you trying to save me because you know me? What? Why are you calling me an evil spirit? Once again Jean couldn't help but feel his stomach twist. Rosa, who was freed from her chains, did not even have the resonance characteristic of the resurrected people. It was like a really living person. He seemed like a person who was trying to protect Runkendal no matter what. My heart was pounding like crazy. I am Rosa Runkendal. Why do you mistake the monster that has been shackling me for the same person as me? What are you talking about? Jean. 12 horsemen. The urgent voices of Hito and Octavia were heard from behind. Psy-dash. At the same time I felt a sharp energy stabbing into my back. It was a sword shot aimed at Jean by the enemy. Because Jean was concentrating all his attention on Rosa, his reaction was a little slower than usual. The sword energy grazed my back and blood splashed out. The wound is not deep. The one who fired the sword was the one-armed head of the squadron. Or is it true that he is the head of the entire family? If you cut off the chain, wouldn't Rosa appear again? An unpleasant feeling that was difficult to describe continued to disturb Jin's mind. I looked back, dodging the sword that flew at me again, and saw my exhausted allies. Bianca was in a near-dead state in the 29th, and both Alpin and Leon were in ruins, but there was no winner. Hito was helping Octavia after finishing off the 35th. Despite facing them all at the same time, the one-armed matriarch was actually showing a stronger force than when the battle first began. Jean had just released another chain, which meant that the evil spirit's influence on the head of the family had increased. Wow! Octavia coughed up a handful of blood and arched her back forward. While protecting her, Hito received a direct hit from several rays of the matriarch's sword energy. There were wounds all over his huge body. 12 horsemen? Are you saying you are the 12 horsemen of the family? Now that I think about it, your sword is Bradamanti. The name is Jean Runkendal. It's strange. Rosa was talking as if she knew nothing. Shut up. Jean threw himself towards Hito. First of all, I felt like I needed to give him some time to recover. Rosa did not disturb Jean, who turned around and started running. On the contrary, he intercepted the sword energy of the former head of the family flying at Jean, and even provided cover for him. Rosa's sword, which intercepted sword energy, was not as powerful as the current evil spirit or as powerful as the Rosa that Jean remembered from the time when he was the head of the family. Jean decided not to think any more about the evil spirit's intentions. Tisk dash. The swords of Jean and the former head of the family clashed. With just one battle, Jean understood why Hito and Octavia were struggling so hard. The matriarch's sword had the power to inject soul energy into the opponent just like that of the evil spirit. Now the former head of the family is not just being manipulated but is closer to being assimilated with the evil spirit itself. Jean caused immortalization in Bradamanti again. I had to end the squadron family as quickly as possible and sort out this confusing situation. We cannot rule out the possibility that the previous head of the family is another Rosa, but we must confirm. We can't just dismiss the possibility that he is a real Sentai matriarch like Alpin. If you close that possibility because you have doubts because the situation is overwhelming, it was like giving up on an ancestor who fought for his family both while alive and after his unwanted resurrection. Therefore you must break the chain without killing it. While Jean was worrying, Rosa continued to stare at Jin's back, taking cover. Like someone who has something to say. But it's like I don't know what to say first. Without checking Rosa's appearance, Jean extended his sword to the former head of the family. I don't care if it's a trap, you evil spirit. I will not give up on even one of my ancestors who resisted you until the end. Even if Rosa appears again like just before and not the ancestors, all you have to do is cut them all down along with the Rosa behind you. Jin's sword rushing towards the head of the family no longer contained confusion. My inner self, which had become dizzy after facing the sudden appearance of Rosa, was being sorted out. As Jean regained his composure and began to take on the role of head of the squadron, Hito and Octavia quickly gained some leeway. When Bianca finally destroyed the 29th generation, it was after Jean and the former head of the family had fought over 100 battles. Hito and Octavia also entered the war again, and the fierce battle between Alpin and Leon came to an end. The bodies of Leon and Tucker Neff were disintegrating into particles as they rolled across the floor from the shockwave of the battle. The battle that started with equal numbers was now many to one. No matter how much they have been assimilated, the head of the previous generation is not an evil spirit after all. Until now, even with the loss of an arm, he had been able to use the sword without any flaws, but it was limited. The reason he was able to endure so far against the 5 in the first place was because Jean decided not to kill the former head of the family. If I had fought with the intention of killing, the battle would have been much shorter. Now, you evil bastard, stop doing such stupid things and come forward yourself. He-geek roaring. Bradamanti cut off a strand of chains covering the former matriarch's face. The eternal flower continued to stick to the crack and melt the links of the chain. Little by little the face inside the chain was revealed, and Jin's judgment was not wrong this time. It's not Rosa. The chain wasn't completely broken yet, but at first glance her face looked completely different from Rosa's. Just as Jean was about to cut off the chain, once more the Sentai matriarch suddenly lunged at him with Bradamanti, as if he was trying to stab me on purpose. Jean reacted immediately and stepped to the side. Now it only takes a few seconds for the eternal fire to burn down all the chains, and I had no intention of losing my ancestors here. In just a few seconds the restraints binding the head of the squadron would naturally melt. The head of the squadron did not chase after Jean, who had fallen to the side. Just pass me by? The purpose of the evil spirit controlling the former head of the family was not to have him stabbed to death by Jin's sword. The evil spirit accurately predicted that Jean would avoid it. What the evil spirit was targeting in the first place was himself, who was watching Jean from behind. It was Rosa. All allies are positioned in front of Jean. The only person left behind Jean was Rosa. Deep. Ah! The sword of the previous matriarch penetrated Rosa's chest. The evil spirit had used near-perfect swordsmanship just by controlling the head of the previous generation, but for some reason Rosa, who was standing behind Jean, could not even receive a single blow with the sword, even though it was clearly his own sword. Big! Rosa swallowed a groan and grabbed the blade that entered her body. When the head of the squadron who stabbed her collapsed and stopped moving, Rosa got down on one knee and let out a heavy breath. Ugh! Jean couldn't understand that. Why did the evil spirit stab himself, and why is Rosa suffering like a human being? And why does this ominous feeling come upon me? I couldn't understand anything. However, Jean unconsciously ran towards Rosa. It was a fatal wound. If Rosa, who was stabbed, was really human, she would die soon. Bad beast. What on earth is this? Do I still look like a evil spirit? Why are you acting like a human? Jean was shocked and stopped talking. For some reason Rosa looked much younger than he remembered. Suddenly Jean realized that Rosa had already looked young when she broke free of her chains. I looked again at a face that looked like my own age, probably in my early to mid-20s. I felt like my heart was sinking. Jin's breathing was becoming heavier. I think I have a vague understanding of the situation now. Jean, you are the child of me and Soren. He and I decided to give our last child that name. Incomprehensible actions, incomprehensible words. And an incomprehensibly weak appearance. I felt like my legs were going to give out. Young Rosa did not feel any spirit of spirit. It was truly a person. What does this mean? Jean, humans are evil spirits. The 12 horsemen must be killed immediately. The allies who came in late also opened their eyes wide and looked at Jean and Rosa alternately. Octavia pointed her wand at Rosa even though she felt like she was going to faint. Guido lowered the staff in his hand. I don't know how the ghost captain situation is progressing, but I think Jin's judgment is right. Cough. Jean was silent, focusing on the empty space, but when Rosa coughed up a handful of blood he flinched and made eye contact with her again. Are you saying this person isn't really an evil spirit? If this is a scheme of evil spirits, then what on earth are they trying to achieve by going this far? It's too much to just confuse me. If all of this was really a prank by the evil god, he should have caused confusion and then dealt a direct hit to me and my allies. However, Rosa, who was freed from her chains, never once attacked Jean. The inaction shown by young Rosa was not even at the level of being a threat to the party. In fact, Rosa even provided cover while the former head of the family and the group were fighting. Moreover, the former head of the family, whose assimilation with the evil spirit had reached its peak, stabbed Rosa, not Jean, for the last time before being released from the chains. That meant that the evil spirit was trying to kill himself. Or your own alter ego. Impersonation. Suddenly an assumption crossed Jin's mind. What if Rosa, who is dying now, is some kind of fragment that fell from the evil spirit? As guessed, young Rosa was a being that was differentiated and embodied in the deepest inner self of an evil spirit who did not want to be corrupted until the end. This is the result of the detachment from the once brightest days that the evil spirit can never return to. That was the true identity of Rosa, who was now dying in front of Jin's eyes. In the first place, Rosa did not even know that she had differentiated herself from an evil spirit. She recognized herself and the evil spirit as completely different beings. However, Rosa realized that she was something twisted, because this was not the world she remembered. Why was he trapped in the chains of the evil spirit? Where were Soren and the other knights of the family? What was he doing right before he was trapped? Rosa couldn't remember anything. No matter how human it looked, it was only natural that it was not a real person but just an unconscious mind separated from the evil body. There was no way he could remember anything just before he was trapped. Young Rosa's memories stopped on a day when she was 23. On a day when the evil spirit missed me the most. Looking at me, I'm a twisted being who shouldn't be here. Moreover, even the knight named Jean, who is probably my son, and everyone else are calling me an evil spirit. So does that mean that the dark monster that has been shackling you is your future? Somehow it never occurred to me that this could be nothing more than a terrible nightmare. So clearly and quickly she understood the situation she was in. Ha ha. Rosa let out a snarky laugh. I had mixed emotions. I had so many questions. How did he become such a monster? How is Soren doing? How many children did he have? And how much is his family in danger because of him? Rosa felt the spirit spreading throughout her body like poison from inside her pierced chest. Jean, a little closer, closer. Can you show me your face? Jean didn't answer and just looked down at Rosa for a few seconds. As you can see, I was mortally wounded. And that too to a knight controlled by an evil spirit. It's proof that I'm not on his side. Besides, you and your colleagues are at a level where you wouldn't dare threaten me even if I were fine. So there isn't much time left for me to let down my guard. Rosa was finally concentrating and speaking clearly. Eventually Jean got down on one knee and leaned towards Rosa. When I looked again after gathering my devastated mind, the sight of young Rosa was unfamiliar yet familiar. You're handsome. It feels like an exact mix of half and half of Soren's and mine. If there are 12 horsemen, are you the youngest? There is one more person. Then a total of 13? It seems that Soren and my Jumsul were better than I imagined. What happened to him? I'm sure I didn't even harm the theory, right? You are alive and well. Then Soren must be completing his mission elsewhere. You have taken on the role of defeating me, who has become a monster, and taking back my family on Soren's behalf. Jean narrowed his eyebrows every time he heard the second-person pronoun you. Rosa looked at that and smiled faintly. I only like Jumsul with Shiren, but your expression shows at once what a terrible mother I was. It must have been the worst thing ever for a family mistress. It's not like there haven't been villains in Runkendal who went beyond the level of betrayal and committed adultery, but among them I'm probably the only one who became a villain. Young Rosa was a completely different type of Rosa than the Rosa Jean remembered. The latter was a devil who would do anything for the prosperity and survival of his family. On the other hand, Rosa, who was smiling bitterly in front of her, had such clear and deep eyes that it was safe to say that she was more suited to Hiren than Runkendal. Rosa. Say it. Why did you do that? Rosa was lost in thought for a few seconds at Jin's question. I guess I just lacked all the qualities and qualifications to become the family's mistress. No, before you became an evil spirit, you were clearly the acting head of the family, revered by the entire family. No one thought you were inadequate to lead the family on behalf of your father, and your family members made every effort to gain recognition from you. Rosa lowered her head. He is losing strength due to bleeding. You were the acting head of the family that even your enemies and those who despised you had no choice but to acknowledge. I was like that too. Until you colluded with the prophet and became an evil spirit. Until he becomes a crazy monster, who says that even if the entire world is destroyed it doesn't matter as long as the Runkendal flag remains. That's what I said. These are the words you said and the things you are doing. Through this force of chaos? Rosa said, placing her hand on her affected area. Before I knew it, the spirit that had spread like a tumor was becoming prominent. Okay. Then the reason why I became a monster is clear. It is the result of giving up the struggle. Rosa said in a calm voice. I do it because I am tired, because I can no longer see the way, or because I have done enough and it is enough. The struggle has stopped. Becoming a villain would have been a very easy path. It was probably the most tempting and easiest path I've ever walked, from birth to becoming an evil spirit. Transparent tears flowed down Rosa's cheeks. Remorse for a future she couldn't remember, hatred for herself, and despair that no matter what she did she couldn't turn back the terrible future that had already happened, coldly cutting through her insides. There was nothing he could do against the real Rosa who had become a monster. Jean closed his eyes tightly. As the standard-bearer of the family, I am on my way to pay for my sins. If you have anything to say to the evil spirit, please let me know. Please, may death not be a comfortable escape. Even after death I hope that his ugly soul and body will be trapped somewhere and be in pain, and that he will never be freed from it even if eternity passes. I sincerely hope that I will always be next to him, always. more earnestly than anything else. The group held their breath for a moment. The ghostly spirit of Rosa, who was cursing herself with all her heart even as she was dying, was weighing down the people. I will tell you. Rosa's last breath was coming to an end. Jean decided to stay by her side until she died. Rosa talked to Jean while she was losing consciousness and coming back again and again. Jean, do you have a lover? Does not exist. In the past. I'm not sure. The one who has you in mind, or the one you have in mind alone? Why are you doing that in this situation? Because he's handsome, like Chiron. I liked Chiron because he was handsome. Sigh. At that point Jean ended up bursting out laughing. Soren and Rosa's children never had any memory of having such an ordinary and useless conversation with their parents. There is no one more handsome or stronger than him. I did not associate with anyone other than Soren. Did your father do the same? If he's still wandering the Black Sea, maybe. Chiron, unlike me, is still fighting. Rosa let out a puff of hot breath. Jean, I'm sorry, son. Be sure to stop me. With those words Rosa passed away. All the things she said right before she died were words that Jean remembered Rosa could never say. Okay, I will do that. Jean answered in his mind and quietly closed Rosa's eyelids. Just as the dead Rosa regretted a future, she did not know Jean was letting go of his mother from a past he did not know. There was silence for a while. The dead Rosa may have been a self or a soul that broke away from the evil spirit. The group nodded at Jin's words. They were listening to the conversation between the two and were making the same guess as Jean. Perhaps the separation was unwanted or unexpected. I don't remember feeling anything related to interest inside the evil spirit during the time I was restrained. Moreover, it was Iza, not you, that the evil spirit attacked at the last moment through this head of the family. Alpin said, carrying the head of the squadron who had been lying down next to Rosa earlier. He had not yet regained consciousness and neither Jean nor Alpin knew his identity. Young Rosa's body was turning black. The chaotic tumor that started in the chest was seen growing rapidly. Jean created a lump of flame on his palm. I felt like I needed to clean up the body and leave before it got worse. However, Jean, who was about to drop the spark, looked up in shock. Suddenly the voice of an evil spirit was heard. I wonder how you felt watching my last remaining humanity disappear, youngest child. This mother expected you to end it yourself. But this isn't a bad thing. The group immediately aimed their swords in all directions. The ugly body was not visible. Only the gloomy voice that vibrated the entire vast darkness continued. What did it say to you? That strangely long curse was clearly conveyed to me thanks to his grudge against me, but I couldn't hear anything else. Jean quietly stared into space. There's no need for monsters to know what people say. This is a word shared between people. Are you saying that you felt this impurity that fell from me as a person? At least he was much closer to a person than you. I don't know what we talked about, but it seems like the impurity that was my last humanity shook your heart. As soon as I started hearing my voice, I saw that I was conscious of this corpse. You're just passing things around. Stop talking and show yourself. Zahia. The moment Jean said that, young Rosa's body was suddenly torn to pieces, flesh and bone fragments flying out. This was because the soul energy in the body swelled rapidly. As the evil spirit said, Jean felt a strange feeling during his brief meeting with young Rosa. What would it have been like if she had become his mother with that pure and strong heart and not turned into an evil spirit? That's what I felt. Is that why? Jean was quite shocked to see young Rosa's body being torn apart before his eyes. He didn't show it at all on the outside, but he couldn't fool the evil spirit. It's hard to see something like that, right? If I had received the gift I was planning to give last time, I wouldn't have had to feel such useless emotions. It was a story about the preliminary battle between Jean and Rosa that took place last time in the inner world. Young Rosa's body was torn apart with no form left, and the proliferating soul energy even devoured the pieces of the body that fell everywhere like an anglerfish. The wedding ceremony soon began to take on a certain shape. In an instant, a huge dark body was forming. It was similar to a beast that walked on 4 legs. Ominous eyes that emit a red glow, claws and molars larger than a human body, and dark fur that seems to absorb all the light. It looked very similar to a wild beast that existed in Ince. Black Panther. A nickname that symbolizes Rosa in her human days. The guy let out a rough breath and looked down at the group. Jean looked into the Black Panther's eyes and sneered. Now that we have thrown away the last of our humanity, is it time to throw away the second name we were called in the past? I feel strangely obsessed with my human days. In fact, I think he keeps doing these ridiculous things unconsciously because he regrets the fact that he has become a corrupted evil spirit. If there's one thing I regret, it's giving strength to Joshua instead of you. If I knew from the beginning that you were real. The evil spirit blurted out his words and let out a bizarre laugh for a while. And after about 10 seconds, the evil spirit's voice could no longer be heard. Instead, the black leopard walked with long strides and cast a shadow. CRR. The Black Panther slowly turned around with his eyes fixed on the group. Even though a body heavier than a dragon was moving, no footsteps were heard at all. The situation wasn't very good. Most of the group was seriously injured due to the fierce battle with the previous generation heads just moments ago. Among the group, the only ones who could produce power as usual or similar to usual were Jean and Bianca. In particular, Octavia was at a level where she was completely unable to fight. When the battle began, the group had to fight while protecting not only her but also the unconscious head of the unidentified squadron. Because of this, the group thought for a moment about what to do, but Jean had already decided on a solution. Bianca, you protect your allies. Jean planned to deal with the Black Panther alone. Fight alone? Okay. I don't know how strong it is. It might be dangerous. If you think I'm in danger, then help me. Okay. Bianca wanted to tell him to think again, but stopped when she saw the look in Jean's eyes. There was so much bitterness that even she felt a chill down her back for an instant. His anger toward the evil spirit and his resentment from having to fight at a disadvantage while trying to save the previous generation's heads were exploding all at once. I'll destroy it. The moment Jean spoke quietly, the black leopard attacked first. Its front paw distorted the space and fell on Jin's head. Jean did not avoid it and took it head on. The shock wave spread and the floor fell in the shape of a huge semicircle. However, what the front foot hit was not Jean but only the floor. Just before his front foot touched down, Jean stepped to the side and swung his sword. The blow swung at that time left a sword mark on the front paw of the black leopard, which paused for a moment. An absurdly long and straight line, as if the entire space had been cut away. After a while, when the afterimage disappeared, a piece of something heavy fell from the black leopard and rolled on the floor. Thud dash. What fell on the ground was the right front paw of the black leopard that had just swung towards Jean. Ka-ah! The fallen front paw melted like water, creating a muddy puddle of spirit. Originally, the severed part should have been regenerated in an instant, but Bradamanti was already stained with a blurry eternal painting. The Black Panther's affected body tried to regenerate continuously, but the speed was slow due to the attached eternal flower. The Black Panther swung his remaining left foot and pushed Jean away. However, Jean cut him down in one go and opened his eyes wide. Once again, the black leopard's paw fell to the ground and made a heavy noise. The black leopard, which had lost all of its front paws, was unable to maintain its balance properly. In just 2 matches, it was revealed that Jean was overwhelmingly superior in simple close combat. That was something that neither the Black Panther nor the allies had expected at all. Of course, the allies thought that Jean would have the upper hand, but they had no idea that they would overwhelm that monster so easily. There is no way the evil spirit created this guy just to disgrace young Rose's body. There must be some element of threat. Jin's eyes fell on the black leopard's paws. Pools of muddy black gunk were seen bubbling, like a strong acidic solution. Is the floor opening? While descending into the inner world, so far Jean and the group had learned several facts about this space. First of all, as Alpin said, once you come down you cannot go up again, and the internal structure is constantly changing. And the spirit that formed the subspace is nearly impossible to completely collapse like an ordinary building. If that were possible, I would have just destroyed everything and headed underground without having to encounter the enemies guarding each floor like gatekeepers. However, the puddles left behind as the black leopard's body melted were different. The wall of soul energy that even Jin's spiritual sword could not pierce was melting like sugar. Because of this, Jin stopped attacking for a moment and looked at the puddle. The black leopard managed to regenerate its front paws, but they were not in perfect shape. The affected area regenerated into an ugly shape as if only a skeleton remained and eternal flames glowed in every crack. Quajik Kuduk dash. The black leopard attacked Jin again with its front paws and screamed every time it moved due to the pain of eternalization. Jin just deliberately avoided the attack. I didn't think I should hastily cut him down until I found out the effect of the puddle. However, the problem is that eternalization has already caused cracks in its regenerative parts. As soon as the black leopard lost its front paw, a crack widened and its flesh and bones were flying out in all directions. They all melted the floor just like the first paws that fell. Dozens of large holes were already opening near Jin and the Black Panther. Inside, the endless abyss that I saw every time I went down to the lower level unfolded. Like burning paper, the holes in the floor kept getting bigger. Only a few seconds had passed, but it had already expanded to the area near the ally who had retreated. The identity of the hole is unknown. Is it a hole leading to the lower layers of the inner world, or is it a trap that should not be fallen into? What is certain is that either way, falling into that hole was something the evil spirit wanted. Because of this, Jin thought of stopping the battle and running with his allies into a space where a hole had not yet formed, but an abyss had already formed between him and his allies that he could not jump over. So soon? As each second passed, the eternal fire attached to the black leopard grew bigger. The thing no longer looked like a black panther, but rather like a lump of flesh engulfed in blue fire. Every time it moved, the flesh bounced and instantly melted the relationship between Jin and his allies. In the first place, the Black Panther was not created for battle. Did the evil spirit expect me to use eternalization right away and prepare this trap? In other words, this situation was a warning and a destruction of evil spirits against eternalization. A warning that if you continue to use eternalization against yourself and your army, a more dangerous situation may unfold and you will fall. First, Jin created a path using ice magic and ran towards his allies. If the floor collapses at this rate, there is no way to avoid falling. So it was better to stick with our allies. Catch it! As Jin crossed the last icy road, he barely managed to hold on to Hito's outstretched hand. But at that time, more than 90% of the floor had already melted. Even the black leopard that was chasing Jin had already fallen and was nowhere to be seen. In the end, the group had no choice but to stick close to each other and wait for the fall. When you fall, everyone never let go of your hand. If it leads downstairs, you might be able to cross paths just by letting go of your hand for a moment. As soon as the allies nodded to Alpin's words, the last remaining floor disappeared and the group began to fall. Thud! Unlike before, the fall was over in an instant. As soon as they reached the floor, the group breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that everyone was holding hands. As soon as I looked around, I had to realize that this was not a situation to be relieved about. How many of those are there? Black panthers were swarming everywhere. At first glance, it seemed like it would be in the hundreds. At the center of the scene was the image of a black leopard that had fallen with the group. And the guy was going crazy from the pain, transferring the eternal flame that was attached to him to other black panthers. Just like spreading a contagious disease. The group naturally imagined what would happen next. From now on, all those black panthers would melt into the eternal fire and melt the floor. If you can't stop it, there's only one thing waiting for you. It was just an endless fall. The one animal that had just been engulfed in eternal fire upstairs had already spread fire to dozens of black panthers. Eternal flower doesn't move as intended. Sarah has reached the area she was hoping for, but you can't control your fire? That can't happen, so cut it quickly. Just make a very light scratch. What I heard from Vale after discovering Eternal Flower. Naturally, the original Eternal Fire is a fire that moves according to Jin's will. If the Jin wants to burn, it will burn unquenchable even if he dies, and if it wants to die, it will die out immediately. But now Eternal Flower has already deviated from that rule since the first Black Panther. A much bigger fire was formed than Jean wanted. Eternal Flower did not completely ignore Jin's will. However, it was not completely controlled as usual. There were far more fires that took hold and spread randomly than those that were extinguished by Jin's will. Did you prepare for it after seeing Brother Deepu's suffer from eternalization? It was accurate. The evil spirit was taking advantage of Eternal Flower's never-extinguishing characteristic. The evil spirit did not know exactly to what level Jean could completely control eternalization, but he was confident that it would never be infinite. Therefore, if he deliberately used the chaos and the resentment that Jean had against him as a catalyst to multiply, it seemed like he could put pressure on Jean, and the plan was working perfectly. Even he cannot know how deep and huge Jin's grudge against the evil spirit is. That resentment was making Eternal Fire burn more fiercely. Even now the resentment is only growing bigger and bigger, so it is impossible to stop so many eternal flames from spreading. Moreover, the terrible disappearance of young Rosa had just made Jean even more angry. Whoa! Kihiing! Every time the screams of the Black Panthers were heard, the ground melted piece by piece. As soon as the party arrived at the third basement floor, they were already isolated as everything had melted even though they had done nothing. We also saw black leopards falling to the next floor one by one. They must be burning the eternal flame again and melting the lower classes. If it continues to fall like this, is there an evil spirit at the bottom? There was no choice. This is because the fire cannot be stopped from growing and it cannot rise again. The group had no choice but to continue throwing themselves downward like before. Jean briefly explained to his colleagues that eternalization was out of control and his speculations as to why. I wasn't using eternalization. For now we have no choice but to go down while holding on to each other. I got it right. Don't blame yourself. It was something that could not be helped. And I think even if you hadn't used eternalization, those Black Panthers would have continued to pressure us in one way or another. Perhaps the evil spirit has prepared to continue regenerating even after death until you use eternalization. Hito said, I saw a really great sword. If you had been in my era, the battle of the Guardian of the Holy Kingdom would have been much easier. However, the 12 horsemen feel that the evil spirit's plan is a bit strange. What do you mean? The spirit of the evil spirit is not infinite. This is an area I can know for sure because I was trapped inside him. How much soul do you think it takes to make one black leopard? I'm not sure, but I'm sure we'll need quite a bit. They are burning them by the hundreds and thousands. The eternal fire that Jean can control is limited, and the soul energy that the evil spirit can use is also limited. So I think maybe the evil spirit is using eternalization to get us into trouble, and at the same time testing himself. I wonder if he can handle the eternal flower that has grown to its limit. Why would a bastard do such a thing? Wow! Hito shook his head at Octavia's voice. Considering your obsession with Jean, I think you're a guy who can do that, Captain Rage. Even if it's not necessarily a test of myself, I might just want to watch Jin's sword. I think so too. Everyone hold on tight to each other. The ground is disappearing now. By that time, the entire third basement level had completely melted. The Black Panthers had all gone downstairs and were out of sight. Jean began to fall again, but fear was slowly but deeply filling inside him. Of course, fighting against evil spirits was not something to be afraid of. What if this eternal fire continues to proliferate and causes damage to our allies? The people currently with you are not a problem. Not only are there a small number of them, but each one of them is of transcendental ability. However, it was a completely different story when the eternal flower multiplied and attacked our troops who were wandering around here. Vale said that even Orgel would not be able to turn off the eternal flame as he wished. The moment eternal fire strikes our allies at this speed, devastating damage is inevitable. Those thoughts disturbed Jin's mind throughout the fall. I felt like I had a thorn stuck in my throat because I thought I would have expected this to be a bad thing. It was not easy to shake off the feeling that I was playing in the palm of the hand of an evil spirit. Surely, this fight was different from other times. Since returning, I have defeated countless enemies and have never been shaken this much. Unlike just before, the descent did not end quickly. The speed at which the Black Panthers melted the ground seemed to be faster than the speed at which the group fell. It was clear that we were continuing to head downward. The longer the descent, the more the group felt that their auras and magic organs were becoming clogged. The feeling was even more severe as most of them were seriously injured. In the end, Octavia was the first to lose consciousness. Hito and Alpin were clearly breathing harder, and even Bianca, who had suffered the least damage, sometimes let out long sighs to catch her breath. In the meantime, the superhumans never relaxed their grip on each other. Jean continued to think. How can we protect our allies? Among the fallen allies were most of the people he cherished more than anything else. Perhaps the labyrinth called the Castle of the Evil God may have already moved Eternal Flower to where her companions are. Every time I imagined them burning to death on the eternal flame, I got goosebumps all over my body. Even if I tried not to remember it, it was as if someone had drawn the scene directly into my head and implanted it in me, but I couldn't stop. Can I protect them all? Can everyone go back without dying? Even before I start the direct battle with the evil god, I am already falling into this helpless trap. Bad thoughts tend to get worse. The more difficult the situation and the more scary things were, the more so it was. 12 horsemen. What are they doing? Alpin suddenly opened his mouth. He was losing consciousness and coming back again and again. Lord Alpin. Squeeze your hands tighter. You shouldn't have less strength than I am when I'm tired. Alpin's words gave Jean the answer. I'm not protecting them alone. We protect each other. This was something I had already realized once during the skirmish in the inner world. I just forgot about it for a moment due to the urgency of the situation. I'm glad that someone like my ancestor remains. Once again my mind became clear all at once. Every time Jin's chaotic inner self was sorted out in this way, he felt like he was escaping the evil spirits one step at a time. There is Valeria on our troop side. She might be able to sense the crisis of eternalization first using recording magic. The same was true for Baradin, who had recently learned pseudo-record magic, and beings like Orgel and Vale were able to minimize damage to allies. Dante could have created an intangible sword wind to check the approaching Eternal Flower. Quicantel could have used his power to buy some time, and Cyrus's full ice could have sealed the Eternal Flower. Or even if nothing can stop eternalization, somehow our allies and colleagues will try to escape from eternalization. Not only because I wanted to survive, but because I didn't want to hurt Jean. In order not to fall into the sorrow of having killed each other. With that mindset, I will run away. It was a battle that could never be won without trusting one's colleagues and oneself. Even if it was temporary, we also had to trust our allies for today. That was what Jean lacked the most. Right before the decisive battle, Jean had been fighting a war of nerves with them about the war that would take place after the death of the evil spirit. Even if from tomorrow the hostile relationship would end only when one side was destroyed, for today we had to sincerely give up our backs and fight against them. Without realizing it, Jin's expression, which had been distorted by internal pain, was gradually returning to normal. That's how the fall ended. The first thing Jean saw as he landed on the ground with a sword wind was the ground completely engulfed in hazy fire. Black Panthers were burning everywhere. It was a much smaller number than what Jean saw on the third basement floor. It was unclear whether the rest had all been reduced to ashes by eternalization or had fallen into another part of the maze. The floor no longer melted. That meant that the party, after a long fall, had finally reached the lowest level of the evil god's castle. Isn't this the center of the lowest floor? The flames are getting bigger the further you go there. Jean looked in the direction where the Eternal Flower grew bigger and bigger. Hito carried Octavia and the one-armed squadron matriarch, and Bianca carried Alphin. As Jean began to walk, the Eternal Flower split into two sides, forming a path. It felt like the lights were talking to me and giving me directions. Jean walked through his own fire like that. I wonder how much area Eternal Fire had burned, but even after walking for a long time, the flames only grew stronger. A faint aura magic power and golden power could be felt from afar. His colleagues fell to the lowest level a little faster than Jean. However, Jean did not become impatient. It seemed unlikely that his colleagues would have died in eternalization. Still, I walked faster. Like a barley field blowing in the wind, the flames swayed and opened a path, and after a while Jean was able to face the allied fleet surrounded by the eternal flower. Like a tidal wave, a huge eternal fire was rushing through the allies. There was a black spirit mixed in between the fires, and as Jean got closer the spirit seemed to retreat to the fire on the other side of Jean. Jean intuitively recognized that there was an evil spirit there. In that wall of black fire where the retreating spirit clings. Eventually Jean opened the fire on his side, revealing his comrades who were struggling inside to push away eternal fire. They assumed that the spirit was invading from the open fire and immediately took an attack stance, but when they confirmed that it was Jean they sighed in relief. There were quite a few people who sat down as if they had barely been able to stand up until now. Is this Jean Runkendal? It was Orgel's voice. He was completely devastated and could barely maintain his broken shield. I was in a state where I couldn't even look at the losing side. If Jean had been a little later, if only he had regained his composure sooner. The vortex of eternalization that was trapping his comrades would have killed them all as if it were catching bugs in a fist. Yes, this is the 12th horseman Jean Runkendal. I will join you again from now on. As Jean entered the curtain of fire, the eternal fire that had been squeezing his allies stopped moving. The huge storm that surrounded the entire fleet stood still as if time had stopped. The allies opened their eyes wide and looked alternately at the solid wall of fire and Jean. In this era, the blue fire symbolizes Jean Runkendal. Therefore, the allies thought that since Eternal Flower was attacking them, some kind of problem must have arisen with Jean. They could not help but think that Jean had already been harmed somewhere underground in this castle, had been absorbed by the evil god, or had become a puppet of the evil god and was attacking them. It was only natural that the storm of eternalization was not directed at the evil spirit but was tightening on the allies. But thoughts and hearts are different. The temporary alliance was believed without considering the situation. Even if Jean has a problem, he will ultimately be the one to solve the problem. That belief was now becoming a reality. 12 horsemen. The 12 horsemen have arrived. Even those who collapsed from exhaustion screamed with all their remaining strength. Hito and Bianca carried the wounded who had been fighting on the losing side the whole time. Among them Octavia appeared to be regenerating under the energy of the demon stone even before the healers arrived. Father? And Tasha, who was pushing Eternal Flower from the ground, ran towards Alpin screaming without realizing it. Tasha, you didn't give in to the evil spirit either. After I recover a little I will go back to fight, so stay where you are. Yes, father. The one-armed squadron head was taken over by medical staff from Songguk. Jean changed his sword and moved forward. Sigmund's pale blade gleamed blue in the darkness. Eternal Flower completely stopped its progress, but the soul energy mixed in it was heading to one place like a swarm of insects. It was on the other side of Jean where the chest was. It seemed as if I could see the dark gigantic form of the evil spirit hidden in eternal flame and spirit. Jean. Valeria came next to Jean. She took out a red sphere that looked like a red jade from her bosom and held it out to Jean. I finished checking the relationship between you and me. I was concerned that the castle of the evil spirit was a kind of subspace, but fortunately it can operate normally here as well. Jean nodded as he received the sphere. However, the stability issue has not been confirmed. I can only hope that the spatial characteristics of this place do not cause any side effects. So if you think there's any problem while using it, come see me immediately. Jean nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Valeria. You probably played a big role in preventing our allies from being eternalized. As Jean said, Valeria was most responsible for the fact that the allies who were away from Jean did not suffer much damage from eternalization. Just like the losers, they also experienced several sudden falls and space shifts, and if it weren't for Valeria's recording magic in the process, they would have suffered incomparable damage to what they are now. Valeria's face was gaunt. In order to save her temporary ally, she had used recording magic, even risking her magic organ being destroyed by the reflux. Fortunately, permanent damage was avoided. If it was Valeria before she met Jean, so to speak, she would never have risked her own safety to save a temporary ally. Even more so if Jeep is included in that alliance. But now she also had company. There were people I wanted to protect even at the cost of my life, and there were people who were gradually changing my life, which had been filled with duty and revenge as a hister, into something more colorful. Thanks, Jean said, reading her inner thoughts. Valeria didn't like that. He recognized her feelings. Don't get hurt. You also. Our troops were reorganizing their ranks. Although there were only about 60% of the fleet left compared to the beginning, the remaining flagships, including Kojak and Granil, were all intact. I will open the way, prepare for battle. As Jin's booming voice rang out, the frozen eternal flowers began to stir again. However, this time, rather than strangling our allies, we headed towards the evil body that was hiding the soul. Those gathered here had never seen such a huge fire move according to the will of only one person. Even those who have experienced Kiliak's full force firsthand. Are you sure you can control all that fire? Maybe even an evil spirit wouldn't be able to handle all this fire. Due to the nature of the power of eternalization possessed by the 12 horsemen, that would be impossible. Those watching could not help but be astonished. Originally, Jean could not fully control an eternalization of this size. In the first place, it was impossible to form an eternal flame that could surround the fleet. It became abnormally large due to its grudge against the evil spirit and his spirit. However, just as the evil spirit used Jin's grudge to force the eternal flower to multiply, now Jin's will to protect his friends and Jin's will to survive and fight together until the end is what drives eternal flower. Spiritual energy erupted from within the black curtain like an active volcano, but the flames of eternal flame were even stronger. Spiritual energy and eternal fire collided, causing endless explosions. Eventually, the spirit of marriage began to decline. There was a hole in it. As eternal flower began to furiously dig into the gap, the curtain was torn apart at high speed. Ah! A shock wave spread along with a roar that was clearly the scream of a vicious body. The shock wave was strong enough to push away even the eternal flower that covered the curtain. Jean momentarily flinched and stopped walking. Behind their backs, the Allies' protective shield exploded and fragments flew out. More than 80% of the protective shield covering the entire fleet was broken. With just one scream, the evil body writhed in agony. The Allies felt a chill on the back of their necks at that fact and deployed their protective shield again. Ah! Every time the evil spirit screamed, the protective shield was broken. In an instant, most of the power sources on the ship became hot enough to explode, and the wizards attached to the power sources fainted continuously. Replacements continued to be made without even taking care of those who had fallen. The moment the power source loses magic, even for a moment, the entire ship will suffer fatal damage. The dragons and the knights on the ground were in a similar situation. That meant that the evil spirit had the power to kill them all just by screaming. Also, on the contrary, it also meant that eternalization was definitely inflicting a blow to the evil spirits. Therefore, the Allies were eagerly hoping. I hope that eternal fire will put an end to the evil spirit like this. I hope that this terrible fight will end like this. After enduring this pain, I hope that when I look beyond the torn curtain, I will see the shapeless image of the evil body burning away. But there was no way the evil spirit would end like this. Jean withstood the shock wave and moved forward. In the end, he was convinced that to end the fight, he would have to plunge the blade into the beast's neck. Pa! After about 10 seconds, the veil of soul energy was completely torn. As if a door was opening, the curtain was divided into left and right, and eternal fire rushed into it like a tidal wave. Finally, Jean was able to face the hidden evil spirit. Is this a hideous body? The evil body looked completely different from Jin's memories. It looks like a huge ghost, not like it was when it was human or like a devil after being tainted by chaos. The evil body was floating in the air. It had a human-like shape, but its lower body was filled with black smoke instead of legs. Hundreds of arms were holding every type of sword that existed in this world, and the eye holes where the pupils should be were just empty. That Gleek? Isn't that the king of the Black Sea? The Allies were freaking out. As they expressed, the evil spirit resembled Gleek, the king of the Black Sea who was awakened during the Sword Emperor Crusade. Their faces turned white as they remembered the nightmare of that day. It seemed as if the monster that almost destroyed the entire world had reappeared under the name of the evil god. The evil spirit was enduring the eternal fire that enveloped its entire gigantic body. Even though his entire body was burning, the evil spirit was no longer screaming. I was curious. The empty eyes of the evil spirit reached Jean. Is the fire you have truly unquenchable or something that can't be stopped? Jin's eyes widened. This was because the eternal flower that surrounded the evil body was slowly fading away. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. It's a really good sword, but it's not enough to kill this mother. Jean glared at the evil spirit. But I will praise you. After killing the ghosts of my family, watching the last of my humanity disappear, and burning everything that was my name as a knight, you finally arrived at me. It wasn't just ghosts. There were 3 ancestors whom you could not subjugate. Moreover, there will still be more such ancestors left. Still not sure? Your strength is not absolute. FZZS. Brain energy was gathering in Jin's optical heart. Rosa twitched her lips as she felt the power. It was a smile that no one could recognize because the shape of the mouth was so bizarre. Now, youngest child, you die here. It is your family's turn to become the legend of this black land that I will rule from now on. It is you who dies, not me. And you will be remembered as the world's nightmare. I'll send you to where young Rosa Runkendal is waiting. Jean continued talking and broke the red sphere he was holding in his fist. Then all of a sudden the brain energy that had gathered in the optical heart began to shake as if it would explode. Immediately after the bead broke, Jean could feel the sense of a being reaching the ultimate point of nothingness. I could become that being. The Ming Dynasty's fighting spirit class. As the unity of the 2 gods unfolded, Jean and her inner self were connected. Brother Jean? How is this happening? Suddenly my brother's thoughts are reaching me. The union of 2 gods is taking place. Is this a coincidence like last time? It's not a coincidence, Brother Tushin. I'm sorry for borrowing my brother's help without warning. However, I thought I would be connected to Lingling first, but fortunately the Tushin brothers were connected first. In an instant, Ban read Jin's inner thoughts, understood the situation so far, and answered. I've been looking forward to a day like this. Brother Jean, let's fight together. It looks like Jean broke the sphere. Check out the La Perosa video. The location is believed to be Tsinjian. Is that person a fighting spirit? Yes, it's true. The female body is noticeably smaller than that of other Ming dynasties. It matches exactly what Jean drew. Looking at the shape of the mouth and the glowing heart, it seems like the merger of the 2 gods was successful. A remote island in Huffister. This is an uninhabited island where Jean escaped after completing the first Sword Garden offensive and accidentally experienced a connection with Lingling for the first time. Immediately after Jean broke the bead in the evil god's castle, the Jumseal tribe waiting here were screaming with great excitement. I know you're excited about your success, but everyone please lower your voice. It's distracting my Mayoan friends from concentrating. Top said, raising his index finger to his mouth. The reason the Golden Snow tribe can now see Laperosa's video is thanks to the Mayoan tribe's unique dimensional ability and the machine developed by Qual and Valeria. Next to the video, the Mayoan people were chanting spells with their eyes closed. The top guy says the right thing. Everyone please focus and watch the video properly and report to me immediately if there are any problems. This body needs to adjust this from now on. Qual said as he sat down in front of a machine that looked like a giant organ. The video of La Perosa that the Golden Tooth tribe was watching was being transmitted from the other side of the machine. As Qual pressed the keyboard-like buttons, the transmitted video became clearer. On the other hand, if Qual did not press the button or miscalculated, the button became blurred. As the image becomes clearer, Jean and La Perosa's synchronization rate increases, and as it becomes blurry, it decreases. Wavelength Tracking Synchronizer. That was the official name of the red sphere and organ-shaped machine that Jean broke. As the name suggests, the wavelength tracking synchronizer was built on the technology used in the spacetime device and the Red Owl. In addition, the information analyzing large-scale teleportation through chaos obtained during the last invasion of Rickalton played a major role. Tychon's ultimate goal using this device is of course to extract royalties from La Perosa. Currently synchronizing Jean and La Perosa is limited, and even that can only be done by installing a device directly on this uninhabited island. However, it was an invaluable help in the final battle. Sweat ran down Qual's forehead as he touched the button. There is a reason why adjustment is difficult, but he was confused by unexpected variables. The synchronization rate is excessively higher than the experimental value. Why? Is there something variable in the space called the castle of the evil god? A high synchronization rate means that Jean and Ban's merger is more likely to occur, but the probability of side effects also increases. The device was not as stable as Valeria had feared. The machine was getting hot, as if on fire. First of all, I have to adjust it as best as I can, and hope that the machine can hold out until Jean finishes the fight. Qual gritted his teeth and hit the button repeatedly. The video was becoming clearer. Jin's entire body turned blue. Even though he was just standing still, the brain energy flowing from his body was distorting his surroundings. In his appearance, rather than Jin's characteristic calm and cool feeling, he overflowed with a destructive atmosphere, as if he would annihilate his enemies without mercy. Is that a merger of two bodies and gods? Just like Sagaju, who used the demon godstone, he turns into a completely different person. The allies thought as they looked at Jin's back. Before the decisive battle began, the Bamul alliance had shared information about the Tushan Union with the temporary allies. The beast twitched his lips as he felt Jin's energy change drastically. Until now, whenever something unexpected happened while dealing with Jean, she felt a kind of pleasure. The only joy left in the world of evil spirits, which could not be more boring or more desolate, was the confrontation with Jean. Kang! With a sharp sound, Jean disappeared from everyone's sight. The speed is so fast that even the evil spirit misses Jin's location in an instant. Before I knew it, Jean had leapt onto the head of the evil spirit and was striking Sigmund. It interferes with the creation of auras with soul energy and disturbs the inner self with mental attacks. Such elements cannot work for Tushan. The current Jean was performing the unity of his faith at a higher synchronization rate than ever before. A sword falling like thunder. At the same time, hundreds of arms attached to the body of the evil spirit wielded weapons. The swords, which were bigger than the pillars of the castle, moved quickly as if ignoring their mass. However, as soon as they touched Sigmund, the swords simply shattered like glass. Even if there were hundreds of swords that could destroy even Taishan in an instant, they could not stop Tushan's sword. Zara! The chest of the evil body opened wide. Black spirit poured out like blood and soaked the floor, and before Jean could even step on the wet ground, he turned his body in the air and swung his sword sideways. The body, whose body was split into crosses, retreated and let out a breath of soul. Therefore, every time Jean took a breath, the soul energy penetrated into him, but the fighting spirit blood and light heart did not allow the soul energy to accumulate in the body. I'm happy. The evil spirit vomited blood like exhaustion and laughed maniacally. The broken swords regained their original form and the cross-split body recovered. Jean didn't bother to chase after the evil spirit that widened the distance. Instead, he carried out the oppression of the Myongwanganjum. As the brain energy condensed in Sigmund began to generate gravitational force, the entire space near his chest vibrated as if it would collapse. Then the huge body of the evil spirit was seen being dragged towards Jean. It was a strange scenery. All of the swords of the evil spirit were clinging to Jin's sword, which was standing still. The swords piled up, became entangled with each other, and broke apart indiscriminately, and Sigmund's brilliance grew darker. The brain energy flowing through the broken fragments was distorting the body of the evil spirit. It seemed like a huge hand was grabbing the body of the evil spirit and tearing it apart. The evil body, which had withstood the immense eternalization, was repeatedly cut and exploded at every moment. Okay? Let's see if I can say I'm happy even when that dishonorable life is completely over. Changxiang among them, the one who was probably normal throughout history. Jean, who had become one with the fighting spirit class, was instantly overwhelming the evil spirits. Brother Jean, how long can we stay connected? I was told by the developer of the connected device that it would be about an hour, but I'm sure it would be less than that. My synchronization with Brother Tushan is much higher than what he said. The time the device can withstand will inevitably become shorter. In addition, the synchronization rate continues to increase in real time. In fact, the unity of the two gods is clearer than when the brothers were in La Perosa. The evil spirit has not yet revealed its full power. It is difficult to quickly estimate the total amount of power possessed by the evil spirit even with half the senses. But there was no time for exploration. It was necessary to deal as much damage to the evil spirit as possible while maintaining the unity of the two gods. First, let's destroy it until the author can't play it. The force of oppression began to soar rapidly. Now the body was twisted as if it would be completely absorbed into Sigmund's sword body. It was literally on a different level from the oppression Jean had used so far. The purpose of oppression was originally to simply limit the opponent's movements, but anti-oppression itself had the power to capture and crush the opponent. This is also a shocking sword, but wouldn't it be enough to kill this mother? The blows inflicted on the body have long since lost their meaning to me. Soul energy surged like brain water from the empty eye sockets of the distorted face of the evil body. The spirit that erupted like that flowed across the floor like a torrent heading towards the allies behind Jean. Without needing to confirm at this concentration, people like Jean, who are not tolerant, will immediately suffer severe radiation exposure just by brushing against it. Fortunately, most of them evaporated into Jin's brain and disappeared somewhere. The spirit aircraft that passed through Jean could not penetrate the superhuman secret aircraft and fleet bombardment. However, the evil body was becoming more enlarged every time soul energy was poured out of the body. Even before it got bigger, it was only outwardly intimidating and not in a form suitable for battle. Even if it gets bigger, it's no use against me and my half-brother. Then, after a few seconds, Jean figured out what the evil spirit was thinking. It's half-brother self-destruction. It's like trying to self-destruct. Jean and Ban spoke at the same time. As the body of the evil spirit grew, the battlefield became narrower. All of the spirit that makes up this castle is being returned to the evil spirit. Of course, it is not self-destruction in the true sense. The evil spirit planned to explode its infinitely enlarged body and infect everyone here with chaos. The only person who can survive the explosion is Jean, who has immunity. Puha, isn't it time for the bridesmaids to disappear? So that nothing gets in the way of the fight between you and me. But I'm also looking forward to this time too. The evil spirit was making a voice full of joy. I plan to kill everyone who followed you by infecting them with chaos. How many of them can you save? Right after those words were finished, suddenly the ceiling was disappearing. The suddenly open sky was just black, and Jean and his allies soon found out why. That was not the sky but the underside of the ship Ram. Ram's main gun protruded like a hideous creature, its mouth wide open towards the ground. That one. Hurry up and put on a shield. In the narrow battlefield, there is no space to avoid Ram's main gun. And those who experienced the first general offensive knew very well that the fleet's protective shield was meaningless in front of Ram's main guns. Not only the main gun but also the soul energy explosion of the chest will be added. Even Orgel shook his head in embarrassment. There was nothing Orgel could do about the fact that the main gun was hit directly in this state. The best decision he could make was to take refuge in the steel gate with the most important people. However, Jean looked down somewhere on the body of the body attached to Sigmund and answered like this. Entire. As soon as the answer was given, Sigmund's brain energy, which had formed oppression, was transformed. The king's rain sword. The mystery of surrender was beginning. The 10th sword of the king's sword fighter. Myingwang rain sword, opening. As soon as the mystery began to unfold, the darkness cleared. People covered their eyes with their hands and turned their heads, and the black body of the evil body was engulfed in blue light, leaving only an outline. That huge body was buried in light and lost its shape. Even the lower part of the ram that was blocking the sky looked pure white. The light made it impossible for viewers to open their eyes, and the heat that melted even chaos was so intimidating that they could not move their bodies. As each second passed, all of those phenomena amplified. Even the black smoke rising from the corpse's burning body was obscured by the light and disappeared without a trace. If the god of light existed, it seemed as if he was descending on this very spot. If Jean hadn't released the season of Brother Guardians of Death Battle King Rinpa together. From the moment the Myingwang rain sword began, more than 50% of our troops would have been dead or dying. Our soldiers were astonished as they found out. The sword of the day when the family head was declared. A hunch that Jin's youngest son would truly realize what he said he would do to save everyone. The evil body was engulfed in the sensation that the heart of its human days, which had already disappeared, was being immersed in madness. Did they say that blows to the body have lost their meaning? Jin was conveying the words of ban spreading within him to the evil spirit. Even the true gods who truly transcended the physical body and existed intangibly were torn apart by my sword. This body has already tried to kill God. Don't you dare pollute my brother's world, the world to which we must return. The moment Ban continued talking, the body of the evil spirit exploded, creating a storm of soul energy in the realm of the Emperor's reigning sword. The spirit was covering Jin's body, which was shining black and white. Also, the entire castle of the evil spirit was scattered with souls. Not only is the body enlarged to the limit, but even the sex is dispersing, with the spirit encroaching on all directions. Even those who were protected by the Emperor's reigning sword and the brother guardians were all covered in spirit energy. However, soul energy could not penetrate into it. It was because of lack of power. Even though he had accumulated so much despair and became a god, the evil spirit was unable to pierce Ban's sword. Perhaps the total amount of power itself may be greater than half. What is lacking is depth and will. And the reason why we must fight and win. Quaya! Immediately after the evil spirit exploded, the center of the light that filled the sky split. Black energy began to fall as if the sky was falling apart as the gap was torn apart. Ram's main gun gave out its spirit. The main gun that people experienced during the first general offensive was a miracle that could not be avoided or blocked. A huge force that could level a city to the ground in just a few seconds was moving as fast as light. But now Ram's main gun has lost its speed. The thunder chi of the Emperor's reigning sword was forcibly slowing down the main gun's speed. The main gun was slowly coming down like an object sinking quietly into the water. Is that ship also a witch's? Yi Tushin brother. Breath. Jin's eyes widened and he held Sigmund tighter. Or so half did. As the synchronization rate continued to increase, Jin and Ban were now truly becoming one, not just in the name of the ultimate skill, Tushin unity. This was because the synchronization rate continued to increase. It's not like it's run directly by a witch, but it's unpleasant. Until just now, Jin had only given half a message to the evil spirit, but not anymore. As the fairy tale became more severe, Jin thought like a class and spoke like a class. Ban had just realized that fact and was on guard. I thought that if things continued like this, Jin's ego might collapse. The worry that he might accidentally steal and encroach on Brother Jin's body disturbed his mind for a moment. Brother Tushin. But as soon as I thought that, I heard Jin's voice from inside. Control of the body was completely transferred to Ban. Now Jin's ego was located deeper inside. Brother Jin, isn't it bothersome? This is the first time I knew that the subject of the investment trust merger could change. Yes, don't worry about me, just fight. I can hear Lingling's voice and I feel very comfortable. My ego won't collapse. Naturally, Jin had a perfect look at Ban's thoughts. It would have been possible even if it wasn't a merger of two gods and gods. Half smiled. I get it. It's unpleasant. The reason Ban thought that way when he saw Ram's main gun moving, albeit slowly, was no different. Ram was not completed. The evil spirit did not have the power of a witch, and Insen himself appeared. An incomplete relic left behind by a witch cannot dare to aim its gun at oneself as if it were a threat. You're so cocky. The 10th sword of the king's sword fighter. Myingwang Rain Sword War. As the roar of the dog died down, the second battle of Tucson we began. The true marching song of fighting spirit was ringing. Sigmund's solemn will to destroy the enemy without a trace was shining brightly. Then Ram's main gun, which was slowly falling, stopped moving. The darkness that had descended stopped and shrunk tightly. Ram's main gun completely stopped progressing? Lin Milano has lost her authority. The evil spirit had already been aware of Rin's betrayal since the castle was built. All of Lin's authority over Ram had been taken back before the castle was completed. When the temporary allies first arrived, the main gun did not work properly because they wanted to enjoy the entertainment. The purpose was simply to force the youngest and the allies into the castle and put them through an ordeal. But not now. Even the evil spirit could not contain his astonishment at the sight of Ram's main gun stopping. The evil spirit was convinced that there would never be a means of destruction more powerful than Ram's main gun in this world. Even Murakan, who was briefly summoned during the first general offensive, seemed to feel the burden of directly defending Ram's main gun. Even if it was Soren, it seemed impossible to completely cut down Ram's main gun. Every time the main gun was fired, the fleets of the Temporary Alliance were about to disappear one by one. The evil spirit's gaze briefly reached the sky. The allies in the Emperor's reigning sword and the Brother Guardian's brain chi also looked up at the sky. All that can be seen is the bombardment of Ram, which has stopped and is spread out like a curtain. However, a sound was heard in the ears of those looking up at the sky. A huge ship floating in the sky. And from even higher in the sky, a deep and gigantic thunderclap. A sign of thunderstorms hitting the ground. Crush. Ban swings Sigmund lightly. A scream came out from the evil spirit again. The body of the evil body had already scattered in the explosion, forming a storm of soul energy, and the screams of the soul echoed everywhere like a deafening sound. Each and every scattered soul energy forms a body of evil spirits. Most of the soul energy that formed Ram was also derived from her. In other words, Ram is also the body of an evil spirit. That was the reason why the evil spirit screamed. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of stems. Thunder was hitting the ship Ram. The entire hull, which was nearly 10 ri in length, was being smashed and broken by the thunder sung by Tushan, the tremendous ship that had plunged humanity into despair. There was no room left for even a single bug to move on the ship. The thunder completely enveloped the entire vast area and even tore up the nearby air. Aya! The storm of spirit was twisted like a human being in pain twisting his body. Boom, 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 boom. Each time the thunder fell, the Ram shook back and forth, left and right, and was shattered. Finally, the evil spirit was overcome by a sense of crisis. A feeling I have never felt since I became a god. The intuition that we might be defeated, the anxiety that if things continue like this everything will soon be over, the fear of extinction. I feel fear. It was impossible. But it was happening. The sword isn't even fully open yet. There are a total of 3 results that make up the Myingwang Rain Sword. Rosa didn't know it, but she was instinctively recognizing it. It was because God's insight was showing. There is still a ridiculous possibility that the area of this brain energy can be expanded further. There is no object that dares to float above me, Ban said, extending his left hand upward. And when he clenched his fist, Ram's main gun, which had stopped, was crushed like paint. Ram's lower part, revealed through scattered artillery fire, was crushed as if something had grabbed it viciously. In fact, Ban's energy was gripping Ram's lower part. Soon Ban began to slowly lower his outstretched hand. As being pulled. Ram was being dragged around like an object that was just a little heavy. He was dragged in an unsightly manner, like a king being dragged down from his throne. At that point, even our allies were shocked. No, right after Ban appeared, there was a strange feeling of anxiety within the allies. If only the 12 horsemen could use that kind of power as they wish every time. The moment he makes even the slightest mistake, this world will end. It's a power that can overwhelm even evil spirits. Those who had been worried that the world would be destroyed by the evil power of the evil god just a moment ago were now afraid of the power of the fighting god. I was imagining the day when that power would become another evil spirit. However, colleagues who were not just allies were simply moved and thrilled. His colleagues pictured Jean becoming the guardian of this world with transcendent power. The ship Ram is already more than twice as close to the ground as before. The force pulling Ram became more expansive as time passed, and the thunder striking the upper part showed no signs of abating. The evil spirit was barely able to push away the fear. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before he and Ram disappear. There was no way the long-awaited fight could end in such vain. I have to find it. I have to find it. We must find something that can overcome this crisis. The evil spirit gathered his will and glared at Ban. I couldn't see a way, but I had to find it somehow. Just like the youngest always did in this desperate crisis. Now it was his turn to do what the youngest had always done. Jarrrrrrrr. Ram's lower body began to trample on the evil god's castle. Ban's left hand, which was pulling Ram, was trembling with enormous strength. Ka! Soon Ban shouted with enthusiasm and struck down his left hand violently, and Ram ended up crushing the evil spirit's castle and falling to the ground. The enormous volume and mass completely collapsed the evil god's castle. The evil spirit was trapped in the brain energy of the emperor's reigning sword and watched quietly. A series of shock and astonishment. The evil spirit looked at the fallen Ram and Ban alternately as if he couldn't understand. Ram was randomly broken. The main gun in the center of the lower part was completely distorted and lost its shape, and although the upper part was not visible, it was clearly cracked like a dry land. All of this happened just a few minutes after the merger of the two gods took place. Half of the cases were far beyond the common sense of those who had directly experienced Changxiang, including those with evil spirits. How on earth did the gods of the past achieve victory against that monster? The evil god was acknowledging that he was bound to be lower in rank than the highest gods. This was because he deliberately did not attain perfect godhood. If he were to become a true god, he would not be the head of Runkendal but would have to destroy the order that encompasses the world. However, even if it is imperfect, he has been convinced that since he has achieved godhood, nothing among mortals can be a threat to him. Until I met my current class. Even all of his compatriots would have been together at that time. Was it a mistake on my part to not receive true godhood in the first place? The evil spirit was becoming impatient. Just like when he decided to take the prophet's hand, he felt like walls were blocking him from all directions and constricting him. The brain energy of the emperor's rain sword was encroaching on the bodies of Ram and the demon god. The evil spirit watched closely to make sure that the brain energy did not get any bigger. Is it because if it gets any stronger, even our allies could be swept away? The reason why the brain energy did not fluctuate more than a certain amount was clear. This was because if it became more intense, even the temporary alliance could be swept away. In that case, they would have to use it to take hostages, but even that seemed impossible. There was no way the monster in front of me would play that kind of prank. You can't do it that way. I need to find something else. There was still some strength left. Even if you take everything out, you just won't be able to draw a picture that will win half of it. Should I attain full godhood even now? For that reason, it was painful to lose the power given to Dyphus. If that power had remained in the first place, it wouldn't have been pushed this far. Brother Jean said that even though you are his mother and enemy, you are a person to whom your brother can entrust you with the family for a while. But did he betray Brother Jin's trust just to gain this power? Barely? You are talking arrogantly about a subject that perished 1,000 years ago and is barely surviving on the youngest. Did you think it was all over already? The body of the evil spirit bound by the brain energy began to dissipate into smoke. I admit that I can't defeat you. But the youngest one must have been some kind of river god who summoned you. If my prediction is correct, I don't think it will last that long. Duration. That was the only weakness of the two gods' unity. You have to hold on until that time ends. In order to do that, I have no choice but to raise my status, even if it means overdoing it. Raise your status as a god and become closer to God. Since he had already lost Dyphus, it was impossible to transcend into a complete god, but he could strengthen his godhood by using Ram. That's a gamble even for an evil spirit. If you are not careful, your ego will be erased and you will become a deformed being with nothing left but a desire for destruction. In that situation, even if we win this fight, there is nothing left. The value of the family to be protected, the land to be ruled, and the power gained by paying such a high price will all lose their meaning. But there is no choice. The evil god who had been limiting humanity's options to Jean and his temporary alliance now found himself in a forced situation. Of course, Ban was able to see through the evil spirit's thoughts. Awakening is an act suitable only for humans. The brain power of the Emperor's reigning sword became even more ferocious. The body of the evil spirit was dispersing into smoke and was evaporating at a rapid rate. However, as the smoke continued to disappear, it continued to head toward Ram. Black spots were sprouting out one by one on the ram's hull, which was completely stained blue. Ban dropped lightning on the spots each time, but the speed at which the spots were created was faster. The spot signified the harmonization of the evil spirit and Ram. Just as Jin is uniting his body and body, the evil spirit is also becoming one with Ram. Becoming one with something and amplifying its power is not a blessing granted only to you, youngest child. Although it is said that one can never surpass one's class, an evil spirit is an evil spirit. It had potential. While she integrated herself into Ram, she constantly targeted the friendly fleet with her remaining soul energy. Even if you have the Emperor's Rain Sword, brotherly guardians, and a protective shield, you cannot fundamentally block the mental pollution caused by soul energy infiltrating. People infected with Hongi were coming in one after another. Even Orgel was protecting so many people that his entire body was gradually turning black. Don't worry about this, just fight. The allies couldn't bear to shout like that. While the soul energy alone was overwhelming, if the brain energy became stronger, the entire ally formation could collapse. That was also the basis on which the evil spirit could hastily decide on reconciliation. Deciding to fuse with the witch's ship simply means that what I need to destroy becomes one from two. However, Ban amplified his energy without any hesitation. Ban knew better than anyone that his allies could be swept away, but there was one reason he increased his strength. It was because I was confident. Even when the next chapter of the Myingwang Rain Sword unfolds, I am confident that I will never let any of my allies die, and I am confident that I can do that. The 10th Sword of the King's Sword Fighter. Myingwang Rain Sword Jia. Blue. As soon as the final stroke of the Myingwang Rain Sword began, a blue sea suddenly spread across the ground. It wasn't just an expression, the brain energy was just flowing like a gentle wave. The protective shield spread out in all directions, the soul piercing through it and the people standing beneath it. The combatant's brain energy, which was up to his ankles, was not taking any damage. The brain energy that was lapping like water did not have the destructive energy unique to the Myingwang sword. But everyone could see. What kind of power does that seemingly harmless brain machine possess? It seems to be enough to evaporate even the vast, endless ocean. Such immense power that cannot be explained. Ban stood tall in the middle of the waves of brain energy and made no movement. The spirits that were constantly clinging to Ram's hull were being gently sucked into the waves. No matter how much soul energy is absorbed, the sea of fighting spirit does not become turbid. Rather, it only became brighter and clearer. If I lowered my head, my face could be seen. People were so fascinated by the light that they unconsciously fixed their eyes on the sea of brain energy. The ground and the air were contrasting. Ram lying low in the air was so dark that it seemed as if it would swallow up all the light that existed in the world, and the sea of brain energy that covered the ground was so brilliant that one could even forget for a moment that this was a battlefield where the survival of humanity was at stake. The results of Yonghua and Myingwang Rain Sword were being completed almost at the same time. The evil spirit was reaching the final stage of reconciliation. Runkendel's ego, which he tried to protect without becoming a perfect god, was completely shaken and was on the verge of extinction. On the other hand, Tushin was confident of victory. Immediately after opening the knot, I felt that Jin's voice that had been coming from inside me had disappeared. "Brother Jin." There was no answer. Even though I called him several times, Jin had no response at all. "Half. Jin is disappearing." Instead, Lingling's voice came through. Even that voice sounded infinitely distant and small. Ban could intuitively tell that something was wrong. The reason Lingling's voice was low was because he was barely holding on to Jin's ego, which had been pushed to the deepest part of the class. Lingling is doing her best to prevent Jin's ego from completely disappearing. Tusen Hapil is a martial art that borrows the power of Tusen. But now Jin had gone beyond that and was in a state where it was as if he had descended upon the god of fighting through his own body. Synchronization rate. The cause was the unification rate that continued to rise for no reason from the moment the investment trust merger began until now. The synchronicity is reaching its peak, and in the end it is reaching the result where Ban unexpectedly takes Jin's body, and not only that but also erodes his ego. That was instantly disturbing Ban's mind. If things continue like this, the evil spirit will definitely be extinguished, but Jin will also have no choice but to disappear along with it. You can't use more force. This idiot won't last. No, he can't hold on anymore, but I'm just holding on to him. Half of my eyes were closed. Is it right to stop like this? Would Brother Jin really want that? The sea of brain energy was also showing an unstable flow along the inside of Ban, which was in disarray as if a storm had arrived. Soon half of the decision was made. Lingling, from now on concentrate your mind and read Brother Jin's will. What? This means confirming what Brother Jin wants. What is he saying? How can he read something like that while he's being sucked into Ban's unconsciousness? You can do it. I'm holding on to Brother Jin. Hurry! Lingling followed Ban's words while holding on to Jin. Really, the strength of the snout and grip holding Jin is loosening. He continued to feel Jin's will being transmitted to his inner self in a very small way. Jin was conveying his clear will even while more than 90% of his ego was buried. Keep going? Hey, then you search. It will disappear without a trace. As soon as Ban heard those words, he tightened his grip on the sword. Then he glared at Ram, who had become one with the evil spirit, and said this. If Brother Jin said that, it means that he can bear it. No matter how painful it is, I will not let you kill my brother. I will follow Brother Jin's will. Jin's appearance was changing. A tail shining with brain energy sprouted, his hair became long enough to cover his shoulders, and his eyes had the depth of a king who had reigned as the absolute king of royalties for a long time. It was becoming a suicide squad itself. It was the result of Jin's ego completely sinking into Ban's unconsciousness. Lingling did not take her eyes off the puddle in Ban's inner world, where Jin disappeared. No matter how much I think about it, this isn't it. If things continue like this, soon that idiot's ego will disappear completely. So we have to finish it as quickly as possible. Ban nodded heavily. Even though it was a decision made with trust in Jin, continuing the reign of the emperor was clearly a risky choice. So as Lingling said, I had to do my best to put an end to the evil spirit at once. A roar that announces that a dog has become the king of light. His determination to annihilate his enemies. A sword that transcends the limits of mortality. For example, you can cut down God. When brain power reaches its peak, it becomes whiter than anything else. The brain energy that had colored the ground faded to pure white and began to swirl. The brain energy swirling around the room was filled with sacred energy and was absorbing order. The sound was the first to disappear into the sea of brain energy. The roaring sound created by the fusion of the evil spirit and the human being, the bizarre friction sound of a huge black mass of flesh mixing with the machine, the screaming sound of the evil spirit as its ego is torn apart by the pain, the breathing and sighs of astonishment of the people watching all of this become a storm of soul. A sharp crackling sound. I was trapped in the sea of brain energy floating around the area. Although there were hundreds of ships and hundreds of people moving around, the only one who could make or hear a sound was Tushin. Then the sight disappeared. The brain energy that glowed so hotly that it seemed as if it would burn the retina was closing the eyes of everyone in it. Even when I close my eyes or open them, all I see is a breathtaking whiteness. Floating blurry in it was Ban's afterimage. Even if the standing position was different or the direction the head was facing was different, everyone saw the same scene. Every single person was looking at the blurry back of the class. He was looking at a lamp that gave him faith that it would protect him from anything. On the other hand, the evil spirit saw Ban's face. Just by facing it, my whole body moved, and I felt as if the life I had passed up until now would be completely torn apart. Its fierce eyes were clawing at the soul of an evil spirit. The sound has disappeared, so I can't even scream. The evil body just opened its mouth like a fish. The last thing that disappeared was time. Everything trapped in the brain was at a standstill. Among the allies, even Quicantal and Enya, who were under Ulta's protection, could not escape the absolute interference. Ulta is afraid. The two even felt that Ulta was overcome with fear. The god of time was unable to overcome the strange phenomenon caused by a mortal sword. I was walking thoughtfully through a half-still world. In the white, only Sigmund's pale blade glowed dimly like a ghost. And every time Sigmund moved, the sea of brain energy rose up accordingly. When the sword points upward, the sharp flesh of the sea extends together, and when the sword points downward, the soaring brain energy all subsides. It looked like a huge whale was jumping out of the water. Each time the whale struck along with the sword, a piece of ram was torn apart. Or disappeared. When the brain energy that formed the body touched it, it evaporated as if being washed in water. It was disappearing without being able to be returned to either a ram or an evil spirit. Quiet slaughter. Those who watched the scene had to think of such a strange expression. The evil spirit that had colored the whole world with despair was being revealed in eerie silence. The other half just performed the sword dance with a calm expression on their faces. The despair of the evil spirit was accumulating amidst the infinitely elegant trajectory left behind by Sigmund. Am I saying that this Rosa Runkendal was such an insignificant being? In the end, an uncontrollable sense of defeat welled up inside the evil spirit. Nothing. There was nothing I could do. Even while his body and soul were cut by Sigmund, he was able to almost end his harmony with Ram. She gained a stronger godhood without losing her identity as Rosa Runkendal. But what good is that? Even if I merge with Ram 1,000 times, I cannot defeat that monster. It was absolutely hopeless to defeat Ban unless he became a perfect god, the highest among them. I felt like I was going crazy. I couldn't admit it. The fact that he was wrong, that even the power he gained by giving up so much could not help this situation, that it had to end like this. It wasn't something I couldn't admit, because I was aware from the beginning that there could be something in the world with greater power than myself. What the evil spirit really couldn't admit was the fact that this wasn't a fight between him and the youngest. What she risked her entire life to fight against was not the leader of a great race that disappeared 1,000 years ago, but her youngest son. Tushin was ruining the fight now. Either lose or win. The end of this fight had to be the responsibility of himself and the youngest. If it was just a line of lending strength, I could understand it, because he also accepted the power of chaos. But fighting a monster that didn't have a single part of my youngest child left was a terrible thing. She also did not completely abandon her identity as Rosa Runkendal. By the time the evil spirit thinks that far, Ban's Mianwang Rainsword was facing towards the middle. Ram had the appearance of an archipelago formed by the division of a continent. The Tenri long hull was completely destroyed. Like the sea snow scattered by the death of a huge sea creature, the bodies of Ram and the evil spirit were completely torn into pieces and scattered into particles. The evil spirit was able to see a ray of goodness that was like the light of salvation. What is that line? A red line appeared behind Ban's back. The red line, which had been completely invisible until now, was naturally connected to Ban's body, as if it had been there from the beginning. Soon an intuition struck the evil spirit. The same connection point that the youngest member cut when dealing with Runtia. The line that assimilates Jean and Ban. The identity of the red line could only be that. Why didn't I think of that? If I cut that line, Tushin can no longer stick to the youngest. The reason the fighting spirit was summoned in the first place must have been because of the medium called goodness. It felt like my heart was pounding in my chest, which had disappeared without even a shape. There was hope. The thrilling feeling that Jean had as he stretched out his hand to grab the hope that he had found with his sparkling eyes at every moment of desperation. Now I was feeling a sense of shame. The evil body that had been buried in despair opened its soulful eyes. If I could just cut that line, I would be able to fight the youngest again. My obsession was burning. Then the scene of broken Ram's fragments slowly overcoming the stillness of time followed. Although it was extremely small, the debris was moving. Ban did not consider that fact to be a big deal. In the first place, given the power that the evil spirit had, this kind of struggle was natural, and he also found out what her plan was. He probably wants to eliminate something that connects me and Brother Jean. As if it were impossible, Ban didn't even hide that he had read the evil god's plan. The evil spirit could not hear Ban's voice. Even if the sound disappears, the voice of the class resonates accurately inside everyone. Nevertheless, the reason why the evil spirit could not hear the voice of the class was because it was melting all of itself into one obsession. The determination to cut the red line. That single thought soon became a shape. Suddenly a sword appeared in the air 10 steps in front of Ban. It was Rosa Runkendel's favorite sword during her time as a madman. After the frenzy occurred, a hand was created to hold it, a body to swing the arms, and a head and face with black eyes and horns of chaos to look forward were formed. The body of the evil spirit, which had once again taken on a human-like form, was walking with difficulty in the air. He was barely walking with his sword pointed at Ban. Do you think it is possible? Ban's appearance was erased with a single sword strike. As the thunder energy that soared after Sigmund swept through Rosa, there was no trace in the air again. In this way, the evil spirit continued to form a body, and each time Ban ended it with a single blow. The evil spirit has already created a body dozens of times, but the distance between him and Ban has not narrowed even by a single step. Rather, each time the body disappeared, it only grew further and further away. Even if there is hope, not everyone can grasp it on their own. The disappearance of the evil body meant that Ram's fragments were continuously being consumed. As time passes like this, eventually there will not be a handful of souls left in this land. Ban increased his concentration. Until the very end, I had no intention of taking my time against the evil spirit. However, the moment when Sigmund slashed the body of the evil spirit about 100 times, a scream was heard from the deepest part of Ban's inner world. Ringling. And it was Jin's scream. Not even half of the 1 hour that Qual had expected had passed. Stop halfway. It really is the limit. We must stop the merger of the two gods immediately if we want to save Jean. The pool in the inner world where Jean disappeared was seething. Even Lingling was trapped and consumed by it. Lingling was convinced that stopping now was the last time Jean could save his ego. In the end, Ban stopped cutting the chest. The evil spirit led his completely battered body and ran towards the class. You're lucky. Ban did not dodge the sword of the evil spirit that came right in front of him. I just thought this as I let the sword cut the red line. I guess I'll have no choice but to leave the rest to Brother Jean and that friend. Half of it is through Jin's inner self, which I read the moment the two-body union first took place. He was finding out that he was not the first or the last hand. Please take care of Brother Jean, Black Dragon Mirakan. A frenzy cut through the red line. Whoa! As if it were a lie, the sea of brain energy that had suddenly covered the ground disappeared. Only on the ground where Jean had fallen was the brain energy in the form of a protective shield that surrounded him. Was the problem that the synchronization rate was too high? Jean stood up and looked at his body. My body felt heavy, as if Taysan was weighing down my shoulders. Since he used a force several times stronger than his own in a short period of time, it was inevitable that there would be a blow. It's not to the point where I can't fight. Moreover, the damage to the evil spirit is much greater than mine. When I raised my head, I saw Ram's body so horribly broken that it was unrecognizable. In front of him was the body of a hideous body. The broken horn and melting body showed the struggle to cut the red line. Before Jean could do anything else, the body completely disappeared and scattered somewhere. What happened? Off. Is it over? The mental attack through chaos has stopped. Trembling voices spread throughout the friendly formation. Everyone was desperately praying that this terrible fight would end like this. But Orgel narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He and Jean were the first to notice that soul energy was condensing again. It appears that the evil spirit has achieved some kind of awakening. Awakening! Orgel nodded in response to Baradin's question. Okay. Achieving growth by crossing the boundary between life and death is not a blessing only available to mortals. If my prediction is correct, the evil spirit has just achieved a higher level of godhood. In return for fighting against the warrior god of the Ming dynasty by throwing gambling numbers. So does that mean you've become stronger than before? In an absolute sense, it can be seen as such. If given enough time to recover, it is true that the evil spirit will definitely become stronger. Now the spirit energy destroyed by the fighting spirit is too vast. I can guess why the fighting spirit suddenly stopped appearing, but if there had been 3 more minutes the evil spirit would not have awakened. It's too bad it was only 3 minutes. Baradin was feeling a great sense of desolation as well as regret. Tushin almost achieved what all of humanity's greatest forces could not accomplish even if they risked their lives together before 30 minutes had passed. Baradin began conducting again. Fortunately, the fleet did not suffer too much damage while Van was pushing the evil spirits. Colleagues on the ground were running toward Jean. Jean! Are you okay, Jean? You're the youngest. 12 horsemen. Jean, who was about to look back at them, suddenly felt a chill running down his back and quickly raised his sword. Psy-dash! A ray of black sword energy passed Jin's cheek. Next, hundreds of sword energies were attacking Jean and his colleagues. It was a sword shot by an evil spirit. His colleagues tried to step in front of Jean and spread their swords, but Jean first opened a protective shield to prevent them from stepping forward. The spirit has become more intense. Everyone please step back because you will be exposed to radiation. Youngest child, this time you really brought this mother to the brink of extinction. The evil spirit's gloomy voice was heard again. As if the body that had just melted was a fake, the evil body was floating in the air in good health. It was truly dangerous, but this time too fate did not allow anything else to come between you and me. The man named Tushin was definitely stronger than me, but in the end he couldn't finish it. Quaya. The fleet poured artillery fire at the chest. It seemed like numerous artillery hits were direct hits, but the explosion only covered the chest for a moment and was soon absorbed by the spreading black curtain and disappeared. The evil spirit looked down at Jean and smiled. I think I know a little more about your feelings now. This is the sense that fate is helping me. At this point it's time to stop talking nonsense like that. Aren't you tired of it? Don't look forward to it. But since the situation has changed, the stage must also change. Right after the evil spirit finished speaking, Jean and his allies felt vibrations starting from beneath their feet. The ground was shaking as if it would collapse. Kuduk Kiowik. The result of the shaking was not the collapse of the ground. As if the roots of a giant tree were being uprooted, the entire land began to rise. The soaring ground floated at high speed toward the fragments of ram that were stuck like dots in the air. Spread the fleet and make evasive maneuvers. Do not run into ram's fragments. The fleet spread out, increasing altitude in line with the speed at which the ground rose, and the ground troops ran like crazy to avoid ram's fragments. It took less than 10 seconds for the ground and ram's fragments to merge. In the process there were no casualties among the ground troops, but about 20 ships and 15 dragons were hit by debris and crushed. Tenri. The area of the surface land exactly matched Ram's battlefield. The ground moved like flowing water, filling the cracks of the broken ram. The property is being repaired. The allies were once again in shock and had to find a gap in the crack and avoid it or widen it further and climb to the top of Ram. Jean swung his spiritual sword without stopping. The optical heart, like an overloaded power source, did not form brain energy properly. One by one our allies were taking up positions above Ram. Every time something in Ram's upper part exploded, like a tumor-friendly ships or dragon troops appeared. For example, the allies rose into the sky above Ram along with the ground. The first thing that came into their sight was the dark sky and clouds. The evil spirit was standing in the middle waiting for Jean to arrive. Ram's form, which had been repaired by merging with the ground, was not as stable as before. It was full of stains and cracks here and there like clothes made from rags, and the main gun seemed not to be functioning properly. However, the fact that this terrible ship, measuring nearly 10 ri in length, had taken shape again was enough to disturb the temporary alliance. As Orgel said, if given enough time, Ram will also become more perfect than before. Still, now was the last chance. If we don't destroy the evil spirit today, the next thing that disappears will definitely be our temporary allies and humanity. What shall we do now? The youngest. I might want to run away and wait for the moment when I can summon the god of war again. But I don't want to allow that. A storm of soul energy was swirling around the edge of Ram once again. It was impossible for the fleet to move through it, and even Orgel's portal did not work properly. I never even thought about running away. I came here today to see the end. Reiki liberation. Spiritual energy was spreading like a spider web from Jean. In an instant, the spirit cast a dark shadow over the entire area where Jean and the evil spirit were standing. At the same time, the fleet's observation wizards were confirming that the forces of chaos were pouring in from the direction of the spirit curtain that stood like a wall on all sides of Ram. Approximately 10,000 troops confirmed on the northern wall. It is made up of chaos dragons, black ships, and knights. Thunderstorm? This is the old teenage knight paddler Runkendal. After that, many armies, including the Black Knights. Okay, I was wondering why I couldn't see you. It's finally time to go to hell, paddler. The knight who just attacked the second fleet is clearly a superhuman. Is he the head of the remaining squadron? A new army of chaos was pouring in from all the walls north, south, east, and west. It was Blue Brain King Fadler Runkendal and the remaining 4 heads of the family. Jean couldn't hear his friend's voice. Not only was the distance far away, but the spiritual energy and soul energy were now mixed between Jean and the evil spirit, blocking the sound. However, Jean sensed that a new force had arrived. I wonder if there were more hidden troops. I am also very satisfied with the fact that I have to use all my cards against you. Moreover, I had to take the risk of gaining a higher godhood. Yoop! The evil spirit who had been talking up to that point suddenly bent his back and covered his mouth. A black lump poured out and escaped between my fingers. The evil spirit's pupils widened. Satisfied? Although I stopped in the middle, it would be difficult to keep up such momentum even after receiving the evil intentions of the fighting brothers. I guess he was so caught up in his rapid growth that he didn't know exactly what state he was in. After the two gods' union was over, Jean inherited all the memories that Ban had accumulated during the battle with the evil god. Jael is a sword that rips apart the opponent's soul. Even if awakening is successful, deep wounds from the fate still remain in the body and soul of the evil body. The invisible brain energy was writhing inside the evil body. And the reinforcements left here are the same. Jean expanded his Reiki liberation even further. Tell Jean to just unleash his spiritual energy to its full potential. At the moment you need it most. Then he will appear immediately. A message sent by Misha to Jean through Cirrus and Mort before the decisive battle begins. Ka'aza. The evil spirit roared and rushed at Jean. Jean sneered without avoiding the madness in his eyes. Before the madness arrives, spiritual energy condensed in front of Jean, forming a shadow. Rough long hair down to his waist, narrow fierce eyes, and a low voice with perfect form. It's been a while, kid. It was Murakan in human form. As soon as he appeared, he showed incredible strength by grabbing the sword of the beast with his bare hands and stopping it. In situations like this, why does it always feel like the message is the same? That's good to hear, isn't it? That's right. Murakan. The evil spirit glared at Jean and Murakan with a face twisted in anger. Yes, I expected you to appear. Guardian god of the old world, last time I was busy running away. Will you fight properly today? Murakan grinned at those words and wanted to answer nicely, but he had no choice but to sound a little embarrassed. Atet. This was because the soul energy spread from the frenzied sword body was penetrating into the hands. Murakan was astonished and took a step back like a person on fire. At that point, even the evil spirit was dumbfounded for a moment. Jean reflexively touched his forehead. Well, I forgot for a moment that the chest is the source of soul energy infection. No one saw this just now, right? Jean shrugged his shoulders but felt relief inside when he saw Murakan acting like an idiot as soon as he arrived. The fact that he wasn't serious meant that he wasn't so threatening that the other person couldn't handle it. Tisk dash. Murakan stretched out his fist with all his might towards the evil spirit. The shock wave caused by the clash of fists and swords caused a huge spirit energy to surround the 3 people. Murakan, unlike the Jin or the Ming dynasty, does not have complete immunity to marriage. Nevertheless, because the power of the main body is so great, it is impossible to infect him with a moderate blow. Although he did not completely return, he was closer to his prime than during the first general offensive. The evil spirit retreated first. Murakan created a mass of soul energy in both hands and fired wildly at the evil spirit who had widened the distance. Haha, I just didn't have time back then. Shall I fear what is yours? Oh well. It stings terribly. After saying that, Murakan quickly whispered to Jean again. Child, actually we don't have much time this time either. You know? Misha said that would happen. Currently Murakan's absence is synonymous with Soderet's absence. If he was absent from the realm of God, for a long time the order of the world regarding shadows was bound to collapse in an instant. But I think you can finish it on your own if I just give you some time to recover and then leave. Because I'm already pretty hurt. It took a lot of hard work to make it like that. Now Murakan is imbued with the divinity of Soderet. Therefore he was seeing areas that could not be seen with mortal eyes. As long as Jin's body was healthy, Jin could easily deal with the evil spirit alone. It wasn't me, it was my half-brother who did it. First protect me for a minute. Are you coming? Whoa! Murakan transformed into his true form and spread his wings. The evil spirit was filled with venom and poured sword energy at Murakan. A fierce battle was taking place outside. Unlike before, Paidler showed no lag at all in the face of Vale, and the newly appeared army of chaos was too large. Above all, the problem was the mental attack through soul energy and the number of Black Knights. The allies are starting to think that the evil spirit has resurrected all of Runkendal's previous Black Knights. The 4 squadron heads were effectively commanding all the Black Knights. However, Jean and Murakan do not have the energy to worry about the outside world. Jean took out a gem that looked like a round ruby from his pocket. An object that looks similar to a wavelength tracking synchronizer but has a completely different purpose and name. Blood of Numerous. It was a new item I received from Jeep in advance in preparation for the decisive battle. Although Jean was not mortally wounded or on the verge of death, he did not hesitate to put the blood in his mouth and chew it. It was used simply to recover stamina and fight the evil spirit again at full strength. It was a fight worth it. Even if it wasn't blood, it was tears. Wow! As God's blood filled his mouth, Jean felt his sense of exhaustion rapidly disappearing. His eyes were alive and his heart was pumping blood to every corner of his body at a crazy pace. My muscles tensed up as if they might explode at any moment, and my senses became infinitely sharper. The darkened light heart gradually regained its original light. After exactly 1 minute, Jean was able to hold the sword again in a more perfect condition than ever. The aura wrapped around Jin's body, forming a dazzling protective shield. Then magical power swirled and spread everywhere, and aura surrounded Bradamanti. The summoning door was opening through magical power that spread like a curtain. Gag! The dead world of the evil god's castle has already completely broken down into rams parts, so Tess can be summoned again. Oh, what a surprise! When you call this guy, at least give me some advice. As Tess breathed fire, spiritual energy and aura were added accordingly. Burning fire and eternalization. The 2 fires symbolizing Runkendal's magic sword were pushing back the gathering chaos. Like Misha, Murakan cannot combine burning flame with dark spirit without spirituality, but simply added a huge amount of spiritual energy to strengthen burning fire. What is currently stabbing the chest is probably not just a sword. Jean, the will of fire that has continued for 1,000 years in the history of Runkendal, gritted his teeth as he twisted the sword that pierced the chest of the evil god. Gasp! My family, my home, my dead brothers, countless innocent people, dead and destroyed by your hands. Jean was screaming in anger without even realizing it. The strongest Runkendal in history? A family that is not threatened by anything? What you were trying to do was something that even your father Timar and Tushin could not accomplish. Look at the results of your running wild without knowing the topic. The Garden of Swords has been shattered and the Knights' clans are... Shut up. If my family was that important, I should never have left this place. You and Soren. My choice was not wrong. Asleep. What drove Jean crazy was the fact that even if he killed the evil spirit, things that had already been broken couldn't come back. I couldn't keep my composure and fight. It didn't matter. Now I was confident that I could kill the evil body by tearing it into 1,000 pieces. But even if he did that, his anger would not be resolved. The pain of those left behind by those who had already died under the evil spirit would not disappear. Squeak! Jean cut the sword stuck in it horizontally. The evil spirit immediately recovered and appeared to absorb the eternal fire like the first time. With evil eyes in his eyes, Jean plunged the blade into the same spot, once more twisted and cut. When the evil spirit tried to dodge, Murakin forced her to move. One by one wounds appeared on Jean and Murakin's bodies. Blood and spiritual energy mixed together and colored the air. As the fire continued, Runkendel's decisive battles and secret weapons were clashing non-stop. A meteor shower and a black meteor shower struck at the same time, and sword and black sword energy flew towards each other's necks at a speed close to the speed of light, confusing the vision. Falling flowers, Zhong Wang, black cross, annular shape, Watchin and Watchin. Swords that would have shattered the strong bodies of superhumans and the bodies of gods were striking those who had once been hats. They were stabbing and cutting each other. My breathing became difficult and my throat continued to swell and blood poured out. While the bloody fight continued for about 30 minutes, the evil spirit lost his body more than 20 times. Even if you cut off the head, split the body in half, scatter it into pieces, and burn it without a trace, the evil spirit was resurrected and regenerated endlessly. Can a family be rebuilt and revived so persistently? Will this family called Runkendel, which already has only a few members left, be able to rebuild after this battle is over? Sometimes when such questions arise, Jin's eyes become watery. I will definitely do that, but more than ever I miss the sights that I will never see again. The dark and cold garden of swords where there was no place for my previous life. The cold and harsh people who treated me in my past life. The cruel family that he had no choice but to leave in his previous life. I felt like my heart was going to rot because I missed those painful memories. If someone were to take away his privilege of returning and return Runkendel to those times, even if he was exiled and ended up silently dying somewhere because he was unable to meet Valeria. If he had a choice, Jean would definitely nod. I wish I could just live a miserable and shabby life and disappear, so please give me my family back. Because that will never happen and I will never be given that opportunity. I will kill you and shoulder a heavy duty. The duty of Runkendel. The duty to recreate a land in the world where Runkendel can stand tall. Jean swung his sword while muttering to himself that the evil spirit and Murakin could not understand. The body that had recovered from numerous blood was heavy, as if it had been submerged in water again. The body was also slow to regenerate, and the body was not formed quickly. No one in the world. No one would want to kill their mother. You wouldn't want to be the child of a mother like this, and you wouldn't want to be doomed to having to save the world from a mother like this. It was the same with Jean. He never wanted a future like this. We are just fighting against it because it is a point of force majeure that leaves us with no choice but to accept fate. Just getting over it. Ka-a-wak. Jean screams and swings his Bradamanti. The fire disappeared and Tess returned to the flame world. Murakin still remained and used his whole body to block Jin's spirit from getting hurt further. Squeak! The black blade wrapped in spirit clawed at the chest of the evil spirit. Then for the first time the evil spirit vomited red blood that was not soul energy. It was spitting out fresh blood like a human being. For the first time the eternal fire that continued to be absorbed left a faint blue ember on the evil spirit's chest. The evil spirit grabbed the fire. Sigh! The evil spirit let out a heavy breath mixed with a hissing sound. The horns and two wings of the trembling body were slowly melting. The spirit wrapped around the body falls to the floor like ugly scales. In the end, the eternal fire that burned the chest of the evil spirit began to dispel its spirit. As each second passed, the evil spirit became closer and closer to its human appearance. Jean didn't bother to suppress his mixed feelings and aimed his sword. And I felt it intuitively. This fight will ultimately end in a fight against the evil spirit alone without Bando Murakin or any other companions. Is the kid okay? As Jean nodded, the storm of spirit surrounding the three people continued to fluctuate. The storm shackled the three people in an instant. This is the last struggle. If I use this much spirit in that state, there will be no next time. There's still some time left for me, so I'll just get through it, and when my spirit subsides it'll be over. No, Murakan. You go out first. What? Why? The battlefield outside is being pushed back. Go and help. Because this spirit can't harm me anyway. Murakan was about to say something, but when he saw Jean putting his hand into the storm of spirit, he shrugged his wings. Unlike before, the storm of soul energy did not cause any damage to Jean at all. It's the last one-on-one. As always I will win, so I am waiting to save at least one more person. You are the guardian deity of Runkendal. I have to play a role that suits him. Jean said that and slowly walked towards the evil spirit. Ah, this little guy. Even though he says he's going to fight alone, I don't feel anxious for some reason. The stamina recovered through numerous blood would have run out again, and the evil spirit may still have some hidden secrets left. Still, I didn't feel anxious at all watching Jin's back as he walked towards the evil body with great strides. Beyond that, it was unthinkable for Jean to be defeated by the evil god. The reason is unknown. A conviction that is difficult to explain just comes to me as an intuition. Jin's Runkendal is just brighter than the evil god's Runkendal. You've grown a lot while I haven't seen you. Murakan turned around and exhaled in a storm of soul energy. The breath pierced one side of the storm like tearing a piece of paper, creating an entrance for Murakan to exit. After the fight is over, I probably won't be there. Still, we will meet again soon, so I will take care of the strawberry pie and wait for you. Go out and confess in person. Gilly will be fighting too. What kind of childish confession? No, you crazy kid. Did you bring strawberry pie here too? In this dangerous place? They said they definitely want to participate in the war. But still. Oh, I have to go quickly. In fact, Gilly had not yet fully recovered from the injuries sustained in the last battle, so he could not participate. Murakan hurriedly escaped the storm without seeing Jin's smile. Strawberry pie. At the sound of Murakan's voice that shook the entire battlefield, everyone on the outer battlefield looked up at the sky. And seeing Murakan staring at the ground with his wings wide open, not only the enemies but also the allies were instantly overwhelmed. No one who harmed my strawberry pie will ever live here and set foot on the earth again. No one will ever let this Murakan live. What are you saying? What is strawberry pie? Why did you leave the 12 riders and come out alone? Anyone would be embarrassed by the sudden confession heard in the midst of life and death. Colleagues who had a quick grasp of the situation touched their foreheads in embarrassment, and their allies became confused as they tried to understand what he meant. But Murakan's power is real. A powerful force capable of pulling back friendly troops out of danger at once and ruthlessly crushing enemies. As Murakan roared with wrath once more, the Chaos Knights fell down one by one and grabbed their heads. Even though his body was unable to feel pain, he was crushed by the black dragon called Murakan. Among our allies, those who lacked mental strength were hit by Murakan's roar. There were allies who collapsed with blood pouring from every hole in their faces. However, it was never an act that put our allies in further danger. Rather, it was closer to a kind of shock therapy. All of those who fell were losing consciousness due to the evil spirit's mental attack until they heard Murakan's roar. Even though it was painful, the roar was awakening them from the mental attack. That's incredible power. Has it regained its full strength from its prime? Zephyrin said in a trembling voice. She was shivering at Murakan's energy. No, it's close, but it's still nowhere near what it was 1,000 years ago. Zephyrin suppressed her surprise at Orgel's answer. Really, Master? Okay. Do you now understand why I told you never to fight with Murakan, even when I was fine? It works. Go and assist Murakan, Zephyrin. This does not mean to add strength, but to use strength to protect allies so that he can fight more freely. Zephyrin's eyes widened. Orgel was implying that just like that the war would end in victory. All right. Zephyrin flew near Murakan, and Baradin, who opened the demon stone again, came out from Ziffel's side. As soon as he confirmed Murakan's power, he also had the same thoughts as Orgel. Through insight derived from Sodaret's godhead, Murakan immediately recognized him as Baradin and not Kiliak. Murakan knew what Jean thought of Baradin, so he gave him a short, heavy word. You will be able to come back again, Baradin Jiffel. so you shouldn't commit too many sins before then. Baradin did not respond but spread his magic widely and created a protective shield. After the decisive battle, I need to check the conditions for Tushan and Murakan's manifestation as quickly as possible and prepare for war. I was also distraught. It was already shocking enough when Tushan appeared, but if Murakan was still alive, Jeep's fate was bound to be difficult after today. Rather strawberry pie. If you are talking about Jin's nanny, she did not participate in this battlefield in the first place. I'm a bit out of shape after being tricked by that damn little bastard. It doesn't matter. Rather good. Now that I know that the strawberry pie is safe, let's calmly take care of them. Black chains made of spiritual energy stretched out from Murakan's 2 wings. Thousands of black chains waved in the sky like ominous tentacles. Reiki liberation, black chains word. Like a shower, the chains of spiritual energy all hit Ram's upper body. Even though such huge chains were falling, there was no sound at all. Ram's upper part was hit, and the only thing that followed was a burst of explosions. The chaotic troops quickly lost their formation as they tried to avoid the chains. Oh, are those the resurrected former patriarchs? Of the numerous chains, only 4 failed to stick to Ram's upper part and were cut or thrown off. The last 4 remaining Sentai clan heads were struck down with their swords. However, the effect was extremely minimal. All they did was knock off one of the many chains that fell on their side. Kid. No, since Runkindle's 12th rider and Sagaju are not there, I'll tell the story for you. I will take away the privilege given to you called Runkindle. As soon as Murakan finished speaking, Ram's upper body began to seethe with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was rising like bubbles from the impaled chains. Those who follow the 12 horsemen should not avoid spiritual energy. The allies who were reflexively trying to avoid the bubbles stopped moving. Even if the spiritual energy touched them, there was no other harm to them. On the other hand, the enemies trapped in the bubble were melting away, just like sand sinks in the sea and turns into mud. Liberation of Reiki is the beginning and end of dealing with shadows. Murakan was now showing one part of the end of Reiki. Simply making the opponent disappear into one's shadow without even doing anything that could be called a fight or battle. The black chain that had reached its peak possessed such power. Among the chaotic troops trapped in the bubble, those who could be called elite were maintaining their form by resisting spiritual energy. But it's only a matter of time. If the forces of chaos fail to resist like this, all enemies will soon be buried in their own shadows and reduced to nothing. It seemed like a huge sieve was filtering out the impurities called chaos. Runkindle's riders listen. Taking the heads of those who were the previous head of the family is what you must do, so move quickly. Brothers Mary and Tana raised their swords towards the sky. I will accept it. Hey Mary, can I wear it too? Then Jonah, kill that guy over there. Tana, guys are left and right and I am in charge of the center. Hee hee. There was no need for the riders to engage in fierce battles as they arrived at their respective squadron heads. The previous head of the family was already trapped in a black chain and could not even move properly. The reason Murakan ordered the children of Runkindle to kill them was for symbolism. We want to show everyone that the current Runkindle can cut out its rotten roots and move forward again. The black chain showed no signs of stopping. Rather, it was getting deeper and deeper with no end in sight. Murakan even unleashed not only the black chain but also another ultimate skill of spiritual energy liberation. Then suddenly the upper center of the ram opened like an eye, revealing the main gun that was thought to be completely destroyed. The other main gun that Ram was hiding spewed black fire straight at Murakan without any sign of reloading. It was a similar power to what Ram showed before being crushed by Ban. However, Murakan held his breath with all his might and took the bombardment without any hesitation. Murakan's breath bisected the huge black beam that shot out from Ram in half. Ram's bombardment split like rotten wood and scattered fragments all over the battlefield. Zephyr Baradin and the heroes of In spread shields to protect their allies from the debris. Murakan's breath not only tore up the artillery barrage but also deflected the hideous gun, creating a huge hole in Ram's upper part. Nevertheless, Murakan seemed dissatisfied and thought to himself, I shot it with as much power as I could muster, but that's the only thing that broke? If I do this, I'll look weaker than the king of fighters. Tushin even completely destroyed this ship while it was still intact. Of course, contrary to Murakan's intentions, the allies were engulfed in astonishment as they looked down at the hole that had opened up like a 1,000-mile cliff. Now this body's time is almost over. Everyone get up and fight again. Show that you can end the war safely even if this black dragon Murakan leaves. The allies who had stopped raised their swords and staffs again. I spat out the blood that had accumulated in my mouth, adjusted the broken bones, and roughly bandaged the torn wounds. Everyone was already moving even before Murakan's order. All of our allies had both hope and evil on their faces. Murakan last looked at the sky beyond where Vale and Paddler were fighting. The reason why the fight between the two was taking place far away from the central battlefield was because Paddler led them to do so. Fadler Runkendal, I wanted to save that guy for a long time. It was visible in Murakan's eyes. The chains of chaos bound to the Paddler's heart. Even Paddler was now aware of the existence of a chain bound to his heart. I just didn't tell them because I thought it was too late. Give Sarah my regards, Paddler. There was sadness in Murakan's eyes as he began to return to the realm of God. 50%. During Murakan's brief stay on the battlefield, approximately 50% of the enemies disappeared. Jonah Mary and Tana's brother beheaded the previous head of the family. Even though the black chains had already disappeared, they failed to put up even a single resistance. The enemy's formation was collapsing. The allies desperately dug for loopholes, swinging their swords and firing magic. The fight continues again. But now the temporary alliance had a clear advantage. Casualties were pouring in, but the enemy was falling far more than that. Victory is just around the corner. Stay alert until the end. Is there any news from the 12 horsemen yet? Whenever the allies had a moment, they looked towards the curtain of spirit that was imprisoning Jean and the evil spirit. The curtain was significantly smaller than when Murakan first broke through. Seemed so narrow that two people couldn't even stand. Did Jean enter a new subspace with the evil spirit? Valeria narrowed her eyes as she looked at the record window. The record window contained information that Jean and Hungshin had left the battlefield. I was worried. After using the wavelength tracking synchronization device and even calling Murakan, Jean had no tricks left. Enya, who realized what was going on, grabbed Valeria's hand. Confucius, Jean will definitely come back. Valeria widened her eyes for a moment and smiled at Enya. Wow, seeing Valeria smile is truly precious. She's already pretty, but her smile makes her even more. Should I make another fan club? Anyway, Prince Jean, don't worry and help me. Please use this. Enya took out the mirror from her bosom. The spirit that surrounds people continues to narrow. If it's a mirror-reinforced firewall, it might be able to slow it down a little bit. As the spirit grew tighter, Ram was sinking little by little. The altitude was not being lowered under any control. It is losing its function due to the destruction caused by Murakan's breath and the ongoing battle. People and monsters on a crashing giant ship. Enya opened the mirror, hoping that all of them would survive safely. Valeria was assisting her by reading the infinite flow of magic power. Slowly the traces of the subspace that trapped Jean and the evil spirit were receding. Even as the ship sank, there was no trace of subspace hanging in the sky. The comrades continued to faithfully carry out their duties, thinking about how they would be fighting alone. Jean was facing the evil spirit. At first it was a gigantic monster similar to Gleek, and after it merged with Ram it became stained with chaos and took on a devil-like appearance with horns and wings. The current evil body had the appearance that Jean was most familiar with. Calmly flowing black hair, a cold hard gaze, and a straight waist that looks like it won't be broken by anything. The appearance of a person who has led the family as the mistress of Runkendal for a long time. Unlike when he encountered young Rosa in the evil god's castle, Jean was no longer embarrassed by the evil god's change. For some reason, if I followed you in, I thought you would look like this. Not even the slightest tremor could be found in Jin's sword aimed at the evil spirit. The passionate emotions that had been building up just now had become the will to kill the opponent like a sword being sharpened. The evil spirit stared at Jean in silence for a while. Jean felt that the aura was not forming. The same was true for magical power and spiritual energy. No special powers could be used in this subspace. But I wasn't afraid. Even if he had to fight barehanded without a sword, he was confident that he would not die here. What a lonely sight, the evil spirit said. It was a desolate voice, like a death row inmate who had accepted the future and was on the execution ground. The subspace where the two were standing was completely white, unlike anything they had experienced so far. A vast and empty white desert. This is the end of the subconscious, the inner world of evil spirits. I'm suddenly curious about what your space looks like. You won't feel so empty and cold like me. Because I didn't live like you. There was no anger mixed in Jin's voice as he answered. No. Your life and mine are still similar, youngest child. It's just not quite the same. Where do you think that small difference comes from? Is it because you want to fight? Yes. It's terrible. Even if I were reborn, I have no confidence in living a more intense life than I do now. I don't have the confidence to make a choice that doesn't turn me into an evil spirit. He truly gave everything for his family. He controlled all his desires throughout his life, never put his personal life before his family, and never once complained. In that lonely and cold time, the method is wrong. What is the right way? And that's something even a criminal like me can do? What if I don't get the chance to go back and live a new life with my memories like you? Jean was not embarrassed even when the evil spirit spoke of his return. I guessed that death had revealed a secret to God who must now disappear. I've always had one question about you. Why did you banish me in my past life and stop eating for 2 days? The evil spirit burst into laughter. You are asking the obvious. Did you think I wasn't a person? I also feel sad, fall into depression, and struggle with pain. I want to be with my husband and hug my children. But that doesn't mean the Runkendal family can become stronger. That is not the way of a sword family called Runkendal, but the way of an ordinary family. Jean closed his eyes tightly once. I am not a monster, youngest. I was just thrown into a position where I had to become a monster. Even before I accepted chaos, I was already a monster. It had to happen that way. It's not a matter of whether I choose or not. I have never had the power to make decisions about my life. That's the difference between you and me. Transparent tears flowed from the eyes of the evil spirit, who continued his words like that. I fought life as hard as I could, but I lost. I could not overcome my inevitable fate. The difference arises from differences in the capabilities we were born with and the opportunities we were given. The evil spirit slowly pulled out the frenzy from the scabbard. It's not unfair, because not everyone can realize their dreams and not everyone can fulfill their assigned duties. No matter how intense it is, there are some things that cannot be helped. Of course, I have no desire to make excuses. I just want to tell someone, to you. It would be better if you failed as a human being and stayed a human being instead of becoming an evil spirit. Even if it eventually pushed the family into decline. I probably felt a little sympathy for your story right now. Maybe so. Even if I couldn't forgive you, I would have tried to understand. But I still don't want that. Now we cannot know what a person's heart is or what choices a person should make. I don't want to deny my terrible past, and I certainly don't want to justify my sins. Now I just want to fight with you and fall apart. Chong dash. A frenzy fell into Jin's chest. It was heavy. Jean didn't know if it was the frenzy that was heavy or something else that was heavy. I just had to shake it off and cut and stab it. The youngest. This fight is closer to a blessing to me. The last of my humanity cursed me as it died in your arms. Now I desperately hope that the curse will come true. Do you know why? Because pain is better than solitude. This time Jean pushed the blade into the evil spirit's throat. There was blood on the blade that grazed Pitt's neck. Hot red blood drops kept disturbing my vision. It felt like I was cutting a person, not a monster. The feeling that I was finally able to bond with a human being, not a monster. However, Jean thought this was not a win. In fact, the evil spirit had already been defeated by life even before giving birth to Jean. Because even before Jean grew up, he was already a monster. It was impossible to defeat someone who had already been defeated a long time ago. That person is not here. Of the two swords tangled in silence, one belonged to a human living in the present, and the other was merely a trace of a person who had disappeared in the past. In the endless fighting, the wounds on Jean and Hyungsun's bodies increased. They were covered in each other's blood, to the point where I feel like I want to stop fighting. The evil spirit stretched out his sword desperately. Even though my whole body was egged, I had no hesitation. Jean felt that she was selfish to the end. Even though they were brutally abused, it feels strange when their parents die. As if unavoidable suffering is coming. I don't know how much the fight was. Jean was kneeling on one knee, leaning on his sword and looking down at his chest. Whoops, whoops. The fallen beast was out of breath. He kept opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but only blood foam came out instead of a voice. Jean had no strength left to take his last breath. Jean had to take a deep breath and quietly observe the fate of the evil spirit. The evil spirit's consciousness was fading away. Jean never took his eyes off the evil spirit. I held on to my fading spirit to witness that death. In the end, the evil spirit was unable to leave a will to Jean. The moment when the evil spirit runs out of breath. What? Suddenly a white light spread and Jean reflexively closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes for the first time in a long time, the blue sky of Jupiter enveloped me. Jean was falling towards the ground without even being able to lift a finger. It has escaped from subspace. One by one people's voices reached Jin's ears as he fell. I could hear the mournful calls of my colleagues. Jean! A wisp of magical power as warm as a warm breeze enveloped Jean. It was Valeria's magic power. Jean was gently pulled by the wind's magic and fell into Valeria's arms. And Jean could see the image of Valeria and her colleagues looking at her face and shouting something urgently. The garden of swords spread out behind it. Jean closed his eyes, checking the scenery that remained unharmed. 10 days had already passed since the decisive battle between the Temporary Alliance and the evil spirits on the first day of July 1803. The world was returning to its former self again. A blue sky and land unstained by marriage, a shining beach, fishing boats swimming in the sea, a shopping street full of people, a daily life where you no longer have to tremble in fear of evil spirits. Fortunately, it was not only the Ludero-Magic Federation and the Beemant Empire that regained the natural scenery. The Jupiter Union, which had been engulfed in a period of marriage across the continent, was also regaining its former self to some extent. Not all humans in Jupiter were used as sacrifices to evil spirits. When the spirit that covered the entire continent was lifted, there were far more people left in Jupiter than the Temporary Alliance had expected. This is the first time I've realized that checking reports and numbers can be so enjoyable and rewarding. Are the numbers and letters written on this paper really the correct status of survivors in each region? Mary said. His face was very haggard because he had not had a good night's sleep since the war ended, but his eyes were sparkling. Have you been so deceived, sister? We and Tychon continue to send people directly to check. It's all real. So go in and get some rest. Get some sleep. We'll look after the rider's duties. Don't ask the same question over and over again. Brother Tana answered. Like Mary, the two people had thin faces and bright eyes. They are trying to eat me just because I checked once or twice. Are you crazy? Hang, are you going to hit me? Try hitting it. That's a bit expensive. Puk. Mary left a fist mark on the foreheads of the two people. As flag bearers, we also have a thing called face. I'm old enough. Ugh, forehead. No one saw it, because it feels good I see it this way. Who is the youngest? Are you awake yet? How many times have you asked that? Oh, lower your fist. Sister, you heard it directly from King Song about an hour ago. The youngest is recovering smoothly. I'm still worried because he hasn't regained consciousness. That too. What did they say? Medically, they said he was not unconscious but just in a state of long sleep. I also emphasized that there was no need to worry because I would definitely wake up. I understand that you want to give your youngest one less work to do when she wakes up, but if you do this, your body will get even more damaged. Hey, get me a teapot. Ugh. The siblings didn't know. From the moment they started talking, Jean had been waking up in a different building. There was no one in the room where Jean was lying because they were seeing off Ronnie, who had just visited. Jean stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. This place. It was not a familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling Tycoon. Sword Garden. The room he used when he was a reserve jockey. It was right there. Even though Jean could move his body, he continued to look up at the ceiling as if he were tied up. It was because I was afraid that it might be a dream. After Jean returned to royalties, the Sword Garden was destroyed several times. Jean saw with his own eyes that the Sword Garden was destroyed during the first general offensive, and the place where the gigantic castle of the evil spirit was built was also the site of the Sword Garden. So I thought there was no way the Sword Garden could remain this unscathed. Jean calmed his trembling heart and looked back on his last memory. I remembered the moment I made a deal with the evil spirit and fell to the ground. I think that's when I saw that the Sword Garden was still intact. I stood up and pinched my cheek. It hurt. Even when I pinched him harder, I picked up the glass next to me and took a sip of water. The sensation of cold water flowing down my throat was clearer than ever. Master! Gilly's voice was heard. Confucius Jean. 12 horsemen. My lord. I'll get better. Jean. Babe. The voices of other colleagues also joined in. We have all just returned from seeing off Kingsong. Gilly hugged Jean tightly and wiped away her tears. The other colleagues also had moist eyes, especially Jet, who was sitting down and crying, repeating the words that my sister, my sister, my sister, my sister had woken up. If you just hear Jet's cries outside, you'll be mistaken, as if Jean is dead rather than awake. Master, are you okay? Self, is there any pain anywhere? Why did you lie there for so long? Do you know how much it hurts, Sandra? Confucius woke up after 10 days. And as you can see, Confucius did it. Save the world and Runkendal. It means that you have regained the Garden of Swords. The moment his colleagues said various things to Jean, his playful nature rose up without him knowing why. Who are you? Master. Where am I again? What? Lily? The late Confucius? Self? No, not this. My colleagues felt their hearts sinking and their eyes widened. Jean was planning to say one more thing about who I am, but he got caught because Valeria came in. There's a surprisingly innocent part of it. Isn't this kind of prank too much for the people who were anxiously waiting for you to wake up? Her tone seemed reproachful, but Valeria was smiling broadly. For 10 days now, except when she was sleeping, she has been watching Jin's movements with the record window open. Now the record window states that Jean has woken up and is playing around. Was it too mischievous? I'm sorry, everyone. You were very mischievous, Master. I thought my heart was dropping. My fist almost went out. Your head is really fine? Yes, I'm fine. I think my body needs some more recovery. Gilly, are all our colleagues safe? Yes, Master. No one died in the Bamel coalition. Just looking at the atmosphere, it seemed like that. The one who suffered the least damage in this war was the Bamel alliance. No, it went beyond that, and it should have been seen that the Bamul Union had become much wealthier than before the war. Gilly and his colleagues took some time to explain the current situation to Jean. Most of Huffaster's allied families and civilians were safe, and about 3,000 knights, 100 civil servants, and numerous servants survived in Runkendal. It's never something to be happy about. The entire population of the city of Kalen was used as a sacrifice, and the number of knights who died due to corruption is countless, and the number of dead people worldwide easily exceeds 1 million. Even if the evil spirit dies, those who disappeared do not return. However, it was also true that my heart was filled with joy, as things that I thought were all gone remained and gave me hope. Those who have survived are left with a foundation to prepare for tomorrow. This was the reason why my colleagues were excited the whole time. I had to be excited, but only then could I push away the sadness of war and move forward. The reason so many people survived in Runkendal is the result of the evil spirit clinging to the family until the end. Even if the evil spirit really destroyed the entire world, he wanted to leave at least the Garden of Swords and Runkendal. Valeria opened the record window and confirmed the information. These were records of contradictory feelings that even the evil spirits themselves were unaware of. Before the decisive battle, the most concentrated effort of the evil spirit was not on building the huge and terrible castle, but on rebuilding the Garden of the Sword. The evil spirit placed a barrier around the entire restored sword garden and built a castle on top of it. And all of the family members who were now alive were trapped inside, without ever being corrupted by marriage. You became an evil spirit and used your power to corrupt most of your family's knights. But you preserved some of them without damaging them. Okay. The evil spirit left behind not the Garden of Swords that he defiled but the Garden of Swords that the human Rosa Runkendal remembers. Those words reminded Jean of the last battle. The white lonely landscape located deep inside the evil spirit. Maybe he was saving his last bastion in case he was defeated. If you die, you will have to lead the rest. It was noisy outside. This was because Jet went out and announced that Jean had woken up. The heavy footsteps of the knights of the family lined up were causing vibrations. It was a preparation to welcome Jean. Gilly opened the closet and took out a coat that Jean had never worn before. Master, it would be best to report more details later and then head out. Jean stared at the coat, which was similar to the jockey uniform but had different embroidery. 10 black swords embroidered on the collar. In Soren's Runkendal, the only person who had that coat was Luna before she was 19. That was because it was a coat that symbolized the Sagaju of the sword family. Even when Joshua was performing his role as the head of the small family, Soren did not allow him to wear this coat. Surely your father has returned? The matriarch has not returned yet. Then who can give me that coat? I can't wear it myself just because I've done some good work. I am still the 12th horseman of the family. Gilly. Instead of answering, Gilly quietly lowered his head, as if telling me to hurry up and wear it. In the end, Jean stood still for a few seconds, briefly washed his face and put on a coat. As he left the room, the knights waiting in the hallway followed Jean, raising their swords. Jean wanted to check each of their faces, but he felt like he had to go out to the garden first. All of Runkendal's surviving descendants were lined up in the garden. Brothers Mary and Tana were at the forefront, raising the family flag. Hearing something and actually seeing it have different feelings. Jean felt his heart sink as he looked at the knights lined up. As Jean approached, the knights stepped aside and raised their swords. At the end of the line stood people whom Jean had never expected. The 12th rider is here. You finally woke up. Alpin and Tasha spoke to Jean first. And the one-armed head of the squadron standing among them had a face that looked very similar to Chiron. Welcome, great-grandson. The one-armed head of the squadron who was rescued in the final battle said with a grin. He was the 57th head of Runkendal and Soren's grandfather. King of Knights Ballas Runkendal. As soon as he saw Jean, he burst into laughter. Kaha! I thought it would take another 1,000 years for someone like him to come into the family after my grandson. You are surprising this great-grandfather again. Just like that guy. At the part about that guy, Jin's eyes widened without realizing it. This was because no one in this world would dare call poetry like that. But if you think about it, there was no reason why a grandfather couldn't call his beloved grandson that way. Well, in my great-grandfather's memories, my father will still be a boy. Ballas died when Soren turned 15. And I don't know about Jean, but Ballas and Soren had a relationship similar to Ron and Dante. Among the family's elders, there were quite a few who saw the period after Ballas' death as when poetry began to cool off in earnest. Other members of the family had already become accustomed to Ballas' outspoken behavior and did not show any signs of surprise. However, even so, Alpin seemed uncomfortable calling the current head of the family carelessly in such a public setting, so he whispered these words into Ballas' ear. 57th, still wouldn't it be right to show more respect to the current head of the family in a situation like this? However, Alpin's efforts were in vain as Ballas once again burst into laughter. Giggles. Xianzhou is okay. Soren is a bit older now, so he is not someone who should embarrass this old man. That guy isn't enough this time, it's no guy 57th. Ha ha ha, let's put aside the little things and quickly welcome our great-grandson. Alpin touched his forehead and Tasha smiled, as if it was fun to see her father like that. I found out that my father's upright attitude regarding etiquette and law was in conflict. As an ancestor, I criticized Ballas for his careless words and actions, but the problem was that he was too old. Unlike Alpin and Tasha, who died young, Ballas maintained his position as the head of the family until old age. Because of this, Alpin was treating Ballas difficult even though he was his ancestor. Anyway, my father has a cute side. Tasha was just happy to be standing here with her father, whom she thought she would never see again. Nice to meet you, great-grandfather. This is 12th Horseman Gene Runkendall. Come. Gene waited for Ballas to say more, but there was silence for a while. I felt a bit burdened by the gaze of Ballas, who was grinning and examining every nook and cranny of me. The 57th. All family members are waiting. Wouldn't it be better to finish the appointment ceremony quickly and get everyone back to the front lines? 1 o'clock is a busy time. Iced coffee. That's right. I was so happy to see my great-grandson that I forgot about it for a while. His body is strong, his eyes are good, and his spirit just shines. Isn't that how your ancestors see it? That's true. No, but ancestor, why do you keep whispering from before? Do you have a sore throat? Can you give me some medicine? Tasha's face was almost bursting red as she was trying to hold back laughter, and Alpin cleared his throat in embarrassment. It's okay. It's much better to listen to because you speak clearly. Now, great-grandson, come closer. When you woke up, we all hurriedly gathered together like cadets. Do you know how fast this old man ran? The empty sleeves were fluttering so hard that dust was flying around. I have to hurry up and handle the appointment ceremony, Ballas said, playfully waving the sleeve covering his one arm. At that point, Gene, like Tasha, barely suppressed his laughter and moved closer to him. You probably know the meaning of that coat you're wearing, right? Yes. In addition to the original coat, the black swordkiner should also be given, but I heard that some bug-like guy has that. For your information, that bug guy and Kiner are currently being tracked. Did Joshua survive? Actually, I don't know if he survived or not. It is highly likely that it is the former. It is said that there are people who saw it being thrown around by shock waves on the battlefield. Ran and Vigo were confirmed dead. Gene felt a little uneasy about Joshua and a little bitter about Ran and Vigo. Neither one nor the other was an important issue compared to the remaining people. Anyway, we decided that you should lead the family from now on until Soren returns. The three of us will not lack both authority and legitimacy. The 20th head of the family, who was called the Knight of Light and led the battle of the Holy Kingdom to victory more than 500 years ago, the 21st head of the family, who wiped out the remnants of the demon race as his daughter, and the 57th head of the family, who laid the foundation for modern Runkendall. Needless to say, the legitimacy of the three people was enough to appoint Gene as the head of Soga. Instead of me becoming the head of the small family, the three of you could act as the acting head of the family. Aha! It sounds like seconds are ticking. How can ghosts like us act as the head of the family? Gene sighed bitterly at the word ghost. Of course, as comrades who have gone through the war of evil together, and as ancestors who are needed more than ever. Gene hoped they would continue to exist. The resurrection of the three people was achieved by adding the power of chaos to the souls of the mausoleum. In that case, when the evil spirit died, they should have disappeared along with it. If the fact that the three manifestations have not ended is the result of the evil spirit's power not being completely extinguished, then the war is not over yet. Just as Gene was thinking about that, Alpin shook his head, recognizing what was inside. 12 riders. The Wizard of Hister has confirmed several times that the power of the evil spirit has completely disappeared from this world. So feel free to get down on one knee and pay your respects to the 57th generation. Gene gets down on one knee and bows his head. Ballas wiped the mischief from his face and looked down at his great-grandson with deep eyes. The 20th head of the Runkendall family, Alpin Runkendall, the 21st head of the family, Tasha Runkendall, and I, the 57th head of the family, Ballas Runkendall, wish to grant one qualification to the most brilliant of the bannermen in accordance with the family's long tradition and laws. The knights all raised their swords. Gene Runkendall, 12th rider of the 59th Runkendall. He protected the Garden of Swords and the name of Runkendall from the greatest crisis since the family suffered the humiliation of the oath 1,000 years ago. Accordingly, we officially appoint the 12th head of the family as the minor head of the family on behalf of the current head of the family. Srung. Ballas drew his sword and pressed it against Jin's shoulder. Jin felt pain as if his shoulder would break. Because my body had not fully recovered, the pressure became even more painful. As the sword pressing down on his shoulder gained more and more powerful energy, the floor of the garden where Jin was kneeling was collapsing. The 12 horsemen stand up under the weight of the sword. Jin started to stand up, his legs shaking as if he had difficulty. 10 seconds later, when Jin fully stood up, Ballas nodded in satisfaction. Kiki, this guy is deliberately pretending to be difficult and even trying to save face for this great-grandfather. It could have happened casually. Ballas drew his sword. As of now, you are the head of the family. When the head of the family needs to make a decision on an important matter for the family, everyone will have to look for you first. When something good comes into the family, you will be the first to take it. When a crisis comes to the family, you will have to take full responsibility. I'll keep that in mind. From now on, you are Runkendal and Runkendal is you. Your words are Runkendal's law and your actions are Runkendal's will. Turn around and look at your descendants. Jin turns around. All members of the family knelt on one knee and placed their right hands on their hearts. The brothers holding the flag also bowed their heads in courtesy. It was by far the first time that a small head was appointed without any disagreement from the entire family, including the 3 previous head of the family. Jin felt a strange emotion welling up in his heart. There is really only one step left to reach the family throne that I have longed for since my previous life. My heart was pounding, but the future seemed daunting. There had been too many separations and sorrows to stand here, and the family had been driven to the brink of destruction. More than my father. Jin looked down at his family members. I will show that I am much better than the dishonorable former head of the family. I will make it so that you cannot feel the absence, even in the absence of the matriarch. The members of the family were startled without realizing it by the confident expression. I don't know about Rosa in her human days, but it wasn't easy to imagine Jisoo announcing in front of everyone that he would surpass Shiren. However, the family members were feeling the old feelings for the first time in a long time. Everyone is remembering the 12th rider's childhood, which was always challenging and unconventional. Looking back, Jin was always like this. He had no hesitation in doing things that no one else was willing to do, and he made sure to make his words come true even if everyone laughed at them. The boy who shined back then has now become a giant with a deeper light. Kot. He really has a cool personality. This concludes the appointment ceremony. Then Sagaju? Ballas gave a glance as if telling his subordinates to quickly give orders. Everyone dispersed quickly and returned to the front lines. The flag bearers are to come to the governor's office in 20 minutes with the reports that I need to personally check. In addition, deacons and servants should provide me with a detailed summary of the possessions of goods and equipment within the family. From now on, I will rebuild my family. I will accept it. As soon as the order was given, the thousands of knights lined up, scattered in perfect order. In the Garden of Swords, the matriarch's orders were so absolute. In an instant, only Jin and the previous head of the family were left in the garden. Jin thanked them and then asked one question. Ancestors and great-grandfathers, may I ask why you 3 still exist? To those words, Alpin smiled faintly and answered, the 12 horsemen, we seem to exist just fine, but in fact we are slowly disappearing. Did you say it was disappearing? That's right. The bond of marriage that forms us continues to weaken. It may be because the evil spirit has disappeared. As short as 6 months, as long as 1 year. That's probably the limit to the time we can exist. Alpin and Tasha said. For some reason, Jin narrowed his eyebrows as he felt pain in his heart at those words, and Ballas burst into a hearty laugh as if there was no such thing as that. Ha ha ha. Great-grandson, your soft heart is just like seeing your father when he was a baby. Don't worry about us disappearing. Isn't everyone bound to die someday anyway? Rather, it is closer to a blessing, as the 3 of us have gained new time even though we have already been dead for a long time. Just think of them as terminally ill old people in the back room. 57th. I am not old. I'm an old man in the back room who is terminally ill. This is an expression that does not seem to be of much comfort to Sagaju. I will see if there is a way to extend the remaining time for the three of you. Okay. But don't try too hard. Those who are going should go. In any case, we will do our best to help you while we exist. Thank you, great-grandfather. The existence of previous patriarchs was actually a double-edged sword. Although it is true that the three of them are adding great power to Runkendal, which is now smaller than ever, it could be an opportunity for attack by other forces. It was clearly Jean and his temporary alliance that saved the world from the evil spirit. However, the place where the evil spirit was born was also Runkendal. There were quite a few people in the world who felt anxious about that fact. In the meantime, since there are still former head families who have been revived through marriage, it is an excellent condition for someone to incite Runkendal into evil. What I'm worried about, though, is that an external force might trip us up. Probably the wicked and evil Jeep would do something like that. The previous head of the family was also aware of this fact. Were there any signs of that while I was lying down? Not yet. Then it will be okay for a while. The reason Zippel and Kinzalo aren't stepping forward is probably because I'm afraid. The unity of the body and spirit shown in the battle of the demon gods and Murakans in action. Of course, Jean can now be called the world's second sword with his own power, but after the dissolution of the alliance, those two things were the most checked by other forces. Jean was not yet able to overwhelm the great forces alone with his personal force alone. Even if there is damage from the demon goddess, the enemies are actually stronger than when Soren was there. Other forces, especially Jeep, probably wanted to attack us as soon as the battle of the gods ended. I definitely would have done that if I hadn't seen Tushin Hapki and Murakan. In other words, can you freely use those two powers? It means that we can't confirm it, so we're staying still. That's right. Naturally, I can't use those two powers at any time. Both have major limitations. The enemy will probably have an idea, but they won't make a move until they are sure. What do you think will happen if Jeep hits us right now? Approximately how much damage is done to Jeep? It was reported that there were no deaths among the superhuman-level personnel, and that more than 70% of the fleet was destroyed. Then it should be seen that there is no significant damage. They are all recoverable over time, and the fleet may already be in production. Zippel had once restored hundreds of ships in 2 months, even during the Battle of the Gods. This meant that there were at least a few more drying sites of a similar level to the Soda Desert. What do you think will happen if Jeep hits us right now? We don't have much chance of winning. Even if they survive, it will be inevitable for the family to suffer devastating damage again. What about the damage on Kinjalo's side? It's similar to Zippel. None of the major demons died, and many of the fleet and masters were lost. Jean predicted that Kinzalo had already begun to repair the damage. With Orgel's strengthened power and Buvar's abilities, rebuilding the fleet would not have been that difficult. If Jeep and Kinzalo join forces to attack us at this point, we will surely lose. Yes. Jean is currently unable to use Fighting God Unity again. This was due to a lack of materials to rebuild the wavelength tracking synchronizer. If you wanted, you could call Murakan, but that alone was a gamble. If Murakan were to appear again, Misha would inevitably have to fill his vacancy for a while, which meant that the seal on Ilona Ziffel could be released. Is there a need to brag that you can still use the powers you used in the Demon God battle? When Tasha spoke, Jean grinned and shook his head. I think it would be better to openly reveal the fact that it cannot be used. Why? Because it will be confusing. On the contrary, if I try to hide it too much, they will be convinced, but if I reveal my weaknesses, they will be suspicious. In fact, it might be a ploy to get the remaining forces to violate the non-aggression pact by calling on both Tushin and Murakan and then gain the cause of war. Like that. And what if the enemies really bite that piece of cake? Even if that happens, Kinjalo and Zippel cannot have sex without permission. If one side starts to move first, we just extend our hands and that's it. Moreover, we hold the cards that both powers want most. Vale and Valeria. As far as I know, Ziffel and Kinjalo don't have cards of equal value to each other. This means that if you want to form an alliance and end one side in this situation, you would rather join hands with us. Either way. Ha ha ha, especially unlike Jeep, Kinjalo doesn't have a 1,000-year-old grudge against us. I also heard that you have been showing favor all along. Of course, I really had no intention of using the two as negotiating partners. However, they are just people who can't help but be worn out by their enemies just by lightly holding and shaking them. From the beginning, Jean had judged that there was absolutely no possibility of the enemies forming an alliance. They decided that the only time they would truly form an alliance was when Runkendal became the most overwhelming force. However, there will be a political maneuver to turn us into the axis of evil by using the origins of the evil spirits and the three people. No matter how much public support I have gained since I was a prospective jockey, I cannot help this. I don't know what it was like in our 20s and 21s, but we are a family that doesn't really care about such things. Runkendal is a gangster who does not care about what the world thinks. I care, grandfather. Then you are right, because you are Sagaju. We will also proceed with the operation. We plan to introduce record wizard Valeria Hester to the world in earnest and release all records related to this war to the public. It is true that the evil spirit born in Runkendal caused damage to the world, but I will reveal that the intention of my colleagues and I in resolving this war was not from a desire to become the losers of the world. In addition, compensation for damages must also be provided. The official documents are still pouring in 57th generation. It will take a huge amount of money. For that problem, we will receive help from the money we have earned and from the Empire. This was something that had already been discussed with Dante before the battle. Dante had kept the imperial family's enormous slush fund left behind by Emir Viment. However, no matter how much money is released, it can never compensate for the emotional pain of those who have already lost their families. The lives of the dead were also the same. Jean closed his eyes tightly for a moment at that fact. Jean felt a huge sense of responsibility towards them. What the family did was now done by Jean. Even if it was something that happened by someone else right before Jean became head of the So family, the responsibility was entirely Jin's. In addition to providing material compensation, Jean also planned to provide a place to live. As Huffister's population was declining, they wanted to offer the space to war refugees. Of course, it wouldn't be easy. Even putting aside the resource issues, the land of Huffister has already been mired in chaos and has a history of being destroyed, so not many people will bother to come here. However, when Jean shared these thoughts with the previous head of the family, the answer he received was something that Jean had never expected. Requests for immigration are already pouring in endlessly. You said you care about public opinion, right? I knew right away what kind of life you had been living, my great-grandson. Even though the world is in this state because of the evil spirit born in the family, there are many refugees who come to see only you. Really? Great-grandfather. Okay. We said we never noticed anything in the world, but in fact this great-grandfather saw and felt a lot of things. The words of Runkendal, who only pursued power, showed that he was evil. Jin's Runkendal will be very different from his. Since you were unconscious during this time, permission was withheld. All you have to do is tell the riders to accept it immediately. Jean was silent as he thought about their appearance for a moment. Due to this incident, Runkendal was clearly a family that took more from ordinary people than it did to them. Nevertheless, people are coming to rely on Jean Runkendal. In this unstable era, when war clouds began to hover again, as soon as the battle of the gods of evil ended, Jean became a beacon of light for many people. Jean is different from others. He is different from the heads of other large powers and different from other powerful figures. He can definitely lead this world to a better place. There were as many people who perceived Jean in that way as there were people who felt rejected by Runkendal. Yes, I need to receive reports from the riders and make a statement to the world. And then? Jean smiled and answered, I will have to monitor the progress of the enemies, rescue the remaining riders, and find the family's former butler to reinstate him. If it's the family's former butler? Runtia Runkendal, my sister, and the third horseman and the first head of the family, Leet Damaro Yul, are trapped in different subspaces. We will find them as soon as the statement is finished. I had to find Runtia first. Since the evil spirit is dead, there is a high possibility that there is a problem with the soul energy that supports her. But the most frightening thing was the fact that Runtia had already grown horns. Because of her physical deformation, Runtia could not be restored with the current purifier. Your sister will be able to be properly rescued only when you are able to unite or after half your brother comes out. Still, if you survive, you can turn it back someday. Jean thought so and had hope. Great-grandfather and Sir Alphen, please take charge of the Black Sword Society and the Protection Society respectively from now on. During the appointment ceremony, Jean confirmed the survival of Telet Runkendal, the president of the Haman Association. For now, Ballas and Alpin were the best candidates for the remaining 2 chairmanships. Of course. I understand that this means designating and nurturing a successor in advance while managing. That is correct, Lord Alpin. And Sir Tasha, please serve as the cadet instructor. Cadet instructor may seem like a somewhat unweighting position for the head of the squadron to take on. However, Jean believed that talent development was more urgent than ever, and the previous head of the family did the same. I understand with honor. If it becomes known that Sir Tasha is providing direct training, not only cadets but also active knights will flock to us. Manpower needs to be added. Not only in order to wage war with great powers in the future, but also to protect the people who flock to Runkendal after seeing Jean. Of course. However, my standards will be very high and selection will be strict. Please be aware that recruitment may be a little later than you think. Of course. This is why I gave the position of general instructor to Sir Tasha in the first place. Please show your insight as the previous head of the family. It's a heavy burden on my shoulders, but it's something to look forward to. When the previous family heads withdrew, Jean went straight to the head's office. Brothers Mary and Tana, as well as deacons and servants, were waiting in the office. Jean sat down straight away without even having time to feel the emotion of stepping into his office for the first time as the head of a small household. I filtered out Sagaju, but there are a lot of reports. As reports continue to come in from all over, if you set the standards yourself today, we will try to reduce the number of future reports as much as possible. Brothers Mary and Tana said. Since it was a public event, the attitude toward Jean was different. Jean smiled at his brothers for a while. I once again felt relieved that they all survived the war safely. There were also familiar faces among the deacons. However, the faces of the 2 butlers who probably knew the family's most secrets were not visible. Are Deacons Hines and Howard dead? Yes, Lord Soga. Petro answered. What documents did they have? Miss Valeria checked while Sagaju was away but was unable to find it. It is said that the only record left is that the body was damaged even before its death. Jean decided not to care. The most important secrets of the past would have been about poetics anyway. The reason why Soren has been devoting time to the Black Sea since his youth, and the reason he eventually formed an expedition and left. Anyway, Jean now seemed to understand the reason. My father went to the Black Sea to avoid becoming a monster like an evil spirit. I had that confidence the last time I met Shiren in the inner world, and I had guessed it from the moment I learned about the nature of the power called Changseong. For a while, Jean silently looked at the reports. Just like my brothers, I was moved every time I checked the number of survivors. Petro. Yes. Loan all of the famous swords that are not being used and stored in the family warehouse to allied families and the Empire. Pecan will be in charge of measuring the rental fee. The contract unit is subject to transfer of ownership when leased for 5 or 20 years or more. Invest all the money raised in that way in stabilizing Huffister. Petro wanted to ask if it was true but held back and lowered his head. But don't force us to rent. Even if you have to open a slush fund, give those swords only to families who are willing to borrow them. All right. Everyone must have been surprised. The family's famous sword has never been used like this in the past 1,000 years. But now I need money. In addition to stabilizing the Huffister, a huge amount of money is needed to produce the fleet in the future. Just make another famous sword and that's it. If you say production. Lord Soga. Even in these circumstances, it is highly likely that the Minche Blacksmith Association will not lower its standards. Most of the weapons our family lends are the work of the association, so it will be even more so if that fact becomes known. As one strategist spoke in difficulty, Jean looked around at his family members. The 3 leaders of the Blacksmith Association, Anvil, Bull, and Hammer, had a history of rejecting exclusive contracts offered by Soren in the past. From now on, whenever you give me an opinion, please speak confidently without worrying about what others may think. Unless it is something very absurd, I will never criticize you. It is important for people with good ideas to continue to express their opinions. All right. We have already considered manufacturing weapons through the Minche Blacksmith Association. As some may know, the origin of the association, the legendary blacksmith Pecan Minche, is a member of the Baemel Alliance. He is even the current god of blacksmiths following Growler. Mr. Pecan will directly participate in negotiations with the association. It is no exaggeration to say that the Minche Blacksmith Association is entirely composed of extreme followers of Pecan. Even if Pecan told him to give up his position as president of the association, there was a high possibility that he would immediately agree. The reason I saved the card called Pecan was for moments like this. Don't be shy about renting a famous sword. Allied samurai will become stronger and we will make money and produce better weapons. Additionally, the swords will be distributed to cadets and knights who have achieved a certain level of performance. Jean believed that as times get more chaotic, what motivates most people is personal goals and a sense of accomplishment rather than a cause. Petro, I'm sure you can guess what orders I will give you at this point, right? I will dispose of all of my family's treasures, except those that are historically significant. Excellent. Please discuss that with the top of the top. Sell it all to the Lutero Federation and the Beastman's Land through secret black market transactions. Keep in mind, no matter how much you save, money is not enough. Ancient. Also, for the time being, only 5 high-ranking butlers and civil servants, including Petro, will reside in the Garden of Swords. The rest are to be dispatched to all parts of Huffister immediately and report on the local situation from time to time. The allocation is handled by the 7th Rider. Yes. It seems like the financial arrangements within the family have been sorted out. The problem that needs to be solved now is manpower. Advanced workforce magical engineers for fleet production. Saving them was the key. Nowadays, a war without a fleet is unimaginable. The existence of magical engineers was essential to create the Golden Fleet. We can secure some through the magicians and empire within Huffister, but it is not enough. Is there anyone who can offer an opinion that can attract magical engineers? There is. Surprisingly, the voice was Valeria. I had just entered the office and heard Jin's voice. Valeria. I heard from the previous head of the family that the head of the small family has decided to put me at the forefront from now on. There wasn't much discussion with me. Now that you have become the head of the small family of Runkendal, I can't get angry. Well, I was going to ask. Jean answered in a solemn voice. Brothers Mary and Tana held back their laughter until their faces turned red at the sight, and the deacons rolled their eyes as if they were embarrassed. Valeria was now really comfortable with Jean and her colleagues. Anyway, I have decided to reveal my existence, so if I use it, I will be able to save quite a few magic students. As you know, there are quite a few wizards in this world who are crazy about the name Hister. In the past, people like Kiddard Hall were representative examples. Hister was truly a legend and myth to wizards. This was especially true for wizards who had received Zippel's higher education and had visited their secret library at least once. If it were any other time, the moment Jean recruited wizards through Hister, there would be an uproar on Jeep, but not now. Rather, it was a situation where Jeep had to pay attention to Jean. The more high-ranking a magician is, the stronger his or her desire for Hister is, so high-quality people will naturally come to you. If Yuria is in charge of verifying the identity, we will be able to filter out the spies sent by Zippel. Good idea. I just don't want my face to appear on those huge billboards that depicted Sagaju. I'll leave a comment on the top of the gold top. It would be best not to have high expectations. They believe there is no advertising more authentic than that. It actually worked well. Valeria showed an expression of displeasure but did not say it out loud. Jean burst into laughter at that sight. The meeting continued for about 2 hours. It was all about Huffister's financial situation and reconstruction. It was the first time in modern times that a meeting was held in such a gentle atmosphere. This is a scene that could not be seen when Soren and Rosa were running the family. That's pretty much it. The statement will be announced at noon tomorrow, and the location will be the imperial capital. As Jean stood up and was about to end the meeting, Mary made eye contact with him. Sagaju. Say it's seventh horseman. You should go down to the dungeon. Dungeon. In the dungeon, the former teenage knight Fadler Runkendal was currently imprisoned. Jean sighed as he thought about the life of a character named Padler for a moment. The blue-brain king who protected Runkendal as a teenage knight 1,000 years ago has now turned into a monster and is trapped in his family's dungeon. What is the condition? Not good. Let's go right away. The riders will follow and the rest will disperse and do their work. The dungeon was located in the lowlands opposite the mausoleum. As Jean passed the mausoleum, he stopped in front of it for a moment. Just as the Garden of Swords was safe, the mausoleum also looked the same as before. Many of our ancestors were expelled due to the mysterious temple, but the mausoleum was still the foundation of the family. Sister and brothers. When Jean called them by their personal names, the brothers' expressions became lighter. Yes, the youngest. Let us emulate our ancestors who fought until the end, even after death. Padler was in the room where Joshua, who had fallen past the lowest level, was locked up. Jean narrowed his eyes as soon as he saw him. Although I had heard in advance that the condition was not good, it was much more serious than expected. Spirits were gushing out like blood from 5 or 6 fist-sized holes in his body. It was a sign of a fierce battle with Vale. The Tawna brothers announced that during the final battle, Padler left the battlefield with Vale and decided the winner separately. The result was a complete victory for Bale. Although Padler fought hard, Bale has never lost to him since he was active. However, there was one reason why Vale did not destroy Padler. Presence of chains. Jean was looking at the chain that bound the Padler's heart in his whole chest. Bale also recognized this during the battle and saved Padler first. Although this does not seem to be a state that can be called living. Lord Padler. The chain binding his heart was already half broken. As I looked down at him, my feelings became complicated. Padler is also ultimately just a corrupted ancestor. However, it was not just the power of the evil spirit that contributed to his fall. Even before his heart was tied to the soul, he already had a deep hatred for Timar. Did you come? You are forcibly resisting extinction. Exactly. Recovery or resuscitation is impossible. Do you still regret something? There is no such thing. I just had something to say to you before I disappeared from the world. What do you want to talk about? An old story. Padler smiled faintly. I wasn't going to make lame excuses to survive. As Jean looked at his eyes, there was a sense of futility typical of someone who had already given up his life. What I desire is not the revival of Runkendal, but its corruption and destruction. The Lord said that to me when we first met. It would be nice if that thought changed. I don't know everything that happened 1,000 years ago, Sir Padler. And what I wanted to say when I brought up the names of Sir Sildare and Sir Sarah was not that Sir should also be like them. I just wanted to say that they and Sir seemed to care for each other very much. That was probably the time in Jiang's memory before the kingdom of Idol was destroyed. The feelings I once had can't replace everything that's gone. Conversation with Padler during the first general offensive. At that time, Fadler said that he did not remember and did not want to remember anything from the past other than the destruction of Idol by Timar. The facts do not change. The fact that Timar destroyed my kingdom without leaving a trace does not change. Black tears flowed from Padler's eyes. He was remembering the day when Timar struck the kingdom of Idol. But as the evil spirit was dying, one more memory came to mind. The truth I had forgotten. If it's true. The reason Timar was crazy. There is someone who turned the person who was the hope of the family and the world into a crazed monster. There was a traitor in the family. Jin's eyes widened. Who is that? Lokia Ganesto, Padler said as if chewing. He was a traitor. He joined hands with a witch and turned Timar into a monster. It was all a ruse by Lokia. Sodaret left Timar for a while, the gods betrayed us, and the Giffel came to power. No matriarch. Brother. I guess it won't work. I will come back and meet that witch in the Black Sea. Lokia said that if it were a witch there might be some way. How to prevent Zippel from manipulating history. The conversation between Sarah and Timar that I heard in the third tomb came to mind. At that time Timar lied to Sarah as if he could appease the gods, and Sarah secretly planned to meet Losha despite his dissuasion. Please tell me more. Before killing me, Lokia said her goal was the resurrection of the sun god. That's why he killed all his colleagues and left only Baal alive. They said they would completely erase the current world and restore a normal world. It was said to be the original form of the world, and Lokia used everything for that purpose. The family, the witch, and even the jeep. Even now there are people who say similar things. It must be the demon beast King Orgel. But he would have suffered too. It was Lokia who urged the demon beast king to be erased from history. There is a high possibility that even the creation of this evil spirit had Lokia's intervention. How can you be so sure? Because the evil spirit is the one who inherits Genesto's blood. I only found out after the chains on my heart were broken. It was also a recent incident for the evil spirit who found out that he was of Genesto's blood. However, he would not have been aware of Lokia's intervention. The reason Paidler knew this was because he had looked into the inner world of the evil spirit for a long time. If it weren't for Lokia, if only he hadn't betrayed us. Timar didn't go crazy, my kingdom didn't disappear, and my colleagues didn't have to die like that. I'm crying. Paidler let out a sigh and trembled. The breath I had been holding on to until Jean came was fading away. Lord Paidler. This is all I remember. I resented Timar so much, but in the end I fell for the same trick and became a monster who threatened my family and killed many people. Paidler grabbed Jin's shoulder. Jean Runkendal. The reason I held on to tell the truth was because I thought you could break the cycle of this curse. As for Lokia Genesto, the devil is definitely still alive. The holes in Paidler's body were getting bigger little by little. Extinction was approaching. I received eternal life from a witch. I have clearly seen Lokia resurrected several times with my own eyes. Neither the matriarch's sword nor Elona's magic could kill Lokia. Be sure to find Lokia, you must not fall for him. The Paidler's eyes that met Jin's were disappearing into the darkness. Now, I also want to thank Sarah the matriarch and her colleagues. With those words, Paidler completely disappeared. Jean and his brothers stared into the void where Paidler had disappeared for a while. How on earth is this all stemming from a betrayal 1,000 years ago? If the evil spirit was used by that traitor, it was the youngest. Isn't it possible that Dr. Qual is also being used by Lokia? Qual also said that he recently found out that he is of Genesto's blood. Soon brothers Mary and Tana spoke first. Now, I don't think Lord Paidler lied, but there are some inconsistencies. If Lokia was a traitor, why was she completely erased from history until recently? It can be assumed that Lokia used Jeep's manipulation of history to protect itself. What's even more strange is that Lokia plotted against Orgel, who had the same goal. That's right. What is important is Lokia's identity and whether she is alive or not. If it turns out that he's alive and really a traitor, we must find him and punish him, as Lord Paidler said. We still can't trust everything Paidler says. It was not because I doubted him, but because there was no guarantee that his memory would be perfect. However, if all of Paidler's stories are true, Lokia was the greatest dark side that has been controlling the world for the past 1,000 years. Even now it is still spreading its magic. Since there are too few clues, we will look into this matter step by step. First, let's stabilize the situation and prepare for the enemies we see in front of us. As I opened the prison door, I saw Baal leaning against the wall. Jean knew from earlier that he was leaning against the wall and eavesdropping on the conversation. Vale is a place where you cannot enter without my permission. I know, but since I'm an old teenage knight, can't you understand this much? That's why I just said it. Everything he said was probably true. Did you know? No. Even though Paidler was an unlucky guy, his feelings for the family and Sarah were genuine. According to what he said, Sarah's enemy is Lokia. I will find not only Jeepel but also Lokia and kill them painfully. Do you remember anything about Lokia? He was a mysterious guy. I never thought she was a traitor, but it is true that Lokia often interacted with witches. But I have no idea what happened after I was sealed. Oh, come to think of it, Lokia was the one who most strongly insisted on sealing me instead of killing me. I get it. If you come up with something special, let me know right away. But what are you going to do with Paidler's belongings? A keepsake. Silas. That damn sword. The Paidler's sword was currently stored in a warehouse. Please tell me your opinion as a former colleague. What should I do? It wouldn't be right to put it in the mausoleum or plant it in the garden right now. Okay. No matter what the circumstances were, Lord Paidler killed countless people. At the last minute he deliberately pulled me out to avoid killing the others. Still, I know it's an unreasonable story. Bale loathed Paidler, but when he disappeared without regaining his senses, he was overcome by a strange feeling. Although they were always bickering with Sarah in the middle, there was a time when they were colleagues. So keep that sword and don't give it to anyone, and later if everything Paidler said turns out to be true. So if thanks to that the family can regain its former dignity. How about putting it in the mausoleum then? If not in a mausoleum, then in a garden. Please. Jean stared at the veil and answered, I will do that. The next day, the former capital of the Vimant Empire. Jin's statement announcement had been going on for a while in the square. Several hours have already passed just by reading the names of the fallen and paying tribute to them. However, even under the scorching sun, without any awnings, not a single one of those gathered in the square left. There were many people shedding tears silently. Some people cried while thinking of those who were massacred by evil spirits, some cried for those who died fighting, and some cried with great heart at the fact that they would still be able to live. This concludes the memorial service. Flags symbolizing each faction and family rose behind Jin's back. Jean turned around for the last time and said a long silent prayer towards Jogi. Now it was time to make a statement. As of today, the temporary alliance between the Bamal Alliance and Zippel Kinselo against the evil spirit has officially been disbanded. Now each faction will return to its original relationship. Everyone in the world already knew that a new war was brewing. Before the final battle against the evil god Runkendal and Zippel Kinselo made an agreement. It is a limited non-aggression pact in which the two countries promise not to attack each other for at least 1 year after the end of the war. I swear here today that Runkendal will never be the first to break that agreement. Ronald and Zephyrin, who were behind them, had no choice but to think over Jin's words. What is the purpose of Prince Jin's announcement that he will not break the agreement at a time like this? Are you trying to test us? There is no way Jin would reveal his weakness. It seems closer to a warning or threat rather than a ploy to advance the cause of war. Tushinban and Murikan. Whether or not they could be summoned was currently the biggest concern for Jeep and Kinselo. Until they found out the two forces would not carelessly threaten Runkendal. On the other hand, Jean doesn't have to worry as much as they do. In addition, Runkendal wishes to make all records related to the war against the evil spirits public. With the help of recording wizard Valeria Hester. At those words, Ronald and other Zippel personnel could barely hide their embarrassment. The whole square was agitated by the words, record wizard, and Hester. Both those who knew the name and its meaning and those who did not were showing interest. Mage Valeria Hester participated in this war as part of the Bamul Alliance and compiled almost all records of the war. Valeria. At Jin's call, Valeria, who was wearing a hood in the crowd, stepped up to the podium. When the hood was removed, red hair and a bare undisguised face were revealed. This is Valeria Hester. As the last survivor of the Hester family, I can use recording magic, as you can see. Woo! Valeria waved her silver pine staff once, and a huge recording window appeared next to the podium. There were detailed records about the temple of the evil god. That's magic. I've heard of it. Until a few hundred years ago, there was a family that used that kind of magic. The crowd's attention was focused on the record window. Naturally, Zippel expected Jean to thoroughly hide information about Valeria in the future. The more exclusive information is, the more its value increases. Above all, Zippel believed that Jean would gain nothing by revealing Valeria to the public. But Jean thought completely differently. When I had no power, I had to hide it, but now there is no need to do that. Judging from their confused looks, it seems like this was completely unexpected. Even though Jipal felt fear after seeing Jin's power in the Battle of the Beasts, a certain part of him was still immersed in the inertia of the past. Jin still feels like he has to hide something from them. Because I am the only survivor of the Hister family, I cannot keep this record window. Records will remain open for 1 week starting today. That period of time would be enough for this content to be transcribed and made known to the world. Lord Jean and Miss Valeria Hester, why did you suddenly reveal the existence of the record wizard? A reporter asked. Of course he was Dino Jaglin's reporter, and his questions were pre-planned. Because it was a war in which the entire world joined forces, we judged that all information should be disclosed transparently. Have you reached an agreement with the families that were temporary allies? Not really. But is this an issue that really requires agreement? I think it is a natural disclosure. The reporter's questions above will be answered after the statement is finished. Valeria, please continue explaining. Yes, Lord Soga. In addition, the Runkendal and Varmal alliances have decided to continue to share with the world all the value that can be gained through recording magic. For example, social development through the discovery of real-life technology, restoration of lost history, and tracking of international crimes are representative examples. It has clearly been Jeep that has led the development of the world over the past thousands of years. Even the magic lanterns in every home were developed by Zippel. It was no exaggeration to say that all essential products containing the word magic came from Zippel. However, according to Valeria's words, Zipfel's place could now be replaced by the Runkendal and Bamul alliance. Is that really possible? Someone, even if not a reporter, might have asked such a question, but the crowd did not voice any doubts. This was because Jean Runkendal declared that he was the head of the Sword family. The weight of the honor Jean has accumulated so far is shining through. But as I said, I am the last wizard of Hister. Because we have one body, there are limits to what we can do. In addition, restoring the family's magic had to be quite slow, as we had been pursued by a group for a long time before the battle of the gods of evil. Is the expression one group the last consideration? The moment Ronald thought that while sweating, Valeria calmly said the name. The group's name is Zippel. This time the crowd's attention was focused on Zippel's personnel. There is a long and dark history between us, Hister and Jeep, that we cannot fully explain to you. However, as a comrade in arms who fought alongside the evil spirit for a little while, I would like to request that you please let me go now. If Jeepel gives up its greed for Hipster, I will also forget the past. Of course, I didn't mean it. Even if Zippel really gives up on Hister, Valeria's resentment toward them will not fade one bit. It was just a remark made to tarnish the name Jeep. Jeep will never be able to accept that. If you refuse, you're trash, and if you accept, you're making a promise in public that you can't keep. In the end, Ronald sighed and chose the former. Miss Valeria's proposal is unacceptable. I don't think this is the right place to discuss such a sensitive issue. I just wish you good luck. Jean thought this to himself at Ronald's response. If it were Baradin, I would have told her to use recording magic to prove if Valeria's words about forgetting the past were true. If that were the case, we would have been the ones drinking the water. I'm sorry about your response, Ronald Zippel. Valeria nodded. All right. As Sir Hannah said, it is not an inappropriate place. I just announced to Jeep the position of the Runkendal and Bamul alliance regarding me. Anyway, I apologize if I felt rude. It was not easy for Zippel and Kinslow to get a feel for the extremely provocative words and actions. I couldn't help but be confused as to whether Jean could now fully use the power he had during the Battle of the Beasts. They said they would keep the non-aggression pact, but this kind of provocation seems to mean that they are confident anyway. It's a good thing I didn't bring Cadden with me. The voice must have been raised too high. Valeria stepped behind Jean. It was a bit of a bad show just now, but please rest assured that all of the former temporary alliances will work together to purify the contaminated areas left by Gleek in the future. This is the end of Runkendal's statement. Finally, I would like to take my leave, thanking everyone who was present and all my comrades in the Battle of Hungshingen who were unable to attend. Jean bowed his head to the crowd. This was also a sight that had never been seen in Runkendal before. Because of this, people felt that the current Runkendal was a family that claimed to be lower than ever. At the same time, it felt like a stronger family than ever. As Jean stepped down from the podium, applause and cheers followed, and reporters rushed after Jean and Valeria. While all the attention of reporters and the crowd was focused on Valeria, Jean was quietly leaving the capital. The place he was heading to was the official capital of the empire. It was the former territory of Jiamwang Castle, which now has the name Jiamwangi. Dante moved the capital of the empire here as soon as he became regent, but it was only a symbolic change to honor Ron. Jiamwangi is a land where people and animals cannot even live, let alone move administrative facilities due to marriage. Obviously, people in the world knew that. Dante turned around and smiled at Jin's voice. In front of Dante there was a piece of light left by Ron and the writing that the two of them had carved together with their swords in the past. Sword Emperor Ron Hiron. Here become the light of Hiron, or the light of the world. Are you here? Jean took the glass that Dante gave him and carefully put it down in front of Ron's light and said a silent prayer. The reason the two met here today wasn't just to honor Ron. The land is really clearing up much faster than we thought. It's probably because my grandfather looked down on me. Jiamwangi, said to be the site of Gleek's greatest chaos, had in fact already changed enough for people to operate. Currently, Jean and Dante are the only ones who know that fact. From the outside it appears that Jiamwangi is still engulfed in horrendous chaos. It must have been a difficult decision, but are you sure you'll be okay? It wasn't that difficult. I made a decision as soon as I saw that the land was being purified quickly. My grandfather would also want this. Dante's decision was no different. The decision was to use the purified black-yellow land as a secret shipbuilding site for the Bamul Alliance. Currently there was not a single force keeping an eye on the Jiamwangi. Since all the contaminated areas of the world left behind by Gleek had not yet been cleaned up, the most serious quarantine area was completely out of the question. If we use this place as a drying yard, we will not be checked by any power. On the surface, the spirit of marriage is serious, so there is no reason to doubt, and even if you do, touching Jiamwangi has no choice but to mean that you are going to make a fuss with me. As Dante said, the symbolism of the land where Ron fell also played an important role. I couldn't dare touch the funeral of a hero who saved the world without just cause. Dante fills a glass of gin and makes a toast. The two smiled and raised their glasses. The drying yard foundation work will be completed soon after our Knights technicians and the Black King and Ghost Corps are deployed. Our researchers were very surprised when they saw Dr. Qual's blueprints and work. He is a man of great genius. What the Empire's researchers looked at was not the blueprint for the Golden Armada. It was a blueprint for his newly implemented underground drying facility and cutting-edge drying equipment. With that alone, researchers in the Empire couldn't help but be amazed, saying that the Bamul Alliance had hidden technological capabilities that were centuries ahead of its time. Combining Valeria and Qual's abilities was not wrong at all. I'm just a little worried. Is it because he, like the evil spirit, is also of Ganesto's bloodline? Okay, if Sir Fadler's will is true, Dr. Qual may also become Ganesto's puppet one day. And maybe... Jean paused for a moment and sighed. This may also apply to our riders who are the children of evil spirits. We too must have shared a little of Ganesto's blood. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. So far, except for Joshua, no one has shown such a sign, but it was clear that the remaining riders were born from Rose's stomach. It's a terrible story. However, I don't think you and the remaining riders will have anything to do with it. If a person named Lokia Ganesto had been able to intervene in your inner world, the battle of the demon gods would not have ended like that. That's true. Still, I will continue to check on me and the horseman Dr. Qual through Valeria. So far, no connection to Ganesto has been found in the records. If Valeria doesn't come out even after finding the legendary site and maxing out the level of recording magic, you will be completely at ease. Don't worry too much. Anyway, what's important now is the reinforcement of manpower, materials and manpower for the construction of a dry dock and mass production of ships. I have something in mind about magical power. What is it? Mirror. Sick of cologne? Yes. What this seal is blocking is the source of infinite magic power itself. and the ever-expanding magic power can completely erase this world at any time. What Clam, the god of magic, said during the massacre of the Cologne natives. So far Jean has adhered to Clam's warning and refrained from using mirrors as much as possible. It has been used only once in a truly desperate moment when it is necessary to save colleagues and people. I didn't say it was a dangerous item. That's right. I'm not willing to take risks and use it just because I'm in a hurry. We have secured our own means to use it safely. To be exact, it should be called confirmation, not security. Jean has achieved explosive growth since leaving the closed training center at La Feroza. Auras and magic Reiki in all areas. As a result, Jean had reached the point where he could control and absorb the solderette seal that was blocking the mirror's magic. Moreover, the safety device was double. Even if an emergency occurs while Jean is controlling the mirror's seal, he can check the mirror's condition through recording magic. As Jean explained these details, Dante nodded. If you say so, I guess I can use it without any problems. So is it just a matter of manpower and resources? Wizards from all over will come after confirming Valeria's existence. Of course, that alone won't solve all the manpower issues, so you'll have to find people yourself. I will find out soon. Among the resources except for steel, it will be possible to somehow supply sufficient supplies within the Empire. Even if it is a bit difficult. The most important material was steel. High-purity steel that did not deteriorate even when a large amount of magical energy was injected was most needed for ship construction. As we have already seen, even if the entire Runkendal and Bamul alliances were combined, it was not enough to make up for the lack of steel. In the first place, there was a feeling that it would not be enough to use it only for rebuilding the damaged areas and supplying weapons, so in order to obtain steel there was no choice but to make a deal with external forces. I plan to meet with Kingelo soon and negotiate on that issue. If you take charge of the negotiations, it will be a very unfair deal again. Well, this time we don't have many cards to show off, so if they show up uncooperatively, we have to take a low-key approach. The very act of asking for that much steel in the first place is announcing the construction of a ship, so just negotiating is a burden. I'm going to meet with the Minche Blacksmith Association soon, and I hope I can get some from there for the price of Mr. Pecan's name. The moment Jean said that, Dante clapped his hands as if something suddenly occurred to him. Match! What's the matter, Dante? Now that I think about it, I remember hearing my grandfather say that when I was young. Is there really no way to persuade the Minche Blacksmith Association? How can you be so arrogant while receiving all of our protection? If the conversation goes well with only those people, the Empire's steel reserves could far exceed those of the two major families. It is said that Soren's exclusive contract was already rejected a few years ago. Don't be too heartbroken. Kelmain, comfort it now. Soren was only rejected, but I was kicked out as soon as I told him about my exclusive contract. The point is that Chiron is scary and I am not. TSK. Grandson, come here and sing just one song. I can't seem to get any better. Yes, grandfather. What song should I sing for you? I think the Jiamwang March song you wrote and composed would be good. It happened when Dante was 6 years old. Jin's eyes sparkled as he explained the memory. A blackout march? I really made that song when I was 6. No, that's not the point. Did Lord Ron really say that the Empire's steel reserves exceed those of the two great families? That's right. Even if we assume that the entire island of blacksmiths where they are gathered is made of steel, it is an impossible story. Is there something there? It's probably true, since my grandfather wouldn't say something he didn't say. The fact that the Minche Blacksmith Association possesses a huge amount of steel was something Jean should have known even without this conversation. Because they were the contents recorded in Runkendal's top-secret documents that were lost due to the battle of the Goddess of Evil. Jean didn't know this, but he felt like his pores were opening up. I have a gut feeling. It seems like things will work out easily. Oh. I guess I should go straight to the blacksmith's island. Are you going now? Sir Ron, you should drink all the alcohol you've been drinking. Let's drink slowly. I also have a lot of things I want to say to Sir Ron. I think they'll criticize me and ask why I'm drinking here when it's busy at 1 o'clock. You might get scolded, but it's just one bottle anyway. The two people laughed and drank the rest of their drinks. Blacksmith's Island. The island, located in an unprotected area on the border of the northern waters of the empire, was not a very large piece of land, about the size of a small city. As it is an unprotected area, Blacksmith's Island has always been protected by the empire. A considerable amount of personnel and budget were invested, but from the empire's point of view it was necessary to obtain weapons from the association. Not only the empire but Runkendal also periodically sent knights to eliminate monsters near the island, and even Zippel provided various types of help to the association. Even though they were provided with everything, they never once bowed their heads, so it was safe to say that the Minche Blacksmith Association was the most exclusive and proud group in the world. Jean had arrived in the waters near the island on a moat with Cirrus bin Branch. The island seen from afar had a dark feel even though it was broad daylight. Do those annoying bastards really bow their heads just because of Mr. Pecan's presence? Cirrus said. She also had memories of experiencing unpleasant things while visiting this place a few times with Talaris. I think the chances are about 90%, Cirrus. It means it's not 100%. They are such shameless people that they would like to thank us for the Temple of Evil. Don't worry too much and just go. An official letter saying that Pecan Minche was sent in advance. It was probably an official document that they had never received in nearly 1,000 years since Pecan's death. Actually, when I arrived, I was a little nervous. It is a well-known fact that the association is composed of fanatical followers of Pecan Minche, but it was unclear whether they would be able to obtain an exclusive contract unconditionally, as Cirrus said. The moment the association refused, it was also burdensome to have no choice but to make a losing deal with Kingelo. As Moat swam to the port, the association members who had come out ahead of time opened their eyes and glared at the group. Jean set his eyes on one of them. He was a person with a tattoo in the shape of an anvil on his forehead. Is he the anvil of Fire Hammer Anvils? Even from the outside, Anvil had a frustrating look, as if he could not communicate at all. Stop! Are you the small head of Runkendal? Yes. Show me evidence to confirm your identity. Even though the black coat with 10 black swords embroidered on it was clearly visible, Moru took a rude attitude. Everyone next to you, please identify yourself. I am Cirrus Ender, the Lord of the Small Palace. I am Vin Branch. The Sogami of Runkendal and the Sogung of the Big Palace are allowed to enter, but Vin Branch is not allowed to enter. In particular, the Sagaju of Runkendal will have a lot to explain to us today. Are you saying that the weapons we provided to Runkendal are being loaned without any consultation? Moreover, that ridiculous official document. Jean gave Ben a glance as if he had nothing more to say. The meaning was to make Pecan appear immediately. Then Vin Branch closed his eyes and began to incarnate, and Moru trembled as he watched Vin's appearance change into Pecan. Are you really saying you are Pecan Minche? Okay. I am the legendary blacksmith Pecan Minche. Currently, he is also the god of blacksmiths. Dump. Moruwa Association members sat down and blinked. Moru had no doubts about the appearance of Pecan. As Moru quickly adjusted his posture and knelt down, the association members quickly followed suit. Soon Moru said this and made Jean satisfied. From now on, everything in our association, even the grain of sand on this island, belongs to you, Pecan. Please forgive me for not recognizing Pecan from the beginning and for showing disrespectful behavior. The party was momentarily dumbfounded by the anvil's unexpected and extreme low posture. Moru wasn't just kneeling anymore, he was even kneeling down and bowing. When I looked closely, I saw tears falling on the floor. At least Moru was thrilled to have maintained the dignity of a leader in his own way. The association members lying down next to me were crying loudly. Crazy. It seems like things are going a lot better than expected, so that's great, but does that mean there's no need to even do the bare minimum of checking? These arrogant bastards do this as soon as they hear the name Pecan Minche? Are you crying? As of now, every single grain of sand on this island belongs to Pecan Minche. Jean pondered those words and suppressed his absurd feelings. If there really was more steel on the Blacksmith's Island than the Bamul Alliance had, there would be no reason to complain about Kingelo. You'll give me everything? Of course. Are you sure it's okay? Pecan our Minche association is comprised only of those who are determined to sincerely inherit Pecan's will. The words that Pecan said 1,000 years ago are still engraved in our hearts. What did I say? Actually, Pecan wanted to ask that, but he cleared his throat and waited for Moru's next words. Do not leave the forge. Concentrate solely on forging weapons. Until the owner shows up. That's what Pecan often said to his students 1,000 years ago. Of course, the owner that Pecan spoke of did not mean himself. At the time, Pecan watched his students who lacked talent become discouraged and told them to keep pushing forward and not give up because somewhere in the world there is someone who thinks your weapon is the best. In the end, there were many cases where masterpieces were created. For about 50 years after Pecan's death, that intention was accurately conveyed to future generations. However, as time passed, Pecan's first words gradually became corrupted, and Moru, who did not know the inside story, interpreted Pecan's meaning as follows. Our association has been desperately waiting for a master who can advance the blacksmiths of this world to the next level, and who can truly be called the reincarnation of Master Pecan. That is why the association has maintained a 3-person management system for the past 1,000 years without appointing an Iron King. What is the Iron King? Pecan held back that question and smiled as naturally as possible. Yes, you have kept my will well, he said with an expression on his face. When Pecan was alive, there was no title called Iron King. The horse that symbolizes Pecan was a legendary blacksmith. In any case, according to Anvil's words, all of the fire anvil hammers known as the heads of the association so far were only temporary. The position of the true head, the Iron King, had been left empty all along, waiting for a blacksmith whom everyone would recognize as the successor to Pecan. Meanwhile, Pecan Minche himself, who was not a descendant of Pecan, came to the association as the god of blacksmiths, so it was inevitable that he would react so strongly. From the association's perspective, it was like the Iron King who had waited for 1,000 years had finally returned. That's great. Soon Pecan spoke in a solemn voice, and Moru and the association members raised their heads. Everyone's wet eyes were shining brightly. They seemed like people who had received salvation. Then Moru was startled again and bowed his head. I may have said something presumptuous because I was so happy. Mr. Pecan, if you feel uncomfortable receiving our blacksmith's assets. Jean quickly stabbed Pecan in the side. Not really. I will guide you again from today. Although the words were said carelessly, they were completely effective. Being born is the greatest honor. Let's take you inside. Before moving, the association members took out small trumpets from their arms and blew them. It was a trumpet announcing that the Bamel Union's official document was true. As soon as the trumpet sounded, the dark island suddenly became brighter. Flames were blooming all over the blacksmith shop, which took up 80% of the island's total area. The association members waiting at the blacksmith busily moved around and prepared to welcome Pecan. Additionally, Moru's attitude toward Jean changed. Lord Soga, please forgive my rudeness earlier. We have truly brought you Pecan, so from now on Lord Soga is like our benefactor. Thank you for saying that. I am? Cirrus wanted to argue but lost her temper. I was so shocked that I was at a loss for words. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop, all the blacksmiths of the association were lying down side by side. There are no such fanatics. Although it may seem a bit excessive, Jean smiled, as he felt like he had gained a reliable ally. Just like at the anvil, there was a lot of crying for a while, and Pecan gave encouragement to the executives as they introduced themselves one by one. No one doubted Pecan. There is a reason why their appearances match perfectly, but Pecan looked at the equipment and weapons in the blacksmith shop and immediately recognized their use and completeness. With only a few words of conversation during the process, the blacksmiths recognized Pecan's skills and were impressed. Why was this island chosen as a sacred place for blacksmiths? This isn't even my hometown. After the various rituals and greetings were over, Pecan asked serious questions on Jin's behalf. Do you mind if I give you an answer without the Grand Duke of the Big Palace? I will personally guarantee the Sagungju. And from now on I hope to show courtesy to the Lord of the Palace. You are my guest. I will. If Soren or Talaris Ron had seen this scene in person, they would have been speechless. Cirrus shook her head and sighed internally. The reason we established our headquarters here is because of the Hagang River. Hagang? It means steal from the sea. The association's headquarters became this island about 300 years ago. We chose this as our headquarters because there is no other area with more rivers than here. I know the existence of sea rivers, but it must be extremely difficult to collect them, right? I heard that the association currently possesses more steel than the Empire or other large powers. That's half right and half wrong. Let me explain. Even though it was a moment when the association's biggest secret had to be revealed, Bull and other executives had no hesitation. First of all, Hagang mining is done through Hanadan monsters whose main territory is the sea. It's a monster called Balaam, and it's a friend recruited by executives from the past. Although it is a monster, it is a being with a clear ego and no particular intention or reason to harm humans. Do you mean such a monster exists? The executives nodded to Jin's question. That's right, Sagaju. Its staple food is marine life and seaweed. Most of them live in the deep sea, so they are not noticeable to people. If so, it was a beneficial being closer to a spirit creature than a monster. A long time ago, Balaam made a deal with us. Originally, Balaam had a habit of gnawing on the seafloor because it needed to grind its teeth periodically, but at some point there was a limit to how it could grind its teeth with unprocessed seawater. So if you brought the sea steel, you processed some of it and made a lump of steel for Balaam's teeth grinding? That's correct. The sea river buried in the waters near Blacksmith Island is almost infinite. Normally the cost of mining and processing was much greater than the value of sea steel, so no one coveted it, but the association has been obtaining sea steel almost free for hundreds of years through Balaam. The association was the only group that could quickly process such a large amount of sea steel. It had never occurred to me that monsters and humans could coexist in this way. It's an interesting story. I've managed to hide this fact all this time. The executives guided the group to the basement of the blacksmith shop. There was a huge switch in the center, and when the executives pulled the bar, the floor split open, revealing the sea. It was a space large enough to accommodate several sailing ships. Because of this space, the site of Balaam supplying steel to the association has never been revealed to the outside world. Thanks to this background and the mindset that Mr. Pecan has passed down, our association has never had to express any regrets anywhere. Not long ago, it would have been safe to say that the association possessed the most steel in the world. The group let out an exclamation with their eyes focused on the churning sea. Although Jean was impressed, he was also feeling a strong spirit coming from the sea. It looks like Balaam has been tainted by chaos. At those words, the executives frowned as if their hearts were hurt. Exactly. Balaam and the association are not simply symbiotic, they are now friends. The chaos that spread throughout the world as the Sword Emperor crusade and the Demon Temple continued made Balaam sick. As the fire blew its trumpet into the sea a few times, the sea surface began to stir and foam rose. After a while, Balaam surfaced and looked very similar to a huge whale. P19. The sound it made was similar to that of a whale, and its overall round shape did not look threatening, as the executive said. However, chaotic black spots were visible all over the body. Balaam cried non-stop as if she was in pain. If Balaam doesn't get better like this, of course we won't be able to mine Hagang anymore. The entire association will be saddened by the loss of a friend. There is joy at the arrival of Pecan, but there is also sadness at the thought that one may soon have to let go of one's friend. Pecan seemed to be choosing his words for a moment, and Cirrus did not hide her pain at seeing Balaam's cute but painful appearance. And Jean looked at Balaam closely and said this. Did Bull Balaam have physical deformities? What do you mean? What I mean is, except for the black spots, Balaam's appearance is exactly the same as it was before being tainted by chaos. That's right. Jean smiled. I guess I can heal that friend. The eyes of the fire hammer and anvil 3 people grew so big that they almost seemed to pop out. You can heal Balaam? Is that really true? I guess you didn't know. In our Bamul alliance there is a device called a chaos purifier. Chaos encroachment that has not transformed the body can be purified almost completely. P.P.P. Balaam groaned and sank back into the water. It seemed like it was difficult to even get out of the water for a moment. It's not that there are no variables at all. I have never checked whether the device works fully even against monsters, and its size is very large. This is the first time I have experienced a case where a monster is consumed rather than strengthened during marriage. Please help me so Jiaju. If only you would do that. If you do it? When Jean interrupted and asked, the executives flinched and looked at each other. I will make a masterpiece for Sagaju. It may sound simple, but it wasn't. This means that all of the world's best blacksmiths, except Pecan, will come forward to make just one sword. You can just ask Pecan for that. Do you think that me and Pecan are just like that? Of course, even if the three executives combined their efforts, they could not compare to Pecan. That's not true. It's a very close relationship. If it weren't for Sagaju, he would still have to hide in the body of an empty guy. Then what do you want? There is nothing in particular. No? Then why? You were the one who said it as if you were going to give me something. I was just thinking of doing a favor. But. If you really want to return the favor, why not join the Bamel Alliance? Are you asking for an exclusive contract? I know very well that the association is a neutral force that does not intervene in world affairs. But now is not the time for that. It's a time when anyone with ability has to take a side. That is why even Bigung and Mumyong abandoned their long-standing traditions and united under the flag of union. Since its founding, the association has never belonged to any faction. The executive's eyes became serious. However, the serious atmosphere did not arise from discomfort or concern about the proposal. Wasn't the answer to that question already decided the moment Pecan came to us? As you can see, Pecan is an absolute being to us. It's not just a symbolic story, he has now actually become the god of blacksmiths. Pecan's will is our will. As I just said, Mr. Pecan is already in close contact with Sagaju, so wouldn't it be a natural step for us to join the alliance? The answers are satisfactory, but I feel like I am too quick to agree. We were also mentally prepared to some extent. It's not like we don't care at all about how the world is going. Our conclusion was that if we had to take a side anyway, it should be Runkendal or the Bamul Alliance, not Zippel. Blacksmiths are more suited to knights than wizards. Bull smiled and held out his hand to Jean. Please take care of me from now on. I said I had already made a decision, but in fact I was not in a good mood because it was an inevitable choice. So you were rude when I arrived? That's how we are. Anyway, after meeting Sagaju in person today, I think it's not that bad. There will come a day when I feel that it's not that bad, and I'm glad they chose me. Jean also smiled and held Fire's hand. Now that they were part of the family, they seemed to be using honorifics. It's nice to see. Okay, it looks like the story is roughly over, so let's start by helping that guy named Balaam. From what I hear, without that guy there will be a lot of setbacks, not only in the association but also in the future plans of the Bamul Alliance. I had to hurry because the physical change could happen right away if I was unlucky. I got my hands on the association less than a few hours after arriving on the island, but there was no time to get carried away with joy. I'll go to Taiken and get the purifier. It seems impossible to take Balaam to Taiken. Cirrus, let's go. Leaving Pecan behind, I boarded the MOT and headed straight to Taiken. Fortunately, Mort's condition had improved significantly after the battle, so there were no major problems with the continuous long-distance teleportation. Master? Are you back already? Yes, Gilly. Things went very well. Oh, of course it's us. Bring the jet chaos purifier. I have to go again. While the jet was moving, Jean explained the situation to his colleagues. It was so simple that there was no need to summarize it. This time, Lord Hito, please come with us. I think I'll need your superpowers. Sure. Since Sandra happened to be going for a walk with Bale, she didn't make a fuss by saying she would go with her. Boo! After arriving back at the island, Mort sat down and caught his breath. You are here. When we went underground and put down the purifier, the executives tilted their heads in doubt. It's not that I doubt the purifier's performance, but I just couldn't imagine this small device really being able to handle Balaam's large size. Blow the trumpet again and call for Balaam. When the trumpet sounded, Balaam reacted noticeably slower than before and rose to the surface. Hito jumped into the sea and tied the rope he had prepared to Balaam's body. Cirrus unleashed the power of full ice, forming a huge sheet of ice under the water for Hito to step on. "Pull your jeans." Hito continued to push Balaam from below and Jean pulled him. The intention is to take out that gigantic creature using pure force alone. Swoosh dash. After a while, Balaam was pulled out through the opening like a radish being pulled out. "Oh my Balaam! Come to your senses." The executives hugged Balaam and made a fuss, but fortunately for Jean, his condition was not bad. This is very early stage encroachment. If we do well, the purification may be completed within a few days. Or even today. As long as the purifier works properly, even for monsters. The lines from the purifier were attached to various parts of Balaam's body. Immediately the device vibrated and cloudy energy began to be absorbed into the line. Every 5 minutes Jean and Hito put Balaam back in the water. Because my energy was weakened, I couldn't last long out of the water. The laborious purification continued until around midnight. This is probably the first monster that the Sogami of Runkendal and the world's greatest strongman have worshipped so dearly. Even if it took a month instead of a day, it was worth it. There was a practical benefit to obtaining a nearly infinite sea river, but Balaam was no different from being a member of the Union along with the association. As the last spirit escaped through the line, Balaam's leather became shiny and shiny. No matter how you look at it, Balaam couldn't feel like a monster at all because the mold-like spirit had disappeared. It only looks like a beautiful nameless whale shining in milky white. If this is really a monster, what was the problem with me and those guys rolling around in the Black Sea? Even Hito, who prided himself on having experienced the most monsters in the world, had never seen such a beautiful monster before. Well. Pippi. Pi-Fi. Balaam regained her energy and let out a pleasant cry. The way he was shaking and trying to rub himself was clearly a sign of gratitude. "You are my benefactor, I will return the favor." I heard during treatment that I learned some human language from blacksmiths. Jean burst into laughter as he was proud of Balaam's words. The blacksmiths had a lot of tears. They also burst into tears, saying various things to Balaam. "Keep finding Hagang like now and bring it to the blacksmiths." "Okay, but something is missing." "Do you know where Jiam Wangxiang is?" "No." "How many days do I need to swim there?" "Used for 3 days." "How about packing enough to take you to the sea river?" "Still 3 days." "How much can you take?" "About my weight." "Isn't that difficult?" "It's a piece of cake." PPP pit. "A light walk." Clap clap. Jean clapped his hands without realizing it. According to Balaam's words, not only the supply and demand of steel, but also the transportation of it to the inspection site had been resolved all at once. Because it was transported under the sea, there was little chance of being exposed to enemies. Not 3 days. Even if you take a very generous week, if you can transport refined sea river of similar weight to Balaam each time to the black-yellow paper. There is no shortage of steel. There was no need to think about cost reduction, and there would still be plenty of steel poured into the ship's construction. Since it was planned to transport not only Balaam but also steel within the empire, it was perfect for deceiving the enemies. "That's what I can do." "Okay. I'll tell you later when I'm ready, so you can help me from then on." "Okay. I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat." With a plop. Balaam threw himself into the sea below the gate. Because of this, the blacksmiths seemed to be in good spirits, even though their entire bodies were drenched in seawater. Balaam has never failed to keep a promise, Sagaju. The same goes for our association. Judging from what I said to Balaam, I think I know roughly what Sagaju wants. It looks like they are trying to mass-produce a fleet. Yes. If you give us the parts blueprint, we will send it to you in the shape you need as much as possible. It would be much better if we received it on site and sent it in for easy reprocessing. The association is not just good at blacksmithing. When it came to metalworking, the association's blacksmiths could not be surpassed in any area. The Bamul Alliance rescued key materials and exclusive blacksmiths for the creation of the fleet, and the association rescued its friend and gained infinite sea rivers again. The group took out a bottle of alcohol and had a short time celebrating the happy birthday. Everyone had a lot to do. I'll just go back now. Pecan will be living here from now on. That's right. When you return, take my hammer and other supplies and send them to me. Sir Hito and the 7 Horsemen's sword are almost completed, so I will let you know as soon as it is finished. Just as I was about to return to the moat, I saw Balaam leaping across the sea and greeting me. Along with my happy heart, I also thought of the people who had not yet returned. Now I have to go find Runtia and Reet. Cauldron Snowfield. As soon as Jean arrived here on the Red Owl, he had mixed feelings. Even if I met Runtia again, unlike Balaam, I couldn't bring her back with the current purifier. The second sister would still be enduring a lonely time as a monster engulfed in chaotic madness. In the middle of the endless snowy field that had disappeared and became pure white again, there was a cave leading to Runch's subspace. Maya! As they reached the cave, Shuri licked Jin's back as if to cheer him up. Thank you, Shuri. Aren't you grateful to me? Oh yeah, let's say thank you too. Veil. Slowly release your power. As soon as the veil transformed, golden energy began to flow into the cave. When he first came to look for Runtia, Jean accidentally opened the door to subspace through Shakan and Reiki. However, this time a door was formed in the center without consuming spiritual energy. From the door I could already feel a strong sense of loneliness. The evil spirit and the prophet faced complete extinction, but the soul energy used on Runtia did not disappear. It's scary. Do I really have to go in? Anyway, there is no way to bring your sister back now. Say that now. Follow me quickly. I sent Shuri back to the Red House and walked beyond the door. Immediately a vast subspace was revealed. Since time in subspace flows differently than royalties, I had to quickly check out Runtia before heading out. But even though I searched my memory, I couldn't find the path I used last time. Like back then, there was no signpost left by Valeria, so the subspace was just empty darkness. Vale, you go over there and I'll take a look over here. The moment I said that, suddenly Jean felt the energy of chaos approaching from afar. The speed was fast, as if he was jumping. Is this Runcha's energy? The spirit is deep. That meant that there was a high possibility that Runtia would have no reason left. He felt frustrated again, but Runtia appeared a moment later and immediately washed away Jin's ominous premonition. Jean, the youngest. Sister? Surprisingly, Runcha's rationality remained the same as when she was human. If I connect to that, I will go crazy again. What Runtia said last time. The connection points that connected her to subspace still existed, and she had horns on her forehead just like before. You must be surprised that I'm in better shape than you thought, right? When you say that, it sounds like a villain's line. It's surprising, but I'm even more happy than that. A little while ago I came back to my senses little by little, and now I am completely the same as before. I was thinking that it was probably thanks to you defeating the evil spirit. As said, the return of Runcha's spirit was the result of the death of the evil spirit. The spirits that had lost their owners could no longer encroach on Runcha's spirit. Even so, it was possible because Runcha's will was so great. I'm so glad, sister. Next to me? Vale is a former teenage knight from Runkendal. What? Meet our great ancestors. As Runtia bowed down on one knee and showed respect, Bale appeared proud and satisfied. Okay. I finally meet a descendant who knows up and down. This guy knows how to exploit me all the time. He seems to have no concept of treating ancestors. As the older sister, please scold me once. He's a bit frivolous, but he's still a fun guy. Sister, please understand. Jean said as he helped Runtia up. Look at this again and again. If you were an old teenage knight, wasn't he the ancestor you should respect the most? That's true, but he is an ancestor who cannot be said to have devoted himself solely to his family. My colleagues and I almost died. Now I've come to my senses, and little by little I'm getting closer to being a great knight. He then summarized and explained to Runtia what had happened. Runtia did not show much relief while listening, as if she had almost expected this, but her eyes sometimes became bitter. When the story of Deepu's death came out, I shed tears. Unlike Sister Mu and Ranvigo, Deepu's was a death that had a completely different weight for Runtia. So that means you became the head of Soga. As the story ended, Runtia was polite to Jean this time. Since I couldn't come to the appointment ceremony, I wanted to congratulate my younger brother now. You had a hard time, Jean. I did nothing while you and your brothers fought so desperately. The luggage must have been very heavy. Don't say that. Just knowing that your sister has regained consciousness is a great help. When you return, you will have a lot to do for your family. Since their last meeting, Jean had felt a deep bond with Runtia. The remaining riders were now real family. I think I will need Brother Tushin's help to bring my sister back. Please wait until then. You will take care of it, but you will have a lot of work to do, so don't spend too much time trying to save me. Now that I have regained consciousness, I will be living alone with the mindset that I am practicing the closing ceremony. Even if you can't get me out of here, I won't be angry. Don't visit often just because you care. It's useless. We will definitely take it out for you. But he's the youngest. Yes, sister. Someone had already been here before you came. I was already planning to talk to you when you came by. You mean something like that happened? Please tell me in detail. My memory is vague because it happened at a time when I had only regained half of my sanity. I couldn't see his face because his entire body was covered with a robe, but the voice was a woman's. I couldn't guess who it was, but after hearing about what had happened, I thought maybe it was a traitor from 1,000 years ago called Lokia Ganesto. Jean also felt that way as soon as he heard Runch's words. In the first place, this subspace was originally Timar's fifth tomb. It is a space where entry is impossible unless you are a contractor of Sodaret like Jean or have something deeply connected to Runkendal from 1,000 years ago. Even the past prophet is believed to have used items from 1,000 years ago to open this place, and Valeria also used Vale's handkerchief obtained during the investigation to enter. Jean and Hito also entered through Reiki and Shakan. Therefore, there was a high possibility that the person Runtia met was Lokia. Otherwise, it was just another teenage knight. Wait a minute, what did his voice sound like? Was it clear or somewhat cloudy? It was closer to the clear side, Lord Bale. Rokia's voice was a bit rough. You can change things like your voice as much as you like. What did he say to you? He offered me a contract. He said that if I sign a contract with him, he will immediately take me out of here and make me the head of Runkendal. Runtia immediately rejected the offer, even though her madness had not completely subsided. He said some more things after I refused, but I don't remember what he said. From then on, I could barely hear anything because I was trying to suppress my madness. Damn, if he had come to me a little later, I could have heard everything and let you know. Maybe I can use recording magic to find out the parts you don't remember. Is the hister I hurt a wizard? Yes, as soon as Valeria is done with her work, I will come back and look at the records. Even if you couldn't hear it, a record of what he said will definitely remain in this space. Valeria was currently unable to move because she was busy maintaining the record window regarding the Temple of Evil in the Imperial Square. Jean decided to bring Valeria back to Runtia as soon as the work was over. Oh, I didn't think of that. I told you not to visit often, but I guess I'll see you again soon after today. It's good that we unexpectedly found a clue to a person presumed to be Lokia or one of his minions. On the one hand, I was worried. Since the evil spirit started acting so quickly, as soon as it disappeared it meant that Lokia was plotting something evil again. According to Sir Paidler's words, Lokia Ganesto is a person who carried out his plan so perfectly that even Rosa in her human days was not aware of it at all. Rosa in her human days before the fall was a person so shrewd that she had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. Rosa as an evil spirit was unaware of Lokia's intervention until the moment she disappeared, so she had to watch with all her senses heightened. So leave for today, youngest. I heard that time in subspace passes very quickly compared to royalties. It was a story that Runtia had emphasized several times, but when I was about to nod I felt bad. It was even more so because there was still one piece of news left that had not yet been delivered to Runtia. Sister. It looks like you're trying to tell a story about Nanny Resham. I see that your expression is heavy. Runcha's Nanny Resham. At one time he was the person who most strongly encouraged Runtia to become the master of this subspace instead of Paidler. No, she is still the most precious mother in the world to Runtia. From the day he first met Runtia in subspace, Jean, has had people find out the whereabouts of Resham and his biological daughter. Nanny Resham is no longer from this world, right? That's right. Resham is dead. It was also revealed that the evil spirit had harmed her directly. Youngest child, I hope you don't hate Nanny Resham too much. He may have already passed away. But he was more precious than life to me. Even if it wasn't for Nanny Resham's request, I would have been forced to be tied up here anyway. Both then and now Jean understood Runch's feelings. Even if he and Gilly were in the same situation, Jean would never hate Gilly. What happened to the nanny's daughter and grandchildren? I first heard the news the day before yesterday. I became a refugee during the war, but luckily I survived. They say they are living in the southern part of the empire. Can you take care of them until I leave? Runtia spoke without a moment of hesitation. Jean quietly looked into her eyes and answered that he would do so,